Okay, well, we finished up Rawls. Rawls and Nozick are usually taught in tandem, and I'm doing that here. So we're looking at Robert Nozick on distributive justice. Okay, so Rawls's book, Theory of Justice, came out in 1971. Just 3 years later, his colleague, Nozick, who was in the same department at Harvard, published Anarchy, State, and Utopia, which was in part a reply to Rawls. And the goal of Nozick's books is to defend a broadly Lockean approach to politics. So he wants a minimal state, a state that's devoted to protecting individuals' natural rights to life, liberty, and private property, and not to do much more than that. And therefore, he is opposed to some of the possibilities for redistributive taxation that Rawls's theory can allow for. Now, the part of justice that Nozick is concerned with is distributive justice, which is, broadly speaking, the kind of justice that's concerned with who gets what stuff. So basically, the kind of justice that Rawls' second principle is concerned with, more than the first principle. Rawls and Nozick don't have that much disagreement about the first principle. It's really, although when it comes to the right to vote, Nozick is more worried about voting as a form of exercising power over other people than Rawls is probably. But still, by and large, they agree on civil liberties and so forth. It's when it comes to socioeconomic status and property and so forth, that's where they potentially part ways. Now, sometimes Nozick calls this justice in holdings rather than distributive justice. He's a bit uncomfortable with the word distributive justice because he thinks that it contains a political bias. The term implies that the goods that people have been distributed to them by some central authority. And then you can ask questions about whether the central authority should have distributed them differently. And he thinks that leads you down a mistaken political path. However, he notes that the word distributive doesn't necessarily mean that some person or agent is doing the distributing. After all, we can talk about a probability distribution. You can have a bunch of different possible options, and each one has a different probability, 2%, 5%, 7%. And we don't think in calling that a probability distribution, we're not implying that someone has distributed those probabilities. So although he sometimes wants to call it justice in holdings, he's willing to call it distributive justice. So Nozick wants to defend a particular approach to distributive justice, which he calls the historical theory or the entitlement theory. I'm just going to call it the historical-entitlement theory. And he's going to defend this against two rival approaches. One's the patterned approach to distributive justice, and the other is the end state approach to distributive justice. He thinks those two positions are mistaken. He's going to defend the one he thinks is right. So to see what the issue is here, suppose you've got two sailors who've been marooned on a desert island. There they are. And one of them has piled up 6 coconuts. These are, as you can see, very large coconuts relative to the size of the sailors, so should keep them going for a while. Seems unlikely that those huge coconuts came off those tiny palm trees, but no, this is a thought experiment. We can imagine anything we like. So we've got 2 sailors. Each has a pile of coconuts. Each has a different pile. One has 6 coconuts. The other has 15. Because we also have to assume that these 2 piles of coconuts are only 1 coconut deep, which means how they're balancing like that is a miracle. But again, there's a thought experiment. We can do whatever we want. All right, so one sailor has over twice as many coconuts as the other. The one on the right has over twice as many coconuts as the one on the left. How do we decide whether it's just for these 2 guys to have the particular piles of coconuts they have? Well, different theories of distributive justice, different approaches to distributive justice, invoke different kinds of considerations to answer that question. So a patterned approach to distributive justice is going to look at the existing distribution and compare it with some favored pattern of distribution and say, well, look, if the existing distribution matches the favored pattern, it's just. If it doesn't match, it's not just. So the simplest version of a pattern theory is going to be egalitarianism, the strict kind of egalitarianism, which says everyone should have the same amount of stuff, which hardly any people who call themselves egalitarians actually hold a position that extreme. That's why I usually put strict in front of egalitarianism to show that being an egalitarian doesn't necessarily mean that you think everyone should have equal amounts of stuff. For example, people often call Rawls an egalitarian, But the whole point of Rawls' second principle is to justify people not having equal amounts of stuff. So you might wonder whether he counts as an egalitarian or not, but he's usually called one. All right, so strict egalitarianism would say everyone has to have the same amount of stuff. So a strict egalitarian would look at this island and say, clearly this is not just because these people have different sizes of coconut piles. However, egalitarianism isn't the only kind of pattern theory. So think of Robert Filmer, Locke's nemesis. Filmer thinks that some people, those who have royal blood, those who are descended in this line of eldest heirs from Adam, are special, that they have rights other people don't have. And so if one of these sailors happens to be the eldest heir of a royal family and the other sailor is just some guy, then Filmer would say that the one with the royal blood should have all the coconuts. He's the rightful owner of everything on the island. On the other hand, someone could say, well, maybe the coconuts should be distributed according to need. Maybe it's all right for this one guy to have more coconuts if he needs them more. Or you might think they should be distributed according to merit. You might think some people deserve more coconuts than others. Or you might think coconuts should be distributed according to IQ, that the smarter you are, the more coconuts you should have, or something. There are lots of different possible pattern theories. But what they all have in common is that they look at the existing distribution of resources, they compare it to some ideal pattern, though they disagree with each other about what the ideal pattern is. If it matches the ideal pattern, then yay, it's just. If it doesn't match it, boo, it's unjust, and we need to do something. All right, so that was a patterned approach. An end-state approach is different. An end-state approach looks to the results of a distribution. So look, if this distribution has the best results, then that'll be the best system. That'll be the best distribution. Now, of course, just as there are different pattern theories, depending on what they consider to be the right pattern, there can be different end-state theories, depending on what they consider to be the best result. But of course, the simplest and most popular version of an end-state approach is utilitarianism, which says, because it say the right distribution is whichever one produces the greatest total amount of benefit. It says the only people who are affected by it are the people on the island. You could say, well, it's the right distribution is the one that produces the most total benefit for both sailors, which might or might not be equality, depending on their relative needs, or whether one's good at fishing and the other one isn't, and so the one who's not good at fishing needs more coconuts, or who knows what. Now, the 20th century Australian philosopher J.J.C. Smart, who's got one of he's got an article in our anthology that I assigned you. He argues that utilitarians ought to favor, broadly speaking, egalitarian social policies. Again, not necessarily meaning everyone has to be exactly equal, but just there should be a general tendency toward equality. And the reason is, if you've got two people and each gets one loaf of bread, that's going to produce more total satisfaction than one person with 2 loaves of bread. Now, to see why, just think of an extreme case. Suppose that everyone, so there are, 6 billion, 7 billion, let's say 6 billion people on Earth. And suppose each one has a loaf of bread. Suppose instead you gave them all to me, so I had 6 billion loaves of bread. Well, clearly, I'm not going to get 6 billion times as much enjoyment out of 6 billion loaves of bread as I would out of one. What am I going to do with them all? I don't need that much. So that's a sort of extreme case to show what Smart believes, which is that you produce more total happiness by spreading resources out equally. Now, because you can always wonder, what if you have someone who's what's called a utility monster, someone who just gets, there's no limit to how much pleasure they get. You give them more stuff, and they makes them wildly more happy. That they never get satiated. They never, their interest never flags. They're just as excited about the millionth loaf of bread as they were about the first one. And so if there were some freakish person like that, we have to spend all our time just doing everything we can to help them. That's a worry people have raised about utilitarianism. But anyway, that's not a realistic worry, presumably. By the way, yes, there is a philosopher whose last name is Smart. There's also philosophers and that last name is Wisdom. Moreover, there are philosophers named Philip of Foot, Henry Shue, and Sidney Shoemaker, and I also thought the three of them ought to have written something together, but as far as I know, they didn't. Now, David Hume, who's utilitarian about justice, even if he's not utilitarian about everything, Hume would disagree with Smart, I think. Hume would say, no, it's not true that policies to distribute wealth more equally are going to be beneficial for everyone, because it's more beneficial for everyone for property titles to be predictable and secure. And so you've got property titles that are predictable and secure, but they're unequal, as long as they're not wildly unequal. Hume thinks if they've got extreme massive inequality, then Hume thinks that's going to cause disruptions in society. But if you've just got, a fair bit of inequality, but the people who have the least aren't too badly off, Hume's going to think that if it had always been the case that everyone was equal, that would be fine. But if you were trying to make people equal through governmental legislation, Hume thinks that's going to disrupt the economy. So there's disagreement about whether utilitarianism should favor egalitarianism or not. Although I think Smart and Hume would both agree that radical extreme inequality would be bad for society. So it's really just a matter of degree that they're arguing over. All right, what about Rawls's theory? Is Rawls's theory as is expressed in the second principle of justice? Remember the one that says that departures from equality are permissible, but only if they work out to the benefit of the worst off person. Is that a pattern theory or an end state theory or something else? It looks like it's a hybrid of a pattern and an end state theory. For Rawls, equality is the default position. You start off assuming equality, and then you're allowed to deviate from equality if doing so benefits the worst off people. But if it doesn't, you have to stick with equality. So your default position is equality, and that's a pattern view. It's saying you have to start with equality. In this case, you don't have to stay with equality the way a strict egalitarian would, but you have to start there. So his default is based on a certain pattern. However, then you're allowed to deviate from that pattern if deviating would produce a certain result, namely making the worst off people, or everyone. We talked before about why those are equivalent in this context. Making everyone and making the worst off people better off than they would be under equality. If you achieve that result, you can deviate from equality. So the default position is the hybrid part, is the patterned part of his theory. Then what justifies deviating from that pattern is the end state part of his theory. So Rawls's theory is more complex than the average pattern or end state theory. It seems to be a hybrid of the two. But the criticism that Nozick is making of pattern and end state theories is going to apply to a view that's a hybrid of the two. And so therefore Nozick is criticizing Rawls. Now, in his book, he goes into some fairly explicit criticism of Rawls, some of which I've talked about before in the Rawls lectures. The excerpt in the book doesn't really go into that part, but even though it doesn't give you everything he says about Rawls, you can sort of see from the things he does say about pattern and end state theories why this is going to lead him to be in conflict with Rawls. All right. So Nozick thinks that pattern and end state theories of distributive justice have something odd or weird about them. There's something puzzling about them. So pattern theories say if you want to figure out whether a certain distribution is just, you look at the present. You look at what the distribution looks like right now, whether it fits the pattern right now. You compare the time slice momentary look of the situation right now with your ideal pattern. You don't look to the future or the past, just the way things are now. End state theories look to the future. They say that the way you figure out whether a certain distribution is just is by seeing what results it's going to have down the line. So these two theories suggest you should look either at the present or the future. Rawls's theory, being a hybrid of the two, suggests you look at the present for the default and the future to justify deviations from the default. But neither theory looks at the past. In other words, neither the pattern theory nor the end state theory is going to say that you could evaluate a distribution in terms of how that distribution came about. And the fact that these two theories ignore the past is what Nozick finds puzzling, because Nozick thinks, look, ordinarily, we think how a situation came about is relevant to evaluating its justice. And yet, the pattern and end state theories don't look at how it came about. They just look either at what it looks like right now or what it's going to cause. So let's go back to our shipwrecked sailors. If we want to know whether it's okay, whether it's just for the guy on the right to have more than twice as many coconuts as the guy on the left, ordinarily we would think, Nozick says, that knowing how this distribution came about is at least relevant to deciding whether the situation is just or not. So imagine different stories about how it might have come about. So here are two different stories about how this distribution might have come about. So I'm going to call the two sailors Moore and Lessing. Moore is the one who, at the end of the story, has more coconuts. Lessing is the one who, at the end of the story, has less coconuts, or strictly speaking, grammatically fewer coconuts. I picked the names Moore and Lessing both because they have the words more and less in them, but also because that was the names of some philosophers. Philosophers we're not studying in this course, but philosophers that are of interest nonetheless. Anyway, so the two sailors, Moore and Lessing, land on the island. Moore suggests they should start collecting coconuts, and he starts doing that very busily, industriously, going around collecting coconuts. Some of them he has to knock down from the tree and so forth, and dodge them as they fall. Whereas Lessing just sits on his butt, saying, "Oh no, we're shipwrecked." He's just upset, but he doesn't do anything. He just sits there moaning. Whereas Moore does all the work. So at the end of the day, Moore has collected 21 coconuts, and Lessing hasn't got any coconuts. So Moore takes pity on Lessing, and he gives him six of his coconuts. And that's how the distribution came about. That's how it came about that Moore has 15 coconuts, and Lessing has 6. Because Moore collected 21, Lessing refused to collect any, then Moore very nicely gave Lessing 6 of his. That's one story about how the distribution might have come about. Here's a different story. Suppose the sailors landed on the island as before, but this time it's Lessing who decides to collect coconuts and goes about busily doing it. And it's Moore who just sits on a spot and doesn't do anything. So at the end of the day, it's Lessing who's got 21 coconuts, and Moore doesn't have any. At which point, before Lessing can even consider whether he ought to give some coconuts to Moore, Moore just steals 15 of Lessing's coconuts. So that's why Moore has more coconuts than Lessing. Because Lessing is the one who did all the work collecting coconuts, and then Moore took most of them. He stole them. Now, ordinarily we think that which of those two stories is true is at least relevant to determining whether the situation that results is just. We're going to look a lot more favorably on Moore having more coconuts if the story A is true, where Moore did all the work and collected all the coconuts himself and then gave some to Lessing. And we're going to think a lot less well of Moore's having more coconuts if we think that Lessing did all the work and then Moore stole most of them. However, for pattern theories and end state theories, it doesn't matter how the distribution came about. That's irrelevant. A pattern theory is going to try to compare the present distribution of coconuts with some ideal pattern. The end state theorist is going to look at the results. Neither one's going to look at how it came about. But Nozick thinks, look, surely it's pretty important how it came about. So Nozick's preferred approach is going to be the historical entitlement approach. The reason it's called that is because what property people are entitled to is determined by history. And by history, he doesn't mean what happened a long time ago, although it can, as we'll see, what happened a long time ago can be relevant to assessing the distribution of current day property, whether it's just or not. But by history, he doesn't necessarily mean something happened a long time ago. It just means something, just the past, how something came about. And it could have come about 100 years ago or 1,000 years ago, or it could have come about 5 minutes ago. Either way, it's history. It's a historical approach because it assesses things in terms of how they came about. Now, just as there are many different pattern approaches, egalitarianism, distribution according to merit, distribution according to need, and there are many different end state approaches. You could be a utilitarian, you could be an egoist, you could be in favor of promoting the good of some particular group and the health of everyone else. Those are all possible end state approaches. So the historical entitlement theory isn't just one theory, it's a family of theories. And Nozick's goal here is to defend the family. In other words, he's not just saying that whole family of theories. He's not out to defend one particular version of historical entitlement theory. Rather, he's saying that the best theory is going to come from the general category of historical entitlement theories. Now, along the way, Nozick says things that sort of narrow things down a little bit. I mean, he shows by the things he says some of what he thinks the best historical entitlement theory would look like. But he doesn't work out a detailed theory. So, Nozick's book is very different from Rawls's book. Rawls's book is, trying to work out the details of the theory. You can't tell that that's so much because we're just reading snippets from the two books. But if you looked at the two books as a whole, you see that Rawls is going into enormous detail, trying to settle lots and lots and lots of very precise issues about the theory, and he'll consider multiple different ways of applying the theory, and he'll try to argue for one against all the others. Nozick is doing something much more general, although Nozick will occasionally descend into some particular detail to try and work it out. He's not trying to work out all the details in the way that Rawls seems to be. Nozick is just giving a general outlook and then occasionally diving into something more specific. So Nozick is not trying to defend a particular historical entitlement theory. He's trying to defend that general approach. All right, what's historical entitlement theory going to look like? Well, Nozick says that a historical entitlement theory is going to have three principles. And again, the principles he's about to give are kinds of principle. He's not giving you the precise content of each principle, although as we go along, we'll see that he says some things that help to narrow it down a bit. But there has to be a principle of just acquisition. There has to be a principle of just transfer, and there has to be a principle of rectification. Now, unlike Rawls, who gives you a statement of his two principles, you're not going to get a statement of these principles from Nozick, because there are many different possible principles of just acquisition, many possible different principles of just transfer, and so on. So again, he's saying these are the general kinds of principles you're going to need. He's going to describe what kind of principles these are. All right, so what sorts of principles are these going to be, and how do they work? All right, well, think of any item of property you own, like this pen. Either I'm the first owner of this pen, which would mean either I made it or I found it lying in nature. Well, obviously it's artificial, human-made, so it didn't just pop up in nature. Now, I didn't make it. But suppose I had a pine cone here. I could have just have found that pine cone out some unknown wilderness somewhere. That would be in that case. I would be the first owner of that pine cone. Or, as in the case of this pen, I'm not the first owner of the pen. I bought this pen, I assume, at some point from someone. I don't remember. I think at one point this had my name on it, but from being in my pocket, it's all scraped off. I don't know where I got this. Actually, this might have been a free pen. That sometimes companies will send you a free pen with your name on it in the hope that you'll order a bunch more. And I don't remember whether I bought this. Let's suppose I bought it. Anyway, I got it from someone else. So anyway, for any item of property you own, either you're the first owner or you got it from someone else. So a principle of just acquisition tells you what you need to do in order to become the legitimate first owner of something. So you're wandering around in an unknown forest, you find a pine cone, reach down, pick it up, put it in your pocket. Is that a legitimate way of acquiring that? Do you now own that? Well, that's what, or to take a more controversial case, I come across some land. So I put if I put a fence around it, does that mean that I now own it? Or do I have to farm the land? If I land on some island and I put a flag there and I say, I hereby claim all this land in the name of my empire or something, I claim everything as far as I can see, does that count as, or do I have to do something more to the land to count as owning it? Well, the principle of just acquisition would have to answer those kinds of questions. How do you become the first owner of something? So an example is one we've seen from Locke. Remember, Locke says that in order to appropriate something from its natural condition, there are two things you have to do. First, you have to mix your labor with it. You have to transform it into an object of your ongoing purposes. And second, you have to leave enough that is good for others. That's the so-called Lockean proviso. And we've seen this dispute about whether there should be a proviso, and if there is one, what its precise content should be, and what it rules out and what it doesn't. But anyway, that was Rawls' version. That's one possible version of a principle of just acquisition. Not the only one. You could have other principles, but that would be an example of a principle of just acquisition. Now, Nozick is broadly sympathetic to Locke, and his overall theory of property looks a lot like Locke's. In fact, he even accepts a version of Locke's proviso that's not quite the same as Locke's. However, he does raise a worry about Locke's theory of acquisition, namely this metaphor of mixing labor. Remember that what Locke says is, well, I own my labor, and when I mix my labor with some unknown stuff or commonly owned stuff, then I come to own that. And Nozick says, why is that true? Is it true that just because I own something, if I mix it with something I don't own, do I come to own the thing I didn't own? He says, suppose I take a can of tomato juice and I pour it into the Gulf of Mexico. And the particles from the tomato juice end up diffusing all through the Gulf. Do I then end up owning the Gulf of Mexico? Well, we don't usually think so. It seems like I threw away my tomato juice. Maybe I did some littering, but I don't get to own. No, assume the Gulf of Mexico is unknown to begin with. You might question whether that's true, but if it's unknown, I'm not going to come to own it just because I spread my tomato juice through it. And so Nozick raises the question, why does mixing my labor with natural resources give me ownership of those resources? Why don't I just lose my labor the same way I lose the tomato juice? Now Nozick, as we'll see later on, is going to give an argument that when you work on something through your labor, you do have a right not to have the product taken away against your will. But it's not going to depend on the mixing labor metaphor. It's going to depend on a different argument we'll see later. Okay, so that's the principle of just acquisition concerns what you have to do in order to become legitimately the first owner of something. When you're not the first owner, when you're getting it from someone else, then the second principle of just transfer, is going to tell you what has to happen in order for you to legitimately become the new owner of something that was previously owned by someone else. What has to happen in order for the transfer from that person to you to be legitimate? For them to cease being the owner and you to become the owner. So typically, we expect a principle like that is going to say, if the owner just gives it to me, or if they sell it to me, then I count as owning it. Or if they just abandon it, if they just throw it out, someone does that as renounce the title to it, I can just come along and take it. But of course, there's going to be a lot of details here that different principles are going to handle differently. So, for example, is any sale legitimate? Suppose I find you're drowning in the water, and you're desperate for me to save you, and I say, well, I'll save you if you give me your entire life savings. And you say, yes, I will. And so we just entered into a contract. Have you thereby, when I rescue you, have you thereby transferred legitimately all your life savings to me? Or is that contract not legitimate because it's happening under duress? Well, a principle of just transfer would have to answer that question. Different people would disagree about what the content of that should be. Likewise, when it comes to abandoning it, what counts as abandoning your property? If I just, if I build a cabin in the woods and I go away for a week, we usually planning to come back, we don't think I've abandoned it. But if I go away for 20 years, have I abandoned it? If I build a sandcastle on the beach and I go away for a week, we presume I've abandoned it. But anyway, the principle of just transfer would have to settle some of those questions. All right, now suppose you filled in the most defensible versions of the principle of just acquisition and the principle of just transfer, whatever those would be. But suppose some versions of those principles are more defensible than others. Find the most defensible ones. We've figured them out. So now suppose it turns out we've got a given item of property. Suppose that it was initially acquired by its first owner, and the first owner went out and mined the metal and the rubber and various things for this from previously unknown nature. They didn't steal it from anyone, and they put it together through their own effort. They didn't enslave anyone to do it, so they legitimately became the first owner of this pen in accordance with the principle of just acquisition. And suppose then that they sold it to a store, and the store sold it to me, and the transfer of ownership over the pen from the maker to the store was legitimate according to the principle of just transfer. The transfer of from the store to me was also legitimate. Suppose I give or sell this to someone else. I do it in accordance with the principle of just transfer again. Well, in that case, whoever ends up with it will be justly entitled to it, as long as the first owner got it in accordance with the principle of just acquisition, and each subsequent owner got it in accordance with the principle of just transfer, then whoever ends up with it will be entitled to it, regardless of what pattern that distribution fits, regardless of whether they're having it, makes for a more equal society or less equal society or whatever, and likewise, regardless of what results it has down the line. So, unlike the end state and pattern theorists who would want to look at present patterns or future results to determine whether it's okay, Nozick's theory looks to the past. My ownership of this pen is legitimate if the chain by which it came to me was a series of individually just transfers originating in an originally just acquisition. So Nozick compares this in the book, compares having legitimate property title to having a sound argument. So remember, a sound argument is one that has true premises and all valid inferences. And if you start with true premises, and each of the inferences from those is valid, then the conclusion will be true. No matter how surprising the conclusion looks, it's guaranteed to be true, so long as you started with true premises and all your inferences along the way were valid. That's why we like sound arguments, because sound arguments are a way to get us true conclusions. Well, analogously, under the historical entitlement approach, you can think of acquiring property initially in accordance with the principle of just acquisition as like starting with true premises. And you can think of all the subsequent transfers being done in accordance with the principle of just transfer as analogous to having valid inferences. If you start with property initially acquired justly in accordance with the principle of just acquisition, and if each time that passes to a new owner it does so in accordance with the principle of just transfer, then the final distribution of property in society, whether it's equal or unequal, whatever it looks like, it's going to be just, so long as it arose through a series of just steps from initially just starting point. So if you get a society, you're not going to find a society of this is true of, but if you could find a society where all the property arose, all the current holdings of property arose solely through a series of just transfers from initial just acquisitions, then that would settle that the distribution of property was just, even if it doesn't fit your ideal pattern, and even if it doesn't have whatever you think would be the best results. So in that sense, Nozick's theory is a deontological approach to distributive justice, as Rawls's is, because it doesn't depend solely on consequences. In this case, depends not that much at all on consequences. It's not the future but the past that determines whether something is just or not. Okay, so going back to our shipwrecked sailors, in the first story I told, Moore acquired his coconuts by honest labor. Does that mean he's entitled to them according to the principle of just acquisition? Well, it depends. Depends whether, for example, there's a Lockean proviso built into that or not. When he initially collected all the coconuts, you might think, well, maybe he didn't leave enough and it's good for others. Although that might depend on whether he's planning to give some of them to the other guy or not. If he didn't leave enough as good for others, then maybe his initial acquisition isn't just, if the principle of just acquisition includes that Lockean proviso. For Locke it does, for Nozick it does. But there are lots of Lockeans, people who have broadly Lockean theories of property, like Lysander Spooner and Murray Rothbard, who don't think so. Because remember, for Locke, what justifies the Lockean proviso is that the natural world starts off not unowned, but commonly owned as a gift from God. And that depends on a theological presupposition. And Spooner and Rothbard say, well, if we don't accept that theological story, then we don't have any reason to accept that things start off commonly owned. Nozick doesn't accept the theological story either, but Nozick still thinks, when you do something to alter someone else's rights, you have you close off some opportunity that was originally open to them, then you owe them some kind of compensation. However, suppose that Moore did acquire his coconuts legitimately. Suppose, let's say that the principle of just acquisition is just mixing labor and doesn't mention a Lockean proviso, so that just settles that Moore's pile of coconuts is justly his. Then he freely gave some of his coconuts to Lessing, and you might think, depending on what the principle of just transfer says, giving someone a free gift would be a legitimate principle, a legitimate way of transferring property. Then each of them has their coconuts legitimately. Moore has his coconuts legitimately because he acquired them through the principle of just acquisition. Lessing has his legitimately because he acquired them through the principle of just transfer. So everything's just. However, the second story I told, in which Moore gets them by stealing them from Lessing, that might violate, depending on what exactly the principle of just transfer says, but most versions of the principle of just transfer are probably going to say you can't just go grab stuff. And so that, so it's likely, if you take a historical entitlement approach, it's likely that Moore is going to have a stronger case to his property under story A than under story B. So it matters how it came about. Now, if no one ever violated the principles of just acquisition and just transfer, if throughout all of history, every single piece of property had always been acquired justly initially and then always transferred justly, then you wouldn't need a third principle. Those first two would do it. But as a matter of fact, we know that violations of those principles go on all the time. The history of property titles is filled with theft and fraud. It's filled with people taking property unjustly without other people's permission. And so that's why we need a third principle, a principle of rectification. This is a principle that says when principles have been violated, it tells us what you need to do in order to restore justice. In order to make it, what do you need to do in order to make, so right now things are unjust. A stole something from B. Well, how do we fix this? What do we have to do in order for everyone's holdings to be just again? And of course, like the other principles, there are going to be many different possible ways of filling in a principle of rectification. Different principles are going to say different things. All right, so here's an example. Suppose that A steals an item from B and then sells it to C. And C doesn't know it's stolen. C just accepts it innocently. So the principle of rectification is going to tell us, does B have the right to demand the item back from C or not? In other words, does the person who originally owned it have the right to demand the item back from the person who bought it innocently? Now, Jan Narveson is a Canadian libertarian philosopher who thinks the answer is no. He thinks that if you take the property away from C to give it back to B, you're punishing C, and C hasn't done anything wrong. B did something wrong by stealing it. So before B sold it, if you'd managed to get a hold of B and take it away from him and give it... Sorry, A. Confusing myself with the alphabet here. A is the one who stole it. So if before A sold it to C, when A still had the stolen thing, if you managed to get hold of A at that point and give it back to B, that would be fine. It would be unhappy for A to lose the item, but A stole it, so he deserves to lose it. But C is innocent, and so according to Narveson, it's wrong to take the item away from C. C doesn't owe anything to the original owner. A does. So you get A, and A doesn't have the item anymore. Well, A has to work to replace it, or give B some money or something like that. I don't know what that little symbol was just now appearing on the screen. This is a relatively new computer. I don't know what that symbol means. I hope it doesn't mean something bad is about to happen to the computer, which is usually what things unusual appearing on the screen mean. Okay, onward. Anyway, so Nozick says, Narveson says no, you shouldn't take it back from the original owner. But Nozick seems to disagree. From the way Nozick talks about rectification, this is one way in which he narrows in the content a little bit. Nozick seems to think, you're not punishing C if you take the item away. It's true that C took the item innocently, but if you take someone else's property innocently by mistake, you still have to give it back. The fact that you didn't do anything wrong in taking it doesn't mean that you don't have to give it back once you find out that it was stolen. And so Nozick is going to think that the principle, proper principle of rectification will say that stuff that was stolen from one person and given innocently to another person who accepts it innocently. That person, at least in some cases, will have to give it back. Although you might ask, doesn't make a difference whether it's not that person, but their descendants or their descendants' descendants. We'll get to that. I'll get to it right now. So, what about property thefts that happened a long time ago? So it's one thing to say, if I steal from you, I have to give it back. But if my great-great-grandfather stole from your great-great-grandfather, and I inherited the thing, do I have to give it back to you? So, for example, look at all the land that was taken by force from the American Indians by European settlers over the course of basically from the 16th to the 19th centuries, and actually slopping a little bit to the 15th at one end and the 20th at the other. If we assume that the principle of just transfer was violated in at least many of those cases, does that mean that that land has to be returned? Well, that depends on what the principle of rectification says. And again, Nozick is defending a family of theories, not just one. He's saying, choose a theory from column A, one of these, like menus that say you can have one thing from column A and one thing from column B. He's saying, the theory you should choose is something from the Historical-Entitlement family, not the end state or the PATRON family. So Nozick does not defend a particular theory of what rectification should look like. Now, as I said, he does say things along the way that show which way he leans in particular issues, but he doesn't settle a full theory. That's not his job in this book. And unlike Rawls, who spent the rest of his career writing further modifications and elaborations of his original book, Nozick mostly went on to other topics and, only touched on political philosophy a couple of times later and said, all different stuff. So if you're looking for detailed, systematic elaboration of the theory over years, look at Rawls. If you want sort of an interesting programmatic theory and then stepping away without any further elaboration, Nozick basically was leaving that to others. He said he didn't want to spend the rest of his career writing Son of Anarchy, State, and Utopia, which is sort of a slap at Rawls, who basically did spend the rest of his career writing Son of Theory of Justice. All right, so in order to answer this question about how past historical, in the long time since, injustices should be rectified, one question to ask is, does the principle of rectification have a statute of limitations? So in law, in human-made law, there are statutes of limitations that say that for some crimes, after a certain period of time, you're off the hook. For some there are and for some that aren't. For murder, you're never off the hook, at least in most jurisdictions. But there are other crimes where, after a certain period of time has passed, then they're not going to try and punish you for it anymore. So we should ask, is there, within natural law or natural rights, is there some analog of a statute of limitations? So if I steal something from you, or maybe if my parents stole something from your parents, I have to give it back. But if my great-great-great-great-grandparents stole it from your great-great-great-great-grandparents, maybe I don't. So do property claims get weaker? Do they just hit a certain deadline and expire? Do they gradually get weaker and weaker over time? Or do they remain in force forever? If they do expire, how much time has to pass? It's going to be important to know exactly how far back in time we go before you no longer have to redress a past injustice. So for example, if the cutoff is 100 years ago, and say we're only going to redress injustices that happened within the last 100 years, the American Indians are out of luck, because most of the land theft that happened to them was before 100 years ago. On the other hand, if it's 200 years ago, so basically then everything from 1817 to 2017, well, is a heck of a lot of stuff that was taken from the Indians during the 19th century. And so if the cutoff is 200 years ago, then the American Indians have claims to lots and lots and lots of land. And if it's only 100 years ago, they don't have claims to so much. Another question that a principle of rectification would have to answer is, all right, do you have to give the actual thing back? Like if I own some land that was originally seized from the Indians, do I have to give this land back to some Indian tribe? Or do I just have to give them some money? And does it matter how recent the thing is? You might think maybe if the land was stolen recently, I have to actually give back the land. If it was a long time ago, maybe I only have to pay some money. And does the amount I have to pay get smaller and smaller the farther back it is in the past, or does it remain the same amount? Again, those are all different questions, different principles of rectification we have to answer. And so anyone wanting to defend a particular version of the principle would have to give arguments as to why its answers to those questions are better than those of other arguments. All right, so one guy who applied a theory very much like Nozick's. He didn't get his theory from Nozick. If anything, it's more that Nozick got it from him. But he has broadly similar views to Nozick on these questions. And Rothbard applies this to the question of slavery reparations. So the question of, are modern day descendants of slaves owed compensation for anything that was done to them in the past? All right. Well, so Rothbard takes sort of a property rights approach to this question. Rothbard says, all right, so there's a bunch of stuff that slaves built through their labor in the United States. Elsewhere too, but just talking about the United States for now. The slaves farmed land, they built houses and other kinds of structures, they built the U.S. Capitol building. There's that thing on the screen, I don't know what it is. Who's legitimate owner of the stuff that slaves built? Well, ordinarily, under broadly, I don't know what that thing means. Hitting the X doesn't make it go away. Well, I'm still recording. So, that's all I'll worry about right now. Here we go. The last lecture cut off in the middle. I don't know what went wrong. I think there's some kind of mismatch between my webcam software and my computer. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So hope for the best. Anyway, so picking up in the middle of where we left off, Rothbard's views on slavery reparations. So Rothbard says, all right, who's the legitimate owner of the various structures that slaves built and the lands that they farmed? Now, as a general rule, people have a right to the products of their labor, as per any likely version of the principle of just acquisition. However, if you're an employee working for somebody, let's say you're working in a factory, you don't own the stuff you make in the factory. So that's an exception to the principle that people have the right to the products of their labor, right? But there's a reason for that. It's because if you're working in someone's factory, you have a contract with your employer. You have agreed you will hand over to them the products you make in the factory in exchange for the wages they promise you. And, if that's a legitimate transaction according to the principle of just transfer, then that's why the stuff you make doesn't belong to you. Ordinarily, what you make belongs to you. In this case, you've made an agreement with the employer. But slaves never had a contract with their so-called employers. Slaves never agreed to surrender their rights to the product of their labor. So if slaves go out to some as yet unworked land in its natural state, and they come along and they farm it and so forth, they have not surrendered the right to keep that stuff. Likewise, if a slave owner sends a bunch of slaves out to cut down some trees and make them to logs and build a log cabin, well, the slaves are homesteading that stuff. They're mixing their labor. They've never made any voluntary agreement to hand that over to the slave owner. And therefore, Rothbard concludes that the land the slaves farmed and the structures they built were their property. Except, of course, in cases where that land was previously seized from Indians, in which case the Indians might have a prior claim, but leaving that aside. Moreover, Rothbard doesn't accept the idea of a statute of limitations. He doesn't think that natural rights grow stale or weaker over time. And if they did, then you have to, any cutoff you could give would be arbitrary. So Nozick thinks that these rights are permanent. And so therefore, the present-day descendants of the slaves who worked that land, built those structures, they have a claim to that land. And since these claims don't go stale over time, that means not only do the slaves who built the U.S. Capitol building, not only do their descendants have a claim to it, but if we could trace who the slaves were that built the Roman Colosseum or the Parthenon, they too would. However, in those cases, we can't trace who the descendants are, so it doesn't come up. But Rothbard does think you need to trace individual property titles. So contrary to some aversions of slavery reparations, he thinks you can't just say, well, I'm a descendant of slaves, and that land was cleared by slaves, so I have a claim to that land. Instead, if you're a descendant of slaves and you want to claim a certain land, you have to say that that land was cleared by slaves who were your ancestors, and you can show that you are a descendant of those slaves. And then you, along with any other descendants of those slaves, would have some claim to that land. Now, if you can't prove that it's that you're descended from those slaves, then the current possessor gets to keep it on the grounds that the current possessor is assumed innocent until proven guilty, so to speak. In this case, it's not a question of guilt, but it's a question of having inherited it, taking it from someone with a clearly better claim. Unless you have someone with a provably better claim, if you can't prove you're a descendant of those slaves, then the person who currently has it, doesn't have any worse claim than you. In general, though, there's a presumption in favor of current users, with one exception. When the current user is the one who actually stole it themselves, then Rothbard says in that case, even if you can't identify who the original owner was, clearly anyone other than this person has a better claim to it, because this person actually stole it and no one else did. Therefore, if the current user is someone who actually stole it, then until you can actually find the original owner, anyone else on earth other than this person can come along and be the first person to claim it. All right, so Rothbard's version of the principle of rectification requires more in the way of slavery reparations than would a version that incorporated a statute of limitations. If you said, all right, if someone said, all right, slavery is too long ago to rectify, they wouldn't require as much in the way of reparations as Rothbard does. On the other hand, Rothbard's version doesn't demand as much in the way of slavery reparations as would a version that said, look, all this land was cleared by slaves, all these people here are descendants of slaves, and so therefore any of them have claims to any of it. So this just shows you some of the different ways that principles of rectification can go, and depending on the content, you can get more rectification required or less. Here's some other areas where debates over these issues become important. So during the 17th to 19th century in the British Isles, peasants were kicked off their land by this process called the enclosure of the commons, where the peasants, who were the ones who'd originally cleared the land and who'd owned it for generations, under sort of Lockean natural principles, but nevertheless some local aristocrat was claimed by law to be the owner of it, and they started kicking the peasants off and developing it for private use. How far do we go back? Some of this stuff happened in the 17th century, some of the stuff happened in the 19th century. We do go back to the 19th century, but not the 17th, or what? Then there's just a vast issue of various indigenous peoples who are deprived of land, Africa, Asia, Latin America, all over the world. Questions about how to deal with those cases. Then, of course, the current dispute between Israelis and Palestinians goes back to land claims, a lot of them rising from 1948, the partition then, and then the 1967 Seven-Day War. Lots of disputes about who had what property, who abandoned what property, whether they abandoned it voluntarily or forced to, etc., etc. And then in the former Soviet bloc countries, after communism fell, and lots of nationalized property got privatized, there's issues of rectification as to what the right way was to do that. So, for example, in the early 20th century, communism sweeps over Russia, Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and most private land and most private businesses get nationalized. There's some that were sometimes allowed to operate, but for the most part, it was all nationalized. But then, around 1990, communism falls, throughout Europe, and a lot of these countries then start making an effort to try and transition back to a market economy, which means they've got all these nationalized holdings, land and businesses and factories and all kinds of things. They want to get them back into private hands. The question is, how do you do it? Do you have to trace the descendants? Now, this is easier than some of these other cases. It doesn't go, get most cases where there are detailed records usually, and it doesn't go as far back. So, if your great-great-grandfather had his factory seized by the Soviet government in 1917 or 1920 or whenever, does that mean you should have it back now? Well, so if you have this backward-looking approach, the kind that Nozick takes in the historical entitlement approach, then you're going to say, yes, you need to trace who originally had it. They had the original claim to it. It was transferred away from them it could be a reasonable case for transferring it back. Nozick doesn't have to say that, because you could have different versions of the principle of rectification. That's sort of in the spirit of what Nozick says. On the other hand, you could take more of a forward-looking approach and saying, look, if you litigate all these cases of all these people claiming that this land or that land originally belonged to them, that's going to tie up property titles in the courts for years. And there's an urgent economic need to get property in private hands as quickly as possible. You want to get out of the command economy into the market economy. You don't want to do it slowly. You want to do it quickly. Or at least many countries wanted to do it quickly. And so we have to get into private hands. It doesn't have to be the private hands that were the original hands or descendants of the original hands, just any private hands. So you can do what Russia did. The Russian government just sold off these things to the highest bidder. Or you can instead do what the Czech government did, which is they issued shares or vouchers to private citizens. Private citizens could, for a very small amount, come to own some share in some of these nationalized businesses. Obviously, the Russian way of doing it raised more money. The Czech way of doing it was sort of fairer to the citizens, but in both cases, it doesn't really focus on the rights of the people it was originally taken from. However, the Czechs did have a compromise. They set a deadline. Now, it was a pretty early deadline. You had to rush to gain. It was like within a year or so. But if you claimed that some of this land, or some factories, or whatever it was that was seized by the government, if you wanted to claim that it belonged to your family and should be returned to you, you had to bring your court case before that deadline, and you had to hurry. They only allowed about a year. But if you bring it before the deadline, then the government promised that they would try and settle it via the court process. They'd try and sort out who originally had it. If you miss the deadline, then you're out of luck. Then the government would go ahead with its fast-track plan of privatization. So they tried to balance the two considerations. By the way, that's a picture of Prague, the capital of the Czech Republic. Yes, it really looks like that. Yes, it's really cool. Anyway, so these are the kinds of issues that a principle of rectification would have to answer. All right, so we've seen what Nozick's favorite approach is, the historical entitlement approach. And we've seen how it differs from the pattern and instate approaches. We haven't really seen what his argument for it is. And we've seen just sort of, impressionistic suggestions like, well, doesn't it kind of make sense that you want to see how this arose? But of course, although we do usually care about how things arose, we also do usually care about what their effects are and whether they're fair and so forth. So we haven't yet seen Nozick's argument for why the historical entitlement approach is superior to these other two approaches. And the next lecture, computer willing, will be on that subject. By the way, that, if you're wondering, is Torrey Pines Park in San Diego, which is my childhood home. San Diego, not the natural, not the state park, but anyway, so that's my background, both my personal background and the background on my screen. Here is what is intended to be the second lecture on Nozick, that ends up being the third because of the glitch. We've got 2 parts of lecture 48. Okay, onward. Last time we saw Nozick distinguishing between the historical entitlement theory and the other ones. So he distinguishes future-oriented theories, like end-state theories, like utilitarianism, that are concerned with what makes a distribution just is what good results it's going to have in the future. You got present-oriented ones, the pattern theories, egalitarianism being an example, where you compare the present distribution with some ideal pattern to decide if it's just. And then you've got the kind he favors, where Locke is the main inspiration here. A past-oriented one, we look at how it arose, and that's what determines whether it's just or not. And we mentioned that Rawls's theory seems to be a hybrid of end-state and patterned approaches. His default, the idea that the default you start with is equality, seems to be a patterned, present-oriented one. Then the idea that deviations from equality can be justified by benefit to the worst off counts as the future-oriented end-state version. Anyway, Nozick wants to reject both the end-state and pattern versions in favor of historical entitlement, and now we can see what his arguments are. He's got 2 main arguments for the historical entitlement approach. One of them is famously become known in the literature as the Wilt-Chamberlain argument, given the example that Nozick uses, and the other is the forced labor argument. All right, so here's how the Wilt-Chamberlain argument goes. Suppose that you're a fan of either a pattern or an end-state approach. So in that case, imagine a society that fits your favorite theory, that is just according to your theory. So if you're a pattern theorist, imagine a society where the distribution of holdings in that society fits your favorite pattern. If you're an end-state theorist, imagine a society where the distribution of holdings is the kind that's likely to bring about whatever end state it is you think is the right one. So start off imagining your ideal just society according to your favorite patterned and or end state theory. If you're a Rawlsian, you can combine the two, whatever. All right, so what that means is that everyone in the society you're imagining has the holdings they ought to have according to your favorite theory of justice. So that means that the present distribution of property in that society, not I that society, but in that society, is just. And that means that people who possess that property do it justly. All right, so now imagine that there's somebody who has certain talents that make him or her really in demand by others in society. They're a sports star, movie star, rock star, whatever. They do something. They do something that lots and lots of people want to pay them to do. So Nozick's writing in 1974, so that time one of the biggest sports stars in America, indeed in the world, is Wilt-Chamberlain. So Nozick picks Wilt-Chamberlain as his example. If you want to substitute someone more contemporary, go ahead. But Wilt-Chamberlain should do. All right, so Wilt-Chamberlain's really, really good at playing basketball. And so lots of people are willing to pay money to see him play. And so they pay him. Not directly. The fans don't go just to hand the money directly to him. It's more indirect. But ultimately, lots of money passes indirectly, for the most part, from the hands of people who want to see him play, ultimately to Wilt-Chamberlain himself. And so as a result, Chamberlain's going to make a lot of money. He's going to have a lot more money than the average person. So that, and remember the initial distribution, which was just, according to your favorite theory, now the initial distribution has shifted in Chamberlain's favor. But the initial distribution was the one you thought was just. So now if you've shifted away from the initial distribution, the question is, well, then is this new distribution unjust? If you're a pattern theorist, the new distribution is not going to match your favorite pattern anymore. And if that favorite pattern is what defines justice for you, you're going to have to regard it as unjust that Chamberlain has so much more money because he didn't in the original pattern. Or at least potentially. I mean, maybe you get more flexible on what counts as a pattern, but at least potentially, you're open to thinking that things are currently unjust now. Likewise, if you're an end-state theorist, it's possible, not necessary, of course, but possible that the new distribution won't have the same good results that made you like the original distribution. So what does that mean? Well, that means that this current situation where Chamberlain has all this money, people voluntarily paid him, you're going to have to regard that as unjust. And therefore, you have to be in favor of government intervention. You have to redistribute that extra wealth from Wilt-Chamberlain back to the people who originally had it. Which isn't going to make them happy because Wilt-Chamberlain's not going to play anymore, or at least he might not play anymore if it doesn't get paid. Probably won't. And so, the people wanted to pay him, and now they find the government taking the money away from Wilt-Chamberlain and giving it back to them. Chamberlain said, well, this sucks, and he quits. So Chamberlain's not happy. The people who paid aren't happy. But you're going to, if you think that the original distribution was what defined justice, then when people freely deviate from it, you're going to have the government restore the original distribution. And as long as people are free to do what they want with their property, as long as they're free to trade their assets with one another, the original distribution is never going to be stable. And so you're not just going to intervene once to fix the Wilt-Chamberlain problem. You're going to have to intervene constantly. You're going to have constant ongoing interference with people's use of their own property. Okay, so why is this threat of continuous governmental redistribution? Why is this supposed to be an objection to patterned or end-state theories, as opposed to just, why can't they just say, well, that's not a bug, it's a feature? People often think what Nozick is doing is offering an external criticism of those theories. An external criticism is one that's based on premises that the person or theory being criticized doesn't share. So an internal criticism is when you start from premises your opponent accepts, and you try to show that on the basis of those premises, your opponent's wrong. And external criticism is when you start from premises you accept, but your opponent doesn't, and tries to show that on the basis of your premises the opponent's wrong. Obviously, the internal criticism is harder, but more effective. So, for example, if I criticize a Muslim for doing something that the Bible forbids, that's an external criticism, because maybe I believe in the Bible, but the Muslim doesn't. Muslims don't accept the authority of the Bible. On the other hand, if I criticize a Muslim for acting in ways that the Quran prohibits, that's an internal criticism, because a Muslim does accept the authority of the Quran. Whether I accept it or not is irrelevant. Maybe I do, maybe I don't, but the point is that the Muslim accepts it. And so therefore, an internal criticism is usually more effective, because an external criticism you can always reply to by saying, well, I deny the premises. Remember that Socrates, when Socrates is arguing with people, he always draws, or nearly always, occasionally he'll just put forward some belief of his own without an explanation, but most of the time he will draw his premises from what the other person says, and therefore they can't just reject it so easily. All right, so a lot of people think that Nozick is just giving an external criticism of the pattern and end-state theories, and they think he's arguing like this. Premise 1. Patterned and end-state theories of distributive justice require constant government interference with people's property in order to maintain the favored distribution. Premise 2. Constant government interference with people's property violates people's Lockean natural rights. Therefore, 3. Patterned and end-state theories of distributive justice are mistaken. Now, you can see that if you think that's what Nozick's argument is, and you can see, well, the patterned and end-state theorists are not going to go for 2. Lockean natural rights are a backward-looking historical entitlement approach. If you don't accept 2, then you're not going to be moved by this argument. I can say, well, so a lot of people think, well, Nozick is just saying that these theories violate rights that Nozick believes in, but they don't violate rights that the patterned or end-state theorists are committed to believing in. However, that's not what Nozick's trying to do. Whether he's successful or not, what Nozick is trying to give, I think, is an internal criticism, not an external one. Ooh, another typo. 2 typos. An external one. I think you can see that he has an internal criticism in mind when he focuses on the fact that the property that they have is property they're justly entitled to have according to the opponent's theory. So he's appealing to what the opponents think when he starts with this initial starting point. It's not his initial starting point, it's theirs. So given that the initial distribution is one that's approved of as just according to his opponent's theory, that means that when the state interferes with people's use of their property, it's interfering with property titles that are just according to the opponents themselves. Because the idea is that if you own something, that gives you the right to make decisions about it. If you don't have the right to make decisions about it, you don't really count as owning it. So there's an anecdote that 20th century American philosopher Norman Malcolm tells about his mentor, Ludwig Wittgenstein, an Austrian philosopher by way of Britain, one of the most important philosophers of the 20th century. Though this is just basically a joke that Wittgenstein told. I don't think it tells us much deep about Wittgenstein, but it may tell us something interesting about Nozick, even though Nozick doesn't refer to it. It helps us see what Nozick's getting at. So Malcolm says that one time he was walking along with Wittgenstein, and on the walk, Wittgenstein gave Malcolm each tree that they passed, but with the reservation, they just pretended to give it. He didn't own the tree, but pretending to give it, with the reservation that Malcolm was not to cut the tree down or do anything to it, or prevent the previous owners from doing anything to it. With those reservations, it was henceforth Malcolm's property. In other words, here, this is your property. You can't do anything with it. You can't stop anyone else from doing anything with it, but it's yours. Well, what does that mean? I mean, the point of the joke is that something doesn't count as yours unless you're the one who gets to decide what happens to it. So the way that Nozick is thinking about it is that if the state claims the right to prevent you from transferring part of your money to Chamberlain in exchange for watching him play, then it's the state that is claiming to that extent to be the real owner of your money. Even if the item is sort of physically lodged with you, you're just the steward of it, not the owner, unless you're the one who gets to decide what happens to it. If someone else gets final say as to what you're allowed to do with it and what you're not, then they're the owner, not you. And why is this a problem? Well, if a pattern or end-state theory says up front, our view is that the state is the proper owner of all property. Then it would be consistent. And, there's an example. Robert Filmer essentially said the state, the king, was the proper owner of all the property in the kingdom. So he's an example of, I guess, a pattern theorist who would bite this bullet. But most pattern or end-state theorists don't think of themselves as claiming that they want to take everyone's resources away from them and give them to the state. Rather, they're claiming to propose to distribute to everyone justly what's previously been distributed unjustly. So the idea is that people are supposed to get the resources they justly ought to have. They usually don't say the state has been unjustly deprived of what it's entitled to. Usually they say people have been unjustly deprived of what they're entitled to. So if in fact the upshot of these theories is that really it's the state, not people, who owns all this stuff, then that is supposed to be a problem, as Nozick sees it, from the standpoint of pattern and end-state theories themselves. Unless you're a bold Filmerite who is willing to say that the state should own everything, but most of the time they don't want to say that. So rather than Nozick's argument being the one we described before, I won't read it again, but it's the one where what's wrong with the theories is that they violate Lockean natural rights, which would be an external criticism because these guys don't accept Lockean natural rights. Nozick's argument is actually as follows. Patterned and end-state theories of distributive justice require constant government interference with people's property in order to maintain the favored distribution. Constant government interference with people's property interferes with titles that are just according to the patterned and end-state theories themselves, since those are the titles authorized by the initial favored distribution. Therefore, pattern and end-state theories of distributive justice are self-defeating. They're self-defeating because they require you to violate the very titles that they themselves say are just. Now, maybe this argument works and maybe it doesn't, but it is an internal criticism, not an external one. So given this argument, Nozick thinks it doesn't matter if, as Rawls thinks, Will Chamberlain owes his talents mainly to luck. I mean, Rawls would say, either Will Chamberlain, just got his talents through the genetic lottery and just was born with these talents, and so he didn't do anything to earn them, or he did make an effort to develop them, and that's because he had a supportive social environment, and he didn't do anything to deserve that. So he doesn't deserve them. He doesn't deserve the money that flows from them. Well, Nozick's going to say, even if you decide to treat the word deserve so strictly the way Rawls does, so that Will Chamberlain doesn't deserve his talents or the money that come from them, still, as long as the initial distribution is the one approved by Rawls' theory, then by Rawls' own standards, people are entitled to their resources under his ideal conditions. And if they're entitled to those resources, they can transfer them to Will Chamberlain if they want to, in exchange for seeing him play. If you don't do that, then you have to say it's really the state that's entitled to everyone's resources, not Phil, the way Filmer would say. And that's not what Rawls wants to say. All right, so that was Rawls' first argument, the longer argument, the Will Chamberlain argument. His second main argument is the forced labor argument. It goes like this. Most people will agree that forced labor is wrong. Nozick doesn't offer an argument for forced labor is wrong, but he assumes, plausibly enough, that the people he's arguing against will mostly agree that forced labor is wrong. Forcing someone to labor is wrong, at least under ordinary circumstances. However, Nozick's going to argue that if you tax the fruits of someone's labor, that is morally equivalent to forcing them to labor. All right, so how does that argument go? Well, consider the standard case of forced labor. I put a gun to your head, and I force you to spend 3 hours building a tool shed for me. I say, build a tool shed for me or I'll shoot you. So you build the tool shed. It takes you 3 hours. After the 3 hours, I've got a new tool shed, and I say, okay, I'll let you go, for now anyway. All right, so Nozick thinks most people are going to recognize that's wrong. But suppose instead I don't do that. Suppose I don't come along with a gun and force you to build a tool shed for me. Instead, I wait till you start building a tool shed for yourself, which again takes 3 hours. I watch from a distance as you spend your 3 hours building what you think is going to be your tool shed. And once you're done, I come along. Now I bring my gun out. Say, stand back, and then I haul your tool shed away to use it for myself. Well, how different or how similar are these cases? In both cases, I am making it the case that you were actually working for me for 3 hours. In the first case, I just came along directly and forced you to work for me for 3 hours. In the second case, it was retroactive. In the second case, I came along, and by taking the product of 3 hours worth of your labor, I was retroactively making it the case that you were really working for those 3 hours for me, not yourself, although you didn't know it. So there's a difference. But from Nozick's point of view, the difference is just that in one case, my gun comes into the story at the beginning of the 3 hours. In the second case, my gun comes into the story at the end of the 3 hours. So in both cases, I use my gun to make it the case that you worked for me for 3 hours when you didn't want to. And so if the first case is wrong, and Nozick thinks the second case is going to be wrong for the same reason. So in other words, stealing the products of people's labor is equivalent to forcing them to labor for you. But Nozick then concludes that means that income tax must be wrong. Because you tax someone's income, what you're doing is you're taking forcibly the products of their labor. And that means that taxing income is wrong. Nozick thinks that the rules that apply to individuals apply likewise to government. That's why so many people want to derive anarchism from his position, which he didn't want. But sort of the first step toward anarchism is thinking that the same moral rules apply to government and to individuals. Now, not only is this an argument that income taxation is wrong, but it's also an argument that patterned and end-state theories must be wrong. Because patterned end-state theories can't say why it's wrong to take the fruits of people's labor. They can't see why it's equivalent to forced labor, because they're just looking to the future, not the past. So when I come in with my gun, they can see anything downstream from the gun. So if I'm coming with the gun at the beginning of the 3 hours, they can say, all right, I'm causing something to happen. But they don't look to the past. So if my gun only arrives at the end of the story, after you've already built the tool shed, then they're going to say, well, they're not going to look at that. They're not going to care how it arose. They only look to the future. So Nozick, in effect, is giving this argument. Forced labor is wrong. Income taxation is the moral equivalent of forced labor, so income taxation is wrong. Historical entitlement theories of distributive justice can acknowledge the wrongness of income taxation, but pattern and end-state theories cannot. Therefore, the historical entitlement theories are superior. Now, if taxation of income really is wrong, that is, if it's a violation of the principle of just transfer, then this is going to open up a wide scope for the operation of the principle of rectification, which is what comes into play when one of the other two principles has been violated. Now, Nozick doesn't say that much about what rectification should look like, compared with people like Rothbard. Nozick says a bit about it. Rothbard is much more interested in the details of rectification. We've already seen Rothbard arguing about how slavery reparations should work, which Nozick doesn't really talk about. In his book, The Ethics of Liberty, and in an earlier article, even more radical in the book, I think, Confiscation and the Homestead Principle, Rothbard argues that since state-owned enterprises are tax-funded, they're not the legitimate property of those currently controlling them. Since the people currently controlling them are agents of the state, that is, they're complicit in, they're allied with the organization that stole the money. Even if you didn't personally steal the money, if you didn't, even if you're not the thief, if you drove the getaway car, sorry baby, if you drove the getaway car, then you're complicit in the, well, he was forced to, that's a different story. Then you're complicit. And so the people who run state-owned enterprises are not morally entitled to them. However, you can't identify who the money was to come from, because there's vast numbers of taxpayers whose money is being used to fund vast numbers of projects, and you can't trace an individual dollar from one person's bank account into the bank account of any particular government project. So no individual taxpayer has a provable title to any of those projects. So this is like a case, from Rothbard's point of view, it's like a case where I stole the watch I'm wearing, but you can't identify the original owner. The person with the strongest claim to have the watch would be the original owner, but you can't identify who it is. However, since I'm the person who stole the watch, I'm the person with the least claim, the least valid claim in the world to the watch. So you can't find the person with the strongest claim, but I'm the person with the least claim. I shouldn't have it. So anyone else, any person at random, has a stronger claim than I do. They have a weaker claim than the real original owner, but you can't figure out who that is. And so anyone else can come along and just take my watch from me, as far as Rothbard's concerned. Well, it's not my watch, really, but the watch I possess. The first person to come along can take it. They can treat it as though it's unowned, because we can't identify the proper owner, and the current owner is not a proper owner, and so anyone else can come along and take it. So therefore, if you stroll into Al Capone's mansion, you're free to just take whatever you want. It might be risky, but it's morally justified because all that money is stolen. But likewise, then, if state-owned enterprise is illegitimate, then the first people to come along to want to use it, who are innocent, they get to have the right to homestead it. Now, usually the first people who come along are the people who are already using it, who aren't the controllers. So Rothbard thinks in most cases the employees of a state-owned enterprise are not themselves personally complicit in the theft, even if the people who run it are. And therefore, the employees have the first claim to the property. They're the ones currently using it, and so they can just seize it. So take the case of a public university like this one. Rothbard did say, well, not about Auburn, but about public universities in general, that the people who are the non-culpable people who are using it right now, the faculty, staff, and students, they have a joint right to seize the university, liberate it from government control. Now, at the time that Rothbard first wrote this, I mean, the article he wrote was in the 60s, and lots of students were interested in sort of seizing university buildings, but they were usually doing it from an anti-private property, anti-state property, just anti-property position. Rothbard is doing it from a pro-property position. Likewise, if there's a company that gets more than 50% of its revenue from the government, and the examples Rothbard gives are Dow Chemical and General Dynamics, because again, he's writing this during the 60s, Vietnam War. These are part of the military-industrial complex and getting big military contracts. He says, look, the managers probably have lobbied for this subsidy, and so they're complicit in the theft. So they don't have any right to control the company. So who has a right to control the company? Again, the other people who are using it, the employees. And so employees would have the right to seize the company. Now again, this is a period when lots of people are calling for employees to rise up and seize factories and stuff they worked in. But they were arguing for this from an anti-private property position. Rothbard's arguing for it from a pro-private property position. So the conclusion may look similar, but the argument's very different. Now, we don't know what Nozick would think of these specific examples, and Nozick is much vaguer about how to apply the principle of rectification. Rothbard had this radical revolutionary enthusiasm that you don't see in Nozick, and so it's harder to know how far Nozick would want to go along with what Rothbard was advocating. All right, so time for criticisms of the views that Nozick has here. Well, there's that symbol, which means that this may cut off soon, but if it does, I'll just try and restart it. All right, so one of the most common criticisms of Nozick is that he doesn't give adequate weight to the bad consequences, either the possible or the likely bad consequences of his policies. Now, although he's a deontologist, being a deontologist doesn't necessarily mean that you don't care about consequences at all. That might be true of Kant. But being a consequentialist just means you care solely about consequences. Being a deontologist means you don't care solely about consequences. You care about other things, but you could care about consequences somewhat and be a deontologist. Now, fiat justitia ruat caelum, let justice be done though the heavens fall, that's a popular deontological slogan. But most deontologists don't really have that kind of extreme indifference to consequences. Nozick in particular doesn't. Nozick says that the strong rights claims he's making can legitimately be overridden if it's necessary to prevent some moral catastrophe. So Nozick is open in principle to the idea that consequences can override these rights claims. And so therefore, this is an internal criticism of Nozick. It's a criticism Nozick has to take seriously, the claim that he hasn't given adequate weight to the bad consequences his policies might have. So remember that according to Nozick, whatever distribution of resources comes from starting with just acquisition and then having a series of just transfers and then rectifications whenever those are violated, if you apply the principles correctly, then the result's going to be just, no matter how unequal it is. So the critics say, look, what if it turned out that this extreme laissez-faire economy that would be implied by these principles, what if that were to result in massive and systematic inequality? Imagine a case where most people in the world are huddled in wretched poverty, and you've got a small elite living in luxury at the top, not the topic, but the top. If something that horrific arose from the application of those three principles, Nozick would have to say it's just. Seems like it's a problem. In fact, most critics don't think this is just a possible result. A lot of them think it's a likely result. You have an unbridled free market, you're likely to get this kind of vast, wretched inequality. Now, Nozick's position is, on the basis of economic views he holds, basis of sort of standard free market economics, he holds that, as a matter of fact, the kind of society that you'd get from applying these two principles really would be prosperous for everyone. However, suppose he's right about that. A lot of critics don't think he's right, but if he is, you can still have this sort of the counterfactual worry, the kind of worry you have in the Gaiji's ring case, or in these cases, that as long as as this claim that these principles would have good economic results, as long as that claim isn't part of his reason for supporting the principles, then that means he's still committed to endorsing the principles, even if they were to have mass impoverishment as a result, which means he'd be committed to endorsing mass impoverishment if it resulted from those principles. And you might think that's a problem. So you can contrast Nozick with Jan Narveson, one of whose pieces we're reading. Jan Narveson has views similar to Nozick's about private property and free markets, not quite the same, but similar. But Narveson explicitly defends free markets on the basis of their consequences. So Narveson is not committed to endorsing free markets if they should turn out to have horrible consequences. But you might think Nozick is. You might think that's a problem. So from the standpoint of Nozick's critics, even if it's true that mass impoverishment wouldn't be the result of unbridled free markets, you can still say, what if it were? Would that make mass impoverishment okay according to your theory? If it is, then your theory sucks. Just as the fact that Gaiji's ring is impossible. Remember the dispute between Cicero and the Epicureans. When Cicero asks, what would you do if you had Gaiji's ring? And the Epicureans say, Gaiji's ring is impossible. And Cicero says, I know it's impossible. But you can still ask, would it be okay to go around violating people's rights if you had it? And if the answer is yes, then your theory is a bad theory. Not because it's going to lead you to actually misuse Gaiji's ring, because there isn't one, but just because if it gives the wrong answer to that question, it's just wrong. Now, what this shows is that consequentialism and deontology both face very similar kinds of objections. I think people in each camp are often very aware of one half of these, but don't notice as much the other half. So, for example, here's a standard exchange from a deontologist's point of view. The deontologist says, well, consequentialist, you say we should do whichever action has the best results. But what if this awful action, X, had the best results? This action that no decent person would want. Wouldn't that mean you'd have to do this awful action? And the consequentialist replies, but there's no realistic scenario in which awful action X is going to be the one that has the best consequences. It's just a very unrealistic scenario imagining that. The deontologist replies, it doesn't matter whether it's a realistic scenario. As long as your theory is committed to saying that you ought to do awful action X if it had the best consequences, that's a problem with your theory, even if the scenario is not realistic. And the deontologist thinks this is a decisive problem for consequentialism. And that's basically how the Gaiji's ring argument works. And that's how Philippa Foot's organ donor argument works. But now reverse the case, and you have a very similar argument going the other way. So the consequentialist says to the deontologist, according to you, this action is inherently right, and you should do it. Even if it doesn't have the best consequences, even if it has bad consequences, we should still do it. Let justice be done though the heavens fall. But what if the action you say is inherently right had this awful result? Why? So the deontologist is holding up awful action X with good results. The consequentialist is worried about inherently right action with awful results. The deontologist is going to say something very similar to what the consequentialist said in the previous case, which is, in any realistic scenario, the inherently right action isn't going to have this awful result. Why? So in this case, mass impoverishment resulting from Nozick's principles. And the consequentialist critic is going to say, doesn't matter if it's a realistic scenario. It's a problem with your theory if your theory says that it would be okay to produce this awful result. Why? In the case where that was the result of your inherently right action. So the fact that these issues are mirror images of each other has led a lot of people to think that maybe you shouldn't be a pure consequentialist or a pure deontologist. Actually, very few deontologists are pure deontologists, just the way we define it. But anyway, maybe you ought to think that both the ontological and consequentialist aspects matter. You balance them against each other. You try and fiddle with your theory to avoid endorsing awful actions, but also to avoid endorsing awful consequences. But of course, it's one thing to say that the ideal theory ought to give weight to both deontological and consequentialist considerations. It's another thing to tell us how you balance them in any particular case. And so just saying this doesn't really resolve the disputes. You have to, the fight between the deontologist and the consequentialist still has to be waged on each individual issue. Right, so several years after he wrote Anarchy, State, and Utopia, Nozick remarked in passing, remember that he didn't, unlike Rawls, he didn't spend the rest of his career further elaborating the theory. After he wrote that, he said, well, I've done political philosophy, and he went on to other issues. But he remarked in passing in a couple of places that he no longer accepted the extreme rights claims he'd made in the original book. So lots of people concluded, aha, so he's repudiated libertarianism. And part of the support for this also was that he was involved in some kind of legal dispute with his landlord, who seemed to invoke rent control laws against his landlord. You'd think, well, a libertarian wouldn't approve of rent control, so he must have given up. Libertarian. Incidentally, his landlord was also a famous person. In this case, it was Eric Segal, the author of Love Story, which was made into a movie that everyone in my generation has seen, and probably no one in your generation has seen. But anyway, it was a really big movie at the time. Anyway, so Nozick was interpreted as having repudiated libertarianism. But he always denied that he had. And in his last book, he seemed to show that he hadn't really abandoned it, he'd modified it. So in his final book, Invariances, he sets out, among a bunch of other things, it's not mostly a political philosophy book, it's on other stuff, but the final section's on moral and political philosophy. And there he sets out what looks like a version of libertarianism, but it's a much more moderate and consequence-sensitive version of libertarianism than the kind that he developed in the first book. No one is interested, by the way. Everybody either wants to defend or attack Anarchy, State, and Utopia. It's got lots of fans defending it, lots of critics attacking it. Neither the fans nor the critics really wanted to say much or do much with the version in Invariances, so those are the breaks. Sorry, Nozick. All right, another question having to do with redistribution. So Rawls is affirming that it's okay to redistribute people's money by governmental force when doing that is necessary to benefit the worst off. And Nozick denies that. So it's really common for readers to assign Rawls and Nozick to very familiar political categories. So we can say, aha, Rawls is the left-wing, high-tax, pro-government intervention, pro-taxation, pro-redistribution, welfare state guy. That's the slot they stick Rawls in. And then Nozick is the right-wing, low-tax, anti-government intervention, anti-redistribution, free market guy. So we've already got these concepts in our ordinary political views. Also, Rawls seems to have books in his office, and Nozick seems to have a wall of glowing metal, perhaps from the saucer in which he landed. You can see that this is how the editors of your business ethics textbook are thinking. In the section on theories of economic justice, if you look at the first four authors, the four main authors that they've put there, it's pretty clear the reason that they picked these four authors, because they're trying to cover certain bases. So they've got Rawls, who's clearly supposed to represent a deontological defense of moderate egalitarianism and government intervention. And then they stick Nozick, who's the deontological defender of private property and free market libertarianism. And then they've got J.J.C. Smart, who's a consequentialist, not a deontologist, but he's defending broadly the kind of egalitarian position that Rawls was, though on a consequentialist rather than deontological basis. Then they've got Jan Narveson, who likewise is a consequentialist. So you've got a deontological, deontologist pro-equality, deontologist pro-liberty, consequentialist pro-equality, consequentialist pro-liberty, to oversimplify. That's clearly the way that they're thinking of these four thinkers, and that's why they picked those four. But that's oversimplifying things a bit. If you think of Rawls as the pro-redistribution guy and Nozick as the anti-redistribution guy, you're you're not seeing what they're really about. Because what Rawls and Nozick disagree about is not how much redistribution to have. That's not what the theories divided anyway. Maybe that's how I don't think it's even how the people divided. It's not how the theories divided. Rather, what the theories disagree about is what counts as a good reason for redistribution and which doesn't. Which is not the same question as how much redistribution to have. For Rawls, what justifies forcible redistribution is the need to improve the position of the worst off. So Rawls is open to certain forward-looking justifications for redistribution. He's not open to the backward-looking ones. For Nozick, what justifies forcible redistribution is the need to rectify past injustice. So Nozick has a backward-looking justification, Rawls has a forward-looking justification, but they're both open to potential justifications of redistribution. It's just that the reasons that they will accept are different. Now, as a matter of fact, given Rawls's views on economics, he does favor a fairly interventionist state. So you probably would get a fair bit of redistribution from a Rawlsian state. That is a kind of state that Rawls himself advocated. There's some people who've challenged that interpretation. I can think of a couple of people who've challenged it, but on the whole, that seems the usual interpretation is that given Rawls' own personal economic views, he probably would have been fairly interventionist. But Rawls' theory of justice doesn't by itself call for a lot of intervention and redistribution. What his theory of justice calls for is whichever economic system is best for the worst off. And the theory of justice in philosophical grounds is largely neutral on which one that is. That's a question for economics. Rawls has opinions about economics, but those aren't part of the theory of justice. So suppose that Nozick, rather than Rawls, should turn out to be right about economics. But then, in that case, what Rawls' theory of justice would call for is a free market, just like Nozick's. In that case, although the content of Rawls' and Nozick's theories of justice are quite different, they would have the same result if Nozick turned out to be right about economics. Because who's right about economics matters to what Rawls' theory predicts. It doesn't matter to what Nozick's theory predicts. Again, this is largely a disagreement between John Rawls and his son Alec Rawls. Likewise, Friedrich Hayek, who was one of the 20th century's biggest defenders of the free market, famously said he didn't have much to disagree with about Rawls' theory. He had some disagreements, but not that much. In fact, Hayek came up with a version of the veil of ignorance before Rawls. A lot of people have been puzzled about why Hayek doesn't have a stronger disagreement with Rawls, but I think it's because Hayek saw that the content of Rawls' theory of justice, if you applied it to Hayek's views about what's true in economics, is going to generate largely the same stuff that Hayek's own theory generates. So whether Rawls' theory calls for a lot of redistribution or not a lot is going to depend on which economic theory you combine it with. Likewise, whether Nozick's theory calls for a lot of redistribution or not a lot is going to depend on how you fill in the principle of rectification. Because remember, he argues for the kind of theory that has a principle of rectification, and he says some things about how you might make that more precise. But he doesn't actually fill it in. And so Nozickians can disagree with each other about what the best way of filling it in is, and they can have arguments for and against. Suppose that the right way of filling in the principle of rectification is like Rothbard's way, namely there's no statute of limitations. In that case, there's going to be some fairly massive redistribution required. So the idea that Nozick's theory, that a Nozickian doesn't want any redistribution, there's going to be a lot of redistribution if you have to redress all the Native American land claims. Of course, the basis for the distribution won't be the forward-looking one Rawls has, it'll be a backward-looking one that Nozick has, but it will be so. Moreover, even if you have a statute of limitations, and even if it has a very recent cutoff, say, we're only going to redress the evils that happened in the last 20 years, say, which is a much more recent statute of limitations than anyone's likely to defend. Even if you did, as long as Nozick thinks that thinks that taxes on income are illegitimate, that's going to mean that all the stuff that the government gets through taxing income is going to be illegitimate, all the stuff the government has, plus all the people who are the net beneficiaries of taxation, it's going to be open to take stuff away from them. Now, who are the net beneficiaries of taxation? A lot of people think, well, it's welfare recipients, because they're the ones who receive the taxes. Of course, there's a difference between saying that you are the net receiver of taxes and saying you're a net beneficiary of taxation, because you might think that taxation is used to create systems that in fact end up making the welfare recipients worse off, even if in fact what they're getting is tax money. At any rate, Nozick did not think that welfare recipients were the main beneficiaries of taxation. He thought the wealthiest people in society were likely, for various direct or indirect reasons, to be the net beneficiaries of taxation. And so Nozick said that if you apply the principle of rectification kind of broadly and loosely, more broadly and loosely, I think, than Rothbard would, if you just said, all right, we're going to assume that the wealthiest people in society are on the whole net beneficiaries and we're going to take money from them, Nozick said applying the principle of rectification is going to look a lot like applying Rawls's second principle, except it'll be for a temporary period. Once you've redressed the injustice, then you're done, and you don't need any more redistribution after that. So it would be different from Rawls to be open to perpetual redistribution. But Nozick himself said that in order to enforce the principle of rectification, you might have to do a lot of the kind of stuff that Rawls's second principle would allow. Moreover, you can imagine a Nozickian who wants more redistribution than a Rawlsian does. Imagine a Nozickian who accepts a version of the principle of rectification that favors a lot of redistribution, because there's a lot of past injustice to redress. And if you had, let's say, a Rothbardian version of the principle of rectification, there's going to be a lot to do. And so Nozickian would favor forcibly redistributing lots and lots of property. On the other hand, suppose you've got a Rawlsian who is against doing that, because he thinks that it wouldn't be best for the worst off people because of the uncertainty and dislocation that all that redistribution caused. So basically, a Rawlsian who has kind of Humean views about economics, say. So if you take Nozickian with the Rothbardian version of the principle of rectification, and a Rawlsian with a Humean view about security of property, you're going to end up with a high-tax Nozickian and a low-tax Rawlsian. So the moral of this is you have to be careful about us just assuming, when you see Rawls and Nozick, just assuming that they fit into familiar political slots. Philosophical positions usually are more complex, and they don't easily fit into slots because rather than just sort of accepting some slogan, they try and follow the logic of an argument. The logic of an argument doesn't always end up where the slogan that might look like it goes with that argument would go. All right, lecture 50. Nozick versus the Anarchists, part 1. So, Nozick's book, Anarchy, State, and Utopia, its goal is to defend the minimal state, meaning a state that's limited to protecting citizens' libertarian rights, their rights to life, liberty, and property. So, defending it against whom? Well, on the one hand, Nozick devotes about half the book to defending the minimal state against those who want more than that, or those who want a bigger state. In particular, he defends the minimal state against those who argue for a bigger state on the basis of patterned or end-state conceptions of distributive justice. So that's what we've seen. The other part of his book, the other half, is devoted to defending the minimal state from attacks in the other direction, from those who want less than the minimal state, that is, no state, namely the anarchists, and specifically the free market anarchists are the ones that Nozick in particular has to worry about. The reason he has to worry about the free market anarchists is because his own position is close enough to free market anarchism that you might easily worry that he's committed to free market anarchism. After all, he thinks that you have the right to do whatever you want with your own property. He even rejects legitimacy of taxation. It's not clear whether he's rejecting all taxation or just income taxation, but anyway, it's such a radical laissez-faire position that it seems to put him in the same neck of the woods with the free market anarchists, who are the ultimate radical laissez-faire position. So he needs to explain why his view is different, why he thinks that they're mistaken in taking these views and going in that direction with them. So first we need to understand what free market anarchism is and why the people who believe it. I'm going to look at that first, and then we'll see what Nozick's argument is against it. All right, so what's free market anarchism? It's the view that the few legitimate functions of government, because people holding this view mostly think that Most of what government does is not legitimate. But the few things it does that are legitimate, such as rights protection, should be turned over to private service providers competing on a free market. So no monopoly. The state doesn't have any right to a monopoly in these things. You can turn over. I mean, you can keep the state around if you want, but it'll just become one more security firm among others. So open up the, whatever the government does that's legitimate, protecting people's rights, protecting them from theft and murder and so forth, and having courts and all that. Those services should be made competitive services on a free market. Now, free market anarchists defend this on both consequentialist and deontological grounds. They differ among themselves as to which one's more important, but they generally will give at least both kinds of arguments. Consequentialist arguments tend to focus on competition being more efficient than monopoly. The deontological grounds tend to focus on the immorality of forbidding competition. If it's all right for the government to do something, what gives them the right to ban other people from doing it, given that the people in government aren't special, they don't have divine blood or anything like that. Now, over the course of history, a number of different thinkers had suggested the possibility that all legitimate government functions could be turned over to the free market. So Jean-Baptiste Say, who no one ever thinks of as being an anarchist because he only said this in a couple of places in passing, but he did say, well, actually, yeah, you could turn it all over to them. Actually, we see Thomas Paine essentially said the same thing too, though he didn't endorse it. He said it would work. Thomas Hodgkin did endorse it in Britain, Josiah Warren in America, but they didn't really work out much in the way of the details of how this might work. So the first person to say anything about the details, not as much as later thinkers would say, but still the first person to give any kind of detail as to how the proposal might work, was the Belgian economist Gustave de Molinari in 1849. So Molinari's argument was essentially this. He said, look, there are three possible ways to provide any good or service. You can provide it through monopoly, or through communism, or through competition. So under monopoly, a particular firm or particular family is granted an exclusive right to be the only one to provide that good or service. So let's take the shoe industry. If you have a monopoly in the shoe industry, that means it's a particular firm, particular company, or a particular family. They are the only ones allowed to manufacture and sell shoes. If you try to go and compete with them by manufacturing and selling your own shoes, you'll be forcibly suppressed by law. So that's what a monopoly is in the strict sense. And people sometimes use the term monopoly more broadly to mean some organization that manages to get to the position of being the only supplier in a market. But originally, a monopoly meant someone who didn't just happen to end up being the only supplier, but someone who was the only one allowed to be that supplier. So an official legal monopoly. Now, Molinari says, look, there's a famous problem with monopoly, which is, first of all, given there's no competition, monopolists don't have to worry about losing their customers if they provide lousy service or their prices are too high. As long as you prefer wearing my shoes to wearing nothing, and as long as you can just barely afford to pay the prices, I'll just produce all the crappy shoes I want at as high prices as I can afford to charge. So that's the problem. There's worry is that without competition, monopolists will have an incentive to abuse their monopoly position. But second, even if the monopolists are well-intentioned, they don't want to abuse power, still there's the problem that without the feedback that you get from competition, even a well-intentioned monopolist doesn't really know how good a job they're doing at satisfying their customers. And the customers can't really tell. Like, are the shoes okay? Yeah. But could shoes be made that they'd like even better? Well, they don't know. No one's doing it. They don't get to compare. They could try to imagine something else, but they're not allowed to make it. And so the monopolist, even if they're well-intentioned, doesn't really know what to be doing. So that's the first way of providing a good or service, monopoly. The second way is communism. Under communism, let's say for the shoe industry would become the communal property of the entire society, which means that rather than just one firm or family deciding how shoes should be made, we all jointly decide. Either we decide directly, we all get together and we vote on how many shoes to make and what kinds and how much to charge for them. Or else we vote for politicians who will then go and make those decisions. depending on whether it's a direct or indirect representative democracy. Now, communism tends not to work very well either, Molinari thinks. In the direct case, when the majority is just voting on things, well, the system is likely to favor the majority. Whatever kinds of shoes the majority likes are the ones that the majority is likely to vote for. And the minority who have unusually small or unusually large feet or whatever, they're not going to get they're not going to get their concerns addressed. So that's the danger. In direct democracy, the danger is the majority is going to rule. In indirect democracy, where you're electing politicians, the worry is that politicians are going to end up being more influenced by lobbyists and special interests than they are by the general public. Because the general public, they vote for them once every 4 years or 6 years or whatever it is. And then the rest of the time, the general public are too busy at their jobs and their lives to worry about what the politician's doing. Whereas the lobbyist spends, their whole career giving arguments to politicians and influencing them and bribing them if necessary. And so, if it's an indirect democracy or representative democracy, the special interests are going to have more effect on it than the general public. And again, so this is a case where people have bad intentions, but even when they have good intentions, you get the same problem with communism that you do with monopoly, which is, maybe everyone's allowed some input, but at the end of the day, there's just one plan that gets enacted. And you're not allowed to compare the plan with the other plans. Maybe you can debate about whether there should be another plan. But without actually trying out different plans, different people trying out different plans, just have one plan for the whole society, there's no way of telling how good or bad that plan is compared to other possibilities because you didn't try any other possibilities. So again, this should remind you of Mill about allowing different ways of living to compete against each other being a valuable way of providing information. So Molinari would agree with Mill about that. They have similar names too. Molinari in Italian means someone who owns a mill. Miller. He didn't own John Stuart Mill. They'd both be against that sort of thing. Okay. So when it comes to something like the shoe industry, Molinari is going to say the best way to provide a good or service is not either monopoly or communism, but rather competition. Then he asks, if that applies to things like shoes, why doesn't it equally apply to things like rights protection, security? He says, well, look, throughout most of human history, at least most of European history, what's the dominant form of political system people are familiar with? It's monarchy. What's monarchy? Well, monarchy represents the principle of monopoly applied to the market for security. Just as the shoe monopoly, there's just one firm that's allowed to make shoes and sell them. So under monarchy, there's just one firm, the royal family. Only members of the royal family are allowed to hold this monarchical position and provide whatever services the king provides. And the king and his family are the only ones who get to control the security apparatus within that territory. So if monopoly is not great for shoes, probably not going to be great for security either. Molinari thinks this is a reason not to have monarchy, which was still a controversial position in his day. During the period he was writing, although he was Belgian, he was living most of the time in France. France during the 19th century went back and forth between some form of republic or democracy, some form of monarchy, and then some form of dictatorship under the two Napoleons. It was just a constant turnover of different systems, none of which were terribly successful. Nowadays, says Molinari, there's a shift. Nowadays, even though monarchists are still around, the new emerging view that's popular in a lot of places and is coming about, in the New World colonies like in America, is democracy. Democracy, says Molinari, represents the principle of communism as applied to the market for security. Just as in communism, the shoe industry means that we all collectively own the shoe industry and we all collectively vote either on what the shoes should be like or on which people get to decide what the shoes should be like. So under democracy, the market for security is collectively owned by all of us jointly. And then we vote either with direct referendum or by voting for representatives who will decide how to run the security apparatus. And Molinari says, look, if it doesn't work well for shoes, there's no reason to expect it to work well for security. So he thinks there's a reason that people are always complaining about government. They're complaining the taxes are too high and that services are inefficient and the government abuses power. Those are exactly the results you would expect from applying either monarchy or democracy. That is either a monopolistic approach or a communistic approach. So Molinari's alternative is having competition, just as we have competing insurance companies, and you can buy insurance from whoever you want. So you can have companies that not only provide insurance, but actually provide courts or police. He doesn't say that much about whether the courts and police will be provided by the same company or different companies, but some thinkers have suggested in his tradition that it's probably a good idea if the companies offering the police services are different from the companies offering the court services. Sort of a balance of power there. Anyway, in Molinari's system, if you're not satisfied with your current provider of security services, you can just switch, just like switching from Verizon to T-Mobile. And there are historical examples of things like this. So in medieval Iceland, this example that David Friedman likes to talk about. In medieval Iceland, your chieftain was both your representative in the legislature and your local law enforcement guy, in effect. But you could switch chieftains without switching jurisdiction. You could just say, you could announce publicly, I no longer want to, sign up with Helgi. I want to sign up with Thorsten. And then Thorsten would become your chieftain. Anyway, so this is the kind of thing that Molinari has in mind. You don't like the kind of police services you're getting in your neighborhood. You don't like the courts. You'll just sign up with a different provider. And this is more efficient. If you can just change immediately, it's a more efficient way of having citizen feedback on the legal system than having to wait 4 years and then trying to get 51% of your neighbors to vote for someone else. So this increased ease of exit, Molinari thinks, is going to give security providers an incentive to give high-quality service at a low price. Well, whereas the state, given that it doesn't have this kind of competition, does not have an incentive to do that, and that's why the state is famous for having low-quality services at a high price. All right, so I mentioned David Friedman before. He's a modern-day free market anarchist working in the same tradition as Molinari. He's also the son of economist Milton Friedman, who was not an anarchist, though they were both free market guys. So Friedman, in his book, The Machinery of Freedom, gives the following argument as to why he thinks that a competitive system is better than democracy. So he says, you can compare 1968 Fords, Chryslers, and Volkswagens, but nobody will ever be able to compare the Nixon administration of 1968, which is, he's the one who actually won that year, with the Humphrey and Wallace administrations of the same year. They were running against him. It is as if we had only Fords from 1920 to 1928, Chryslers from 1928 to 1936, and then had to decide what firm would make a better car for the next 4 years. Imagine buying cars the way we buy governments. 10,000 people would get together and agree to vote, each for the car he preferred. Whichever car won, each of the 10,000 would have to buy it. It would not pay any of us to make any serious effort to find out which car is best. Whatever I decide, my car is being picked for me by the other members of the group. Since that's analogous to the way that we pick politicians, you don't get to try out, you don't get to compare the Trump presidency with the Hillary Clinton presidency, with the Bernie Sanders presidency, with the Jill Stein presidency, with the Gary Johnson presidency, and whoever else was running. Forget the guy in New Hampshire with the boot on his head. You don't get to try those out the way you can try out different phone service providers, different internet providers, different insurance companies, see which one likes best. But in this case, you have to go with whichever one the majority of people vote for, and then next, you have to wait 4 years or 6 years or whatever to have another choice. All right, so those are some of the consequential arguments that free market anarchists make for their position. But there are also deontological arguments. So take, for example, Murray Rothbard, another 20th century economist, free market anarchist, whose had a theory of rights that was very much like Locke's, very much like Nozick's, but he placed it on an Aristotelian foundation. Whereas Nozick, it's hard to know how to describe his foundation. It's a sort of a mixture of Aristotelian and Kantian in Nozick's case, I think. Anyway, so Rothbard argued that, given this basic equality and liberty and independence that we all have, according to Locke, it's wrong for one institution, whether it's a monarchy or a democracy, for one institution to claim a territorial monopoly. In other words, which is what the state is, the territorial monopoly of security services in a given area. It's wrong to claim a right to do things that the citizens aren't allowed to do, because people in government aren't superhumans. They're not different kinds of people from the rest of us. They have the same rights as everyone else, not more, not less. And therefore, if the government claims rights to do things that other people don't have, then that's immoral. Therefore, anything that is legitimate for the government to do is legitimate for anyone else to do. Anyone else can offer a service to do the same thing the government's doing, and they can offer to do it better or cheaper or whatever. All right, so here's some examples of standard objections and standard replies in this literature. So here's an objection someone might have to market anarchism. They might say, look, suppose I claim that you stole my wristwatch and you say you didn't, and we're clients of different security firms. And so, you're going to call your firm to try and arrest me because I stole your watch, and I'm going to call my firm to protect me against being arrested by your firm. Well, there's no Supreme Court, there's no overarching Supreme Authority here, there's just competing firms. So how do you resolve these disputes? Aren't the disputes just going to end up in violence? Aren't the different isn't my security firm going to go to war with your security firm? Isn't that the problem with this system? Okay, a standard reply that the anarchists give is, well, they think competing security firms are less likely than governments to choose violence over negotiation. Now, of course, governments sometimes choose negotiation, and sometimes they choose violence, they go to war. But what the free market anarchists claim is that the incentives are such that firms are less likely to choose violence than governments are. And the reason is violence is costly. It costs more money to go to war with someone than to just go to arbitration with them. And governments can afford, at least more often, to go to war because they don't have to pay all the costs themselves. They can just raise taxes to support their wars, raise taxes, or they can do deficit spending, which is in effect sort of raising taxes indirectly. And therefore, they're sort of externalizing or socializing the costs of the war. Because the customers, the taxpayers, can't switch. And if it's a government, they can't switch to another government. Well, they could maybe if they left the country. Most people don't find that cost-effective or desirable or convenient to leave the country. Of course, the United States keeps taxing people even if they leave the country, which is fairly unusual in international relations. But anyway, a private firm, if it starts raising its premiums, people can just switch to a cheaper company. And so the argument is that a firm has more incentive, private firm has more incentive than government to keep costs down. And therefore, a private firm is going to be more reluctant to resolve things through violence than government's going to be. And even governments don't always resolve disputes with other governments with violence. They use negotiations more often. But anyway, the idea is that the security firms would be even more inclined to be pacific than governments. So here's another quote from David Friedman that's supposed to express this idea. Consider our world as it would be if the costs of moving from one country to another were zero. Everyone lives in a house trailer, so you can just easily move. Everyone speaks the same language. So, if you move to a country, you don't have to worry, you don't have to worry about not being able to speak the local language. So it imagines like it's really, really cost-free to relocate. One day, the president of France announces that because of troubles with neighboring countries, new military taxes are being levied, and conscription will begin shortly. The next morning, the president of France finds himself ruling a peaceful but empty landscape, the population having been reduced to himself, 3 generals, and 27 war correspondents. So in other words, if it were cost-free to relocate, then as soon as one government starts saying, well, we're going to go to war, and so we're going to raise taxes and draft people or whatever, if it were cost-free, people would relocate. Now, in the real world, it's not cost-free to relocate, which is why people usually stay in their country. But the idea that Friedman is suggesting is, if under free market anarchism, it's as though you could move cost-free away from your government. You just switch to a different service provider. You don't actually have to physically move, and it's it's pretty close to being cost-free to just call up and switch your service. Well, another objection people often give is, well, doesn't but you're talking about these different local groups. Sounds like they're vigilante groups or something that sounds like the Wild West, doesn't it? Well, free market anarchists say that's not so bad if it's like the Wild West. Contrary to the way that the Wild West is portrayed in Hollywood movies, if you look in the real world, levels of violence in the Western frontier weren't that high. There were lots of areas where governments didn't have much in the way of control. But there were these incentives to cooperate of the kind that people like Axelrod talk about, and they tended to create these bottom-up legal institutions that managed to secure peace among the settlers, and also even between the settlers and the Indians, not always perfectly, but for example, that book there, The Not So Wild Wild West by Terry Anderson and Peter Hill, they argue that, in fact, these legal institutions that sort of emerged spontaneously when there was no government presence enabled the settlers to deal peacefully with the Indians far more often than the federal government did or wanted to. Once the federal government came in, but just started, either killing the Indians or just driving them off the land. Another objection, and this should be familiar from going back to our public goods lecture from a while ago, what about defending a country against military invasion? How could the free market, how could a competitive market do that? Isn't that a public good? Because remember, the worry about military defense is that if it's successful, everyone in the area gets defended, whether they contributed to it or not. So the worry is that that will get undersupplied. Well, in answer, the free market anarchists point to what they claim is a long history of successful solutions, non-coercive solutions to public goods problems. I talked about some of their arguments back in lectures 26 and 27. They also say, well, look, markets and governments both have this tendency to generate some perverse incentives. So markets generate these public goods problems, but governments generate public choice problems. What are public choice problems? Well, they are, in particular, the cases where people in power, politicians and bureaucrats, have an incentive to exploit their position, in their own interest, and so they do things that are, not beneficial. You could also think of it as a principal-agent problem. If the politicians are supposed to be our agent for us, the problem is how do you control your agent to make sure they act in your interest rather than their own interest, especially if you send the agent off to Washington, you give them lots of power, and you can't really, call them back until 4 years are up, and then you can't call them back yourself. You have to get 51% of your neighbors to call them back. So even if markets have these public goods problems, governments have these public choice problems, but, said the anarchists, the difference is that public goods problems tend to be self-solving. They tend to create their own solutions. Why is that? Well, here's the idea. Whenever you've got a public goods problem, you've created an incentive to solve it. Because any entrepreneur who can figure out how to supply a public good without government coercion stands to make a profit. So if someone just says, well, I don't see how broadcast TV could work. Or broadcast radio. You're just sending these programs out to everyone for free. They get them whether they pay for them or not. What's your business model? But someone who stands to figure out a way to make it work, like, hey, we'll sell ads, and ads are a private good for the advertiser, because the advertiser, we don't play the ads unless they pay us. So the advertisers have an incentive to play these ads, to pay for us to play these ads on our program, and that pays for the program. So when you've got an incentive to figure it out, you're more likely to figure it out. So public goods problems, when there is a solution, of course you might worry that sometimes there just isn't any solution, but when there is a solution, the public goods problem creates the incentive for entrepreneurs to figure out how to solve it. By contrast, the claim is that public choice problems are not self-solving. They tend to be reinforcing. Because the voters are a large, dispersed group. They're distracted. They're busy with their jobs. They only get to vote every 4 years or 6 years or whatever to recall the politicians. They just, they're not really in a good position to be able to exercise that much control over the politicians. And any one vote has such a minuscule impact on the election that the average voter doesn't have that much incentive to become informed or to watch what's going on. Moreover, the anarchists also say, the way things work in government is when a program in government isn't failing, when a program in government isn't working, when it's failing, what's the usual suggestion? Give it more money, throw more money at it. Now, the private sector works the other way around. When something isn't working, when something isn't functioning well, then customers don't buy as much from that program, and so its revenue goes down. So when government programs fail, the revenue goes up. When private programs fail, the revenue goes down, as a rule. And so the argument is that that means that in effect, government programs are getting rewarded for failure. The more they fail, the more money gets thrown at them. It doesn't create that much of an incentive to resolve the problem. Whereas if a private sector program is failing, it'll get punished by losing money. And so either it'll have an incentive to reform, or it'll just go out of business and stop being a problem. Unless, of course, they can get government to step in and bail them out, which, of course, on this argument is going to happen sometimes. But when the government bails them out, that's a problem arising from government, the anarchists would say. So they say, look, if you worry about perverse incentives, the perverse incentives that government generates are far harder to deal with than the perverse incentives that the market generates. Moreover, they say, look at the Russian Revolution and the Spanish Civil War. In both those revolutions, they had anarchist militias. They weren't free market anarchists by any means. They tended to be communistic or collectivistic in their approach. But anyway, there were anarchist militias in those wars, and they fought just as well, performed just as well as the government troops did. Even though they were organized very differently, especially in the Spanish Civil War, the troops elected their own officers, and the kind of deference that you're used to in the military of people to their superior officers. A bunch of anarchists, they didn't go for that. So you didn't have habits of deference. Often people wouldn't obey an order unless they understood why there was a good reason for it. All these things that people say, well, that's terrible discipline, they wouldn't work well. And they say, well, look, these anarchist militias did just as well as the government troops did in these wars. The objection is going to say, well, what do you mean these anarchist militias did well? In both the Russian Revolution and the Spanish Civil War, the anarchist militias were defeated. And the anarchist answer is, well, so were the government troops. In the Russian Revolution, the government troops, the ones resisting the revolution, the Tsarists, got defeated by the Bolsheviks, and the anarchist militia, which was fighting against both of them at various points, got defeated by the Bolsheviks. In the Spanish Civil War, it was the Republican government and the Marxists and the anarchists, all three in alliance with each other, though they weren't happy with each other, but they all in alliance with each other, against the fascists. And the fascists defeated all three groups. So yeah, the fascists defeated the anarchists, but the fascists also defeated the government. So, so the anarchists are going to claim the fact that these anarchist militias were defeated, given that the government troops were also defeated, doesn't show that they're inferior to government troops. And you can have whatever response you want to that. Another worry that's often raised is, look, if the protection of rights becomes a business for money, a fee-for-service industry, well, the worry is the people with the most money are going to dominate the system. If justice is a commodity to be bought and sold, then the rich people will buy all the justice for themselves. And then what about the people who can't afford the fees to become clients of a security firm? Then they'll be defenseless. What about that? The usual free market anarchist answer is, actually, it's the present system that makes people with the most money dominate, because it's actually easier for the rich to have influence over a government monopoly than over a competitive market. Because government monopoly, there's often just going to be one particular politician or bureaucrat who's in charge of your particular issue, and so you just have to influence them. In particular, let's say you're trying to bribe some politician to do something. Well, the politician isn't controlling his own money; he's controlling taxpayers' money, and so you could bribe a politician $1,000 to direct $1 million of taxpayer money your way. Now, you couldn't bribe someone who personally had $1 million. You couldn't bribe someone with $1,000 for them to spend $1 million on you because they wouldn't gain in that transaction. But if they're not spending their own money, they're controlling taxpayers' money, and they can't have complete control over it, so they can't just give it to themselves, but they could give it to you in exchange for a bribe. That's much easier than sort of having to try to bribe all the different security firms in the market. And if a particular firm gets a reputation as being one that takes bribes from the rich people, then no one's going to trust it anymore. And it'll lose customers, is the argument. Moreover, they say, look, actually, the non-rich are collectively a bigger market than the rich. Why doesn't McDonald's specialize in $50 caviar burgers? After all, the rich are the ones with the money, right? And so why not focus on the rich? Why not focus on products specifically aimed at the rich? Well, of course, there are companies that do focus specifically on products for the rich, but most of those companies are not as successful as McDonald's because the non-rich buy a lot more stuff than the rich do. And so even people who aren't rich would still be a market that security firms had to be concerned about. Then on the question of what happens to people who are too poor to pay the fees to become clients of one of these private security firms, the argument is, look, nowadays there already are thousands of firms providing pro bono legal services. Means that they provide them free to people who need them. So I think, well, if that exists already in our society, you should expect it to exist in a free market anarchist society too. Plus, these guys say, because they think that governments tend to suppress productivity and prosperity, they think that a free market anarchist system would be much more prosperous than ours. And that would mean that, first of all, there'd be fewer poor people because it'd be so much more prosperous, and so many more avenues for people to work their way up out of poverty. And second, for those people who still do need help, people would be much better positioned to give charitably to help them. And so there'd be more charity available for a smaller number of poor people, and so they'll solve the problem, so they argue. Another objection. Well, look, why aren't organized crime groups going to take over, from the mafia to street gangs? After all, they're always specialists in competing protection rackets. Aren't these security firms kind of like competing protection rackets? So why wouldn't organized crime just flourish in an environment like this? The usual answer is that organized crime is made possible by government. So what do criminal gangs specialize in? The goods and services that they provide are ones that people want, but they're either banned or highly restricted. So consensual crimes like drugs, prostitution, gambling, those are things that are either illegal, absolutely, or else when they are legal, they are very tightly restricted, regulated, and controlled. So the supply is very narrow. And that makes them highly profitable. The smaller the supply is, the more you can charge. If drugs were legal, then the price would fall. That's why back in the days of alcohol prohibition, and it's when alcohol became prohibited that organized crime got involved in alcohol, providing alcohol. It was very attractive to them because when alcohol is illegal, then the supply is restricted, so you can charge a lot more for alcohol. And a lot of the organized crime people were very unhappy when alcohol became legal again, and that's when they started getting into drugs instead. And also, when a market is illegal, it's a lot riskier to engage in it. And so you need people who are comfortable with risk, and people who are comfortable with violence. And so as a result, banning these services attracts people who are comfortable with violence and want big profits. So, during Prohibition, providers of alcohol used to have shootouts with each other in the street. Nowadays, providers of alcohol don't have shootouts with each other in the street. You don't see the Bud Light truck and the Coors Light truck and the driver shooting at each other. That's because they're no longer illegal. Now, the anarchist argument is that under free market anarchism, those markets would no longer be illegal. Things like drugs, prostitution, gambling wouldn't be illegal. Why not? I mean, given that these guys are libertarians, they think you should be free to do whatever you want. with your own life and property so long as you don't interfere with anyone else's right to do likewise with theirs. So they would be in favor of not banning drugs and prostitution and gambling. But why do they think, given that in a free market anarchist society you can't assume everyone's libertarian, why wouldn't people support firms that would ban those things? Well, here's the argument. The argument is, even if you want to ban drugs or prostitution or alcohol or tobacco or gambling or riding a motorcycle without a helmet or whatever it is you want to ban, it's one thing if all you have to do in order to express your preference is to go into a voting booth and vote, either for a referendum that says, yeah, ban it, or for a politician who says they're going to ban it. That's pretty cost-free for you to do. However, under free market anarchism, if you have to pay for the services you want, suppose you get your monthly premium in the mail and you see this amount to protect you from other people's force and fraud, and then this amount to protect you from this additional amount to make sure that your neighbors aren't smoking marijuana or whatever. And even if you're really fanatical or you have enough money, you might be willing to pay for that. But the number of people who would be willing to demand those laws when they actually have to pay for their enforcement over and above just the enforcement of libertarian rights, the argument is that that's going to be a deterrent, and therefore you're going to get a lot less of victimless crime laws under free market anarchism. And thus the very things that make organized crime profitable would go away. Well, another objection, how do you trust a system like this that's never been tried? The answer is, well, maybe nothing precisely like what free market anarchists advocate has been tried, but things very similar to it have been tried. There's a long tradition, long history of non-state legal systems. They're not always exactly the same as what the free market anarchists advocate, but they use a lot of the same principles. They say, look, they seem to have functioned pretty peacefully. They seem to have worked pretty well. Well, then the objection is, well, all right, you look at all these historical cases of non-state legal systems, but they all came to an end, right? So didn't they all fail? Isn't this means there's something wrong with these systems? The answer is, well, history is filled with societies that have government legal systems. And those all failed too. I mean, since they went out of existence, most legal systems in the past eventually went out of existence. Some of them lasted a long time, some of them lasted a short time. Some of the non-state legal systems we're talking about, let's say like the medieval Icelandic system, which lasted from 930 to 1262. So that's over 300 years. The United States hasn't existed 300 years yet. So can we say that a system is a failure because it went out of existence, even if it even if it lasted longer than the U.S. has so far? Reminds me of that line from the movie Metropolitan, where the main character is a proponent of this sort of a farm commune system by the French utopian thinker Fourier, and someone else says to him, well, wasn't it a failure? He says, what do you mean a failure? He says, well, it went out of existence. I call that a failure. He says, well, every person goes out of existence. Does that mean every person is a failure? Anyway, for some info about some of these historical cases of non-state legal systems, if you're interested in the details and how good or how bad a case they make for free market anarchism, I gave a list of several books back in lecture 35, but also there's this article by Tom Bell. It doesn't cover some of the more recent literature, but it's really useful about some of the older stuff. And if someone has the objection that Tom Bell looks like a supervillain, yeah, Tom Bell does look like a supervillain. So that may be an objection to free market anarchism that the anarchists don't have any really good answer to. Anyway, so when Nozick's book came out, so spends half his book talking about pattern theories and in-state theories and utilitarianism and egalitarianism and Rawlsianism, and everyone knew why he was talking about those things. This Rawls was a leading political thinker in this field. Of course, he has to talk about Rawls. Utilitarianism and egalitarianism are really influential. Of course, he has to talk about them. But they spent the other half of the book talking about these free market anarchists and trying to refute free market anarchism. And most of the readers never heard of it. In fact, a lot of them thought that he'd made the idea up. You often see people referring to Nozick's idea of competing security firms as though he had invented it, because I mean, Nozick talks about the people who came up with the idea, but he talks about it in the footnotes, or actually they're endnotes. They're in the back of the book, and a lot of people just read the chapter and they don't read the endnotes. And certainly he made the idea a lot more famous than it had been before. But why does Nozick feel the need to talk about the free market anarchists? Well, Nozick had been a member of Murray Rothbard's circle, and so he'd been converted not to anarchism, but to libertarianism, the view that you've got the right to do whatever you want with your own life and property, as long as you acquired the property honestly, and as long as you respect the equal right of others to do likewise with theirs. So, broadly speaking, Nozick's entitlement approach. He'd been converted to that position by Rothbard and a bunch of other anarchists who are hanging out in the Rothbard circle. And of course, the arguments that Rothbard and his friends were giving for libertarianism, they took them to be arguments as well for a specifically anarchistic version of it. Given that in both his ethical premises and his economic premises, Nozick is so similar to the free market anarchists, he needs to explain why he reaches a different conclusion from them as to whether we ought to have a state, whether a state can be legitimate. And so in this lecture, he talks about what the free market anarchist case for their position is. Next time we're going to look at what Nozick's position is against that. There's Torrey Pines again, and here's Nozick again. So this is the second half of the discussion of Nozick versus the anarchists. So last time we saw what the free market anarchist position is and why Nozick thinks he has to deal with it, because it's close enough to his own view. He has to explain why he advocates a minimal state rather than no state. And so here is his argument against free market anarchists. So his criticism of free market anarchism has got two goals. First, he wants to show that free market anarchism is unstable, that it wouldn't last, that it would inevitably evolve into a territorial monopoly, into a state. So if someone says, why shouldn't we have anarchy instead of a state? If the answer is anarchy necessarily evolves into a state, well, that's a good answer, right? It's like, why should we have A instead of B? Because if you want B, it's just going to turn into A, so you might as well work on trying to get the best A you want rather than getting whatever kind of A is going to come out of B. So this is going to be a reply to the anarchist economic arguments. They're arguing that on the basis of economic efficiency, the free market anarchist system is going to do better. He says, no, it's actually not going to do better because it's going to turn into a territorial monopoly. His second argument is to try to show that in this transition from free market anarchy to a monopoly state, this could happen without anyone's libertarian rights being violated. So he's not just saying it's inevitably going to happen because people are going to violate rights. Rather, it's inevitably going to happen. You could justly, a security firm could justly evolve into a state and squelch its rivals. It could do this without violating anyone's rights. That's a particularly surprising claim from the standpoint of the free market anarchists, because here we have a security firm that is offering services of rights protection. It wants to ban other firms from offering the same services. How can you justify prohibiting others from doing something that's justified for you to do? So if you can show that a firm, a private security firm, one of many, could legitimately, justifiably turn itself into a monopoly by forbidding all its competitors, that would be an important reply to the anarchists' rights-based or deontological arguments. So those are the two arguments he's going to give. So we'll start with the first one, the argument that that anarchy necessarily evolves into a state. So his critique of the anarchists in this half of Anarchy, State, and Utopia is very similar to his critique of the end state and pattern theorists in the other half of the book. Remember, with the end state and pattern theories, he says, all right, start off with your desired system. Imagine starting off with your desired system. And I'm going to show you that it inevitably breaks down because people want to pay to see Will Chamberlain play. So he's going to do the same thing here. He's going to say with the anarchists, all right, imagine your favorite system. I'm going to show you that it's going to break down and turn into its opposite. Not its opposite, but it's not it. Now, a lot of critics of free market anarchism just assume that the reason the system is unstable is because security firms are going to go to war with each other. Nozick isn't assuming that. He thinks that's a possibility, but it's not the only possibility. Instead, here's how he's going to argue. He's going to say, look, either the firms are going to resolve their disputes by violence, for the most part, or they're going to do it by arbitration, for the most part. Now, the anarchists think, well, if they do it by arbitration, then yay, that shows free market anarchism works. Nozick's answer is no. He thinks a state will arise in either case. He thinks if competing security firms resolve their disputes by violence, this will inevitably lead to the rise of a state. But if instead they resolve them by arbitration, this too will inevitably lead to the rise of a state. So either way, you're going to get a state. That's sort of the unique part of Nozick's argument. All right, so let's take the first option first. This is the free market anarchists don't think this is the likely option, but Nozick says, well, we'll cover both options. Suppose they generally just do resolve their disputes through violence. When one firm and another disagree, rather than arbitration, most of the time they just shoot it out. Suppose that's what happens. Well, there are two possibilities. Either you're going to, when these you get these firms fighting, either there are going to be some firms that typically win out over the other ones. They're going to be unequally matched. And so you're going to get some sides winning and other sides losing. Or else they'll be about equally matched and conflicts will tend to end in stalemate. So if there's conflict, either these are conflicts between equals or between unequals in strength. All right, suppose the first option. Suppose some firms typically tend to win out over the other ones. In that case, what's going to happen? Well, the losing firms are either going to get defeated and absorbed into the winning firms, or else they're going to move away from the territory. Because if you can't protect your clients, if every time you have a conflict with the larger firm wins, your clients are going to start leaving you, and so either you're going to have to leave the territory and look for clients elsewhere, or else you're just going to have to allow yourself to be absorbed into the larger and more powerful security firm. And so, if where there's one firm that's dominant, if other firms tend either to move away or to get absorbed into it, then eventually that firm won't just be dominant in the territory, it will be the monopoly. And so in effect, it'll be a state. So here's a visual representation. So the first one, the big circle represents a geographical area, and then the three different colors represent three different security firms. And because they're not territorial initially, they have, they're not all concentrated in any one given area. Just as, if you looked at, who all the Verizon clients, who all the T-Mobile clients, who all the AT&T clients are in your neighborhood, they wouldn't have all the AT&T clients, clustered in one neighborhood and all the Verizon elsewhere. They just be scattered like this. However, suppose that whenever there's a conflict, suppose that the red security firm is stronger, more powerful than the other two, and so whenever there's a conflict, it tends to win. Well, then gradually more and more people switch to the red firm, because you don't want to join up with a firm that always loses, and you're not going to get anything out of that. You want to be on the winning side. So more and more people start switching to the red firm. And eventually what's going to happen is that some of the firms, in this case the orange firm gets absorbed into the red firm. The green firm just relocates. So at the end of the only clients the green firm can find are outside the area. And so eventually the whole area just becomes a monopoly state. The red firm, by either absorbing its competitors or driving them out, eventually becomes the supreme dominant monopoly in that geographical region. And so now it's a state. So that's the dynamic. In cases where one firm tends to win over others, that's the dynamic that Nozick predicts. Now suppose instead that when the firms go to battle with each other, they're equally matched. So conflicts tend to end in stalemate. Neither one manages to try to completely subdue the other. Well, he thinks in that case there's going to be a tendency to divide the turf between them. After all, suppose you're a client of firm A and your neighbor's a client of firm B, and if you have a conflict with your neighbor, you know that your firm and their firm are just going to fight it out, and nothing's going to get resolved. And so it's really inconvenient for you to live near people who are members of a different or clients of a different security firm. So there'll be a tendency for people to relocate. You'll want to prefer neighbors who have the same security firm you do. And so the territory will tend to get divided between in this case, the two firms. And so eventually you'll get all the clients of firm A in this area and all the clients of firm B in this area. And so now you've got two territorial monopolies. Neither one's a monopoly over the whole territory, but each one has got a subdivided territory. And so once again, you end up with security firms becoming territorial monopolies. So here's another visual representation. In this case, I'm going to go with 3 firms rather than 2, but here you go. This is the same starting point as before, but now we're still assuming that they resolve their disputes through conflict. But now, this time, we're assuming that the red firm is not more powerful than the other 2 firms, instead that they're all about equally powerful. And so there's a tendency for there to be a relocation. So you notice what's happening in the in the first picture. You've got red, green, and orange clients are scattered all over the place. But in the second picture, they're starting to shift into groups. It hasn't been completed yet. You can see there's still, one red client holding out among the, the green area, and you've got a couple of gold clients, one, over with the greens and one over with the reds. The greens are starting to clump together more than the other 2, but what you're getting now is a shift toward being a client of a particular firm being associated with a particular subdivision of the territory. And eventually, if that continues, and the reds start clumping together, and the oranges start clumping together, and the greens start clumping together, eventually you'll get this, that, now you get 3 territorial states, not 1. No one's a monopoly over the whole area, but each one has subdivided it. So now you've got 3 separate countries, and the dominant security firm in each area is the government of that new country. All right, so those are the 2 things that can happen if the firms tend to resolve their disputes by violence. Now, the free market anarchists aren't that worried about those arguments because they don't think that the firms are going to usually resolve their disputes through violence. They think that they have economic incentives to resolve them through negotiation and arbitration. Okay, says Nozick, suppose you're right. Suppose instead they resolve their disputes through negotiation. What happens? Well, it's not as though every time you have a conflict, it's like the first time ever, and you have to figure out from the start what to do. Gradually, they're going to be arbitration agreements and contracts, and kind of understandings will emerge among the various security firms. So if there's a conflict between my firm and yours, they probably already have in place some arbitration agreement. And if the 2 of them have a conflict with some third one, well, they probably already have an arbitration agreement with them too. So you gradually get this emerging network of arbitration agreements among these firms. Nozick says, well, look, ultimately, this ends up turning into a single legal system. If there are agreements among all the different firms as to how to resolve disputes, then in effect, they're all becoming part of a single system. And so eventually you've just got one big firm. Maybe all the individual firms are still around with their original names, but they're like becoming departments of a single larger firm. And so once again, we're ending up with a territorial monopoly. So a visual representation of that, same starting point. We've got a bunch of different, you've got 3 different security firms, each with clientele scattered throughout the area. But this time, every time there's a conflict, instead of fighting, they start submitting it to arbitration. Various kinds of arbitration agreements arise among the different firms, and eventually you get this kind of network, where the purple lines represent the network. And gradually the purple takes over. eventually the network just becomes the new state. You may still have, things calling themselves the the red security firm and the green security firm and so forth, but now they're really just subdepartments of this big overall purple legal system, which is now like a big super firm. Right, so that was the argument that that a single monopoly firm would arise in any given territory under anarchism. He also wants to show that it's justified. In other words, he doesn't want to show that the state is inevitable. He wants to show that the state is morally okay, or that the state can be morally okay. And so he wants to argue that if a single firm begins to start becoming, dominant in some of the course of being able to transform itself into a state, it could do that legitimately. It is morally justified in saying no competitors allowed. In fact, he's going to argue that any firm is justified in banning all its competitors. It's just that most firms aren't in a position to ban all their competitors, but they are in principle justified in doing it. Any firm is justified in trying to become a monopoly. Why? Because he doesn't think that in general. He doesn't think that if you have a monopoly, if you are a shoe company, you have that you're morally justified in trying to ban all the other shoe companies. So why does he think it's justified here? Well, here's his argument. He says, look, as a security firm, your duty is to protect your clients, protect your customers from various kinds of attacks from other people. Well, one of the things you have to protect them from is other firms. And you have to protect them from risks, undue risks imposed by other firms. That's one of the things you have to protect them from. But look, you can't control what other firms are going to do. You can't control what their adjudication methods are. We can't control what methods they use in court to decide guilt and innocence. And you can't control what their enforcement methods are. And so you can't be sure that those methods aren't going to be risky to your clients. You can control what your own adjudication and enforcement methods are because they're part of your firms. You know what you're doing. But you can't control what the other firms do. And so you don't know, in some cases you may not know whether those methods are non-risky now. In other cases, maybe you know that they are now, but since you can't control what the other firms do, you can't be sure that they won't continue. You can't be sure that they'll continue to be non-risky in the future. So other firms, the methods that you can't control, the methods of other firms, pose a potential risk to your clients. So, for example, suppose that another firm decides, they have a police force and they decide they're chasing some criminal, and they decide the way to get this criminal is they're going to launch this huge bomb that blows up the entire city block. And then, now we got the criminal. And your firm has a lot of clients living in that city block, so you don't want other firms to have that kind of loose approach to collateral damage. You don't want another firm that's going to blow up an entire city block, which may have some of your clients in it, just in order to catch someone or to kill someone criminal. So now that's a concern you have. That's a concern about their having risky enforcement procedures. What about risky adjudication procedures? Well, suppose that one of the other firms starts, in their court proceedings, they start using astrology to decide who's guilty or innocent. So they might arrest your client, and then they'll use astrology to find out if they did it. Or maybe they'll have trial by ordeal, where they have to, they force, the way they had in the Middle Ages, where they would force someone to stick their hand in boiling water, with the idea being that if they were innocent, the hand would get better, and if they were guilty, it wouldn't. Actually, there's some economists who argue that wasn't as inefficient as it sounds, because they argue that in practice what they did was, because the people who were being tried by these trial by ordeal actually believed that it worked. And therefore, often the court could tell, before they did it to them, they could tell from their reaction ahead of time whether they were innocent or guilty by how afraid they were of the ordeal. And that then they would, they'd stick the hand in boiling water for a shorter amount of time if they thought the person was innocent, and a longer amount of time if they thought they were guilty. So trial by ordeal may not have been as irrational as it sounds, but still, you don't want some other firm that arrests your client and has a trial for your client to subject them to trial by ordeal. Now, maybe the firms aren't doing those things now, but you can't control what other firms do. You can't be sure that those firms are going to continue to be non-risky. Maybe they're going to start adopting these crazy procedures. And so therefore, the existence of other firms whose procedures you can't control is a constant threat to your client's safety, in a way that other sellers of shoes are not a constant threat to your client's safety. And therefore, you have a legitimate incentive to try and ban other firms that we don't have to try and ban other shoe companies. So a security firm is going to be justified in closing its competitors down and putting them out of business by force, if it can manage to. It will be justified doing that because that way it can ensure that its own clients are not going to be subjected to the procedures of other firms which might be risky. Now, once you become dominant in a given territory, and you do it by one of those three scenarios, either you win the battles with the other ones, and so you emerge dominant in your territory, or you had a stalemate with the others, so you divided the turf, and so you've gotten your new smaller territory, or because you are a network of firms that emerged into a state. Anyway, once you're in any of those positions, you now have the ability to enforce the ban. And so if you're justified in doing it, and you now can do it, well, then do it. And so you now become monopoly. However, Nozick thinks that once you have deprived the clients of the other firms that you've now put out of business, since you've deprived those clients of the right to have protection, you now have to extend your protection to them. In other words, if you're a client of firm B and I'm firm A, I'm justified in shutting down firm B, but I can't just then leave you to be unprotected. I now have to extend my ban of protection over you, and so then I become a monopoly state that's more legitimate and protects all its citizens. All right, so what criticisms do the free market anarchists make of these arguments? Well, with regard to this last claim, this moral argument, most free market anarchists are going to say the mere possibility that other firms might be doing something risky to your clients is not sufficient grounds to ban them. And after all, if you could ban that, you could ban anything, because if you have a rival shoe company, how do you know that the rival shoe company isn't putting live rattlesnakes in? Well, not rattlesnakes, that'd be too easy. Live venomous snakes in all their shoes, or at least many of their shoes. So if someone buys their shoes and they just stick their foot in and be bitten by a venomous snake, how do you know they're not doing that? And therefore, you want to protect your shoe clients from the you're not putting snakes in your shoes, but you don't know. If you thought snakes on a plane was a bad movie, snakes in a shoe, lower budget. Anyway. So you'd be justified in banning other shoe companies because they might put snakes in their customers' shoes. No, the mere fact that they might conceivably do that isn't sufficient grounds to ban them. You've got to have good evidence that this is something likely. Moreover, the anarchists say, look, the whole point of having competing firms from an economic basis is as a check on the behavior of the other firms. The reason to have competition is both incentively, if a given firm is going to abuse its power, you want to stop that by saying, oh no, if I abuse my power, I'll lose my customers. And also an informational check on innocent errors. If your company is doing something badly, they'll get feedback from competition. So a firm's confidence that its own procedures are not risky or going to remain not risky, that depends on the context of competition. Because if there isn't competition, then either your firm might abuse its power because the incentival check has been removed, or it might innocently make errors because the informational feedback has been removed. And therefore, a firm is justified in being confident that its own procedures are going to continue being non-risky, only if it doesn't ban the other ones. The very thing that Nozick thinks is a reason you get to ban your competitors is, for this argument, reason that you don't get to ban them. Your confidence that your own procedures are non-risky depends on your not having banned the others so that you have the competitive feedback. And this should remind you of Mill and Taylor and On Liberty, where he says the only way you can be justified in believing that some claim is true is if you if people are allowed to criticize it, you can see how well it stands up to criticism. And so if there's some view you're so sure of that you're tempted to protect it from criticism, if you protect it from criticism, you lose your right to be sure of it. That was the argument on liberty, and the anarchists making a similar response to Nozick there. With regard to the predictions about anarchist systems necessarily evolving into a state, the anarchists tend to agree with Nozick that if you've got a bunch of competing protection agencies, a network of arbitration agreements will start to arise among them. And it won't just be sort of it won't be that every time there's a conflict, it's like a brand new case and they negotiate from scratch. There'll be existing standard negotiation instructions among them. And so, in a sense, it will become a single legal system. However, they want to deny the single legal system counts as a firm with a monopoly power. And the grounds is the security industry still has free entry. Now, particularly for libertarians tend to define monopoly in terms of freedom of entry. So that even if you're the only provider in a given area, they want to say that you don't count as a monopoly in the objectionable sense, as long as people are free to compete with you. Maybe they just don't because the market's so small that it can't support more than one. But if you started abusing your power or raising your prices, then that would attract a competitor in. And so the possibility of competitors coming in it serves as a check on you, even if you don't have any actual competitors now. So they're going to focus on the question of whether there's free entry. So as long as new competitors can arise, suppose the existing network starts behaving badly, starts raising its prices or abusing its power or providing crappy service, then as long as there's freedom of entry and new service could arise, then the legal system doesn't count as a monopoly, and therefore doesn't count as a state. Now, on behalf of Nozick, the economist Tyler Cowen has said, well, look, here's the problem with that argument. How long would free entry last once you had a network like this? Because a network Cowen argues a network like this would be in a position to exclude newcomers, and given their financial incentives, they would then exclude them if they could. Because the way that network goods use, he says this would be like a network good. So what's an example of a network good? It's like credit cards, where you've got Visa and MasterCard all over the place, different banks all offering Visa and MasterCard, and different stores all accepting Visa and MasterCard. Suppose that I come along and I want to start my own new credit card. Well, unless there's an existing network that's willing to accept me, it's really hard for me to get my card accepted. The fact that I and my Uncle Zeke accept the card isn't going to be much of an incentive for you. You want it to be accepted widely. And that's why if I'm starting a bank, the cards I issue, I'm going to want Visa or MasterCard, not my own private label on them. I want them to be accepted wherever Visa or MasterCard is accepted. So likewise, then, in the case of a network of security firms, a new firm's services aren't going to be much valuable to consumers unless it's part of the network, unless it has arbitration and negotiation agreements with the other members of the network. And so, if the existing network decides to exclude them by not entering into these agreements with it, with the newcomer, then the newcomer's services are not going to be that valuable. It's not going to be able to make a profit. And they have an incentive to exclude the newcomers. You don't want to authorize your competitors. So Cowen thinks that Nozick's right, that as a matter of fact, a network of firms would turn into a monopoly that would have both the ability and the incentive to exclude competitors. Now, in response to this, a couple of free market anarchists, economists, Brian Kaplan and Edward Stringham, that's Kaplan on top and Stringham on bottom, they're struck by what different people they look like in those pictures. Well, they are quite different people, actually. Anyway, they're saying, look, what Cowen's talking about is a cartel. So a cartel, so the typical cartel is a bunch of people get together, a bunch of providers get together and say, let's all keep our prices high. We don't want to have a price war. So I lower my price, to get more customers than you, then you'll lower your price to get more customers than me, and we'll fight until until we can't afford to lower our prices anymore, and so we'll all end up charging the same low price. When surely we'd be better off if we all charge the same high price, and so let's all agree. That's how a cartel works. That's not the only way it works, but that's a typical way. But they say Kaplan and Stringham say, look, the thing about cartels is that without government support, they're unstable. I mean, cartels like to have government support. They like to have they like to have a cartel enforced. They want the government to say no member of the cartel is allowed to charge lower prices. But they argue that cartels tend to be unstable without government support because although it's in the collective interest of all the members to maintain the cartel because they want to keep prices high, each individual member of the cartel has an interest in breaking it. Actually, this was an important part of the way the first Gulf War started, way back under the George Herbert Walker Bush, that Iraq had a dispute with Kuwait because Iraq and Kuwait were both part of an oil cartel, and where they'd all agree to keep prices high, and then Kuwait was underselling Iraq, and so Iraq invaded Kuwait. That ended up not working out well for them. So the idea is that if we all agree to keep prices high, well, as long as everyone else in the cartel is keeping their prices high, then I could win all their customers away by lowering my price a little bit. So even if we've all agreed to keep prices high, I have an incentive to break it. And then, of course, if I do break it, then if you don't have any way of enforcing the cartel, you have an incentive to respond by lowering your prices, and the cartel dissolves. And so what Kaplan and Stringham are saying is, look, Cowan, the way you're describing the network as having this incentive to exclude newcomers, well, that's like a cartel. And of course, all of them jointly have a reason to exclude newcomers. But each individual member of the cartel has a reason to break that because there are mutual benefits from trading with the newcomer. Now, what would Nozick answer if he were still alive? Here's a possible answer he'd give. He could say, all right, it sounds like what you're saying is that maintaining a cartel is a public good. For its members, not for society as a whole in this case, but for its members, a cartel is a public good, meaning that everyone in the cartel is better off if they all keep to the agreement, but each person individually has an incentive to break it. So that sounds like a standard public good problem, right? But, Nozick could say, you anarchists are the guys who think public goods can be provided without government intervention. I remember what they said about military defense, for example. You think that there are ways in which public goods can be provided without government enforcement. Now, if you think this is true about public goods you like, why wouldn't this be true about public goods you don't like as well? So a cartel is a public good you don't like. It's not a public good for all of society. It's just a public good for its members. It's harmful to the rest of society. But if there are economic incentives to maintain the good public goods, why wouldn't there be economic incentives to maintain the bad public goods as well? Anyway, it occurs to me that's the kind of thing Nozick could say in response to this this argument. And there's a big literature on this, and debates go back and forth. All right, so that's Nozick versus the anarchists. Welcome to Lecture 52, the debate over intellectual property. So intellectual property, or IP for short, is property whose existence consists in abstract ideas rather than physical objects. It consists in ideas, thoughts, not any concrete individual thing. The legitimacy of this property is controversial. People disagree as to whether this is a legitimate form of property. Most of the controversy focuses on patents and copyrights. The difference is patents protect rights over inventions, while copyrights protect rights over creative, intellectual, or artistic works. So, if I come up with a new kind of car or with some new industrial process or something like that, I'll seek a patent. If I write a novel or make a movie or compose a song, I will seek out a copyright. Those aren't the only two kinds of intellectual property. There are a number of different kinds. Of the ones I haven't mentioned here, probably the most important is trademarks. So you'll probably recognize most of these images. A trademark is something that protects a firm's right to use a certain image or a certain phrase associated with that brand. So, so the golden arches from McDonald's are an image; it's their trademark, and then the phrase "I'm loving it" is a phrase that is likewise trademarked, and so on. Now, the exact difference between copyrights and trademarks can be fuzzy because sometimes trademarks are used, although legally, technically, they're not supposed to be, but sometimes they're used as a substitute for copyrights. In cases where they don't have a copyright, they manage to use a trademark to do the same thing or part of the same thing. So, for example, the first 8 novels in the Tarzan series by Edgar Rice Burroughs, the guy who created Tarzan, were published before 1922, which means that they're in the public domain in the United States and in most other places as well. So those are no longer in copyright. Now, he did write more novels after that, some of which are still in copyright, some aren't. Now, since the 8 original novels are no longer in copyright, that means anyone can reprint them legally. You can publish it. You don't have to get permission from the estate. You can just go ahead, take the text, and publish it and sell it. However, what the estate of Edgar Rice Burroughs has gotten is a legal right to the trademark on the name and character of Tarzan. So if you want to write an original story about Tarzan and publish it, you can't do it without their permission. Or if you want to make a Tarzan movie, you need their permission, or you can be legally stopped. So the trademark doesn't stop them from your reprinting the original novels, but does stop you from doing other things with the character. Now, the estate of Arthur Conan Doyle with Sherlock Holmes looks like they might be in the same situation because, the early Sherlock Holmes stories have passed out of copyright into the public domain. Some of the later stories are still in the public domain, although they will pass out eventually. But the estate of Arthur Conan Doyle tried to do what the Edgar Rice Burroughs estate had done. They tried to get a legal restriction saying that no one could write a new Sherlock Holmes novel, or no one could make a new Sherlock Holmes movie or TV show without getting the estate's permission. But they weren't able to do it. Now, the Arthur Conan Doyle estate is in Britain. The Tarzan estate's in the U.S., but I don't know whether that's the reason or not, because they were both trying for sort of international protection. So I'm not sure how it is legally that the Burroughs estate ended up with this and the Conan Doyle estate didn't. But anyway, so there's that picture's from a novel. It's not a particularly good novel, but it's a novel about Tarzan and Sherlock Holmes cooperating, and I gather that they needed the permission of the Burroughs estate to use Tarzan in that novel, where they didn't need the permission of the Arthur Conan Doyle estate to have Holmes. The novel is called The Adventure of the Peerless Peer. It's by Philip Jose Farmer, who has written a number of good books, a number of bad ones. This is one of his bad ones. I cannot recommend it. But anyway, onward. All right, so suppose that I design and build a new kind of motor. What rights do I have? Well, if we talk about my right to my motor, that's ambiguous. You might mean my right to this particular physical individual motor sitting on my workbench right now, that thing. My right to that thing is not an intellectual property right. It's not an IP right. My right to that thing is just an ordinary property right. Now, I took some bits of metal that I owned already, and I put them together in a new way, and I still own them. So that's not an intellectual property right. My right to that individual physical motor doesn't entitle me to stop you from making a copy of it if you wanted to. If I want that kind of right, the right to exclude you from making a copy, then what I'm claiming is not just a right to this individual physical object on my workbench. I'm claiming a right to that kind of motor. Or you might say to the idea of the motor. In that case, I'm claiming a patent. So if you build and sell a copy of my motor without my permission, what right of mine have you violated? You haven't violated my ordinary right to this individual physical object, because you haven't interfered with this individual physical object. It's still sitting there where it ever was. However, what you've interfered with on the theory of intellectual property is my right to the abstract idea, or of that kind of thing. And that's not a physical thing. It's a metaphysical question exactly what the status is of these abstractions. Do they exist only in the mind, or do they exist somehow, out separate in the mind? Because it seems as though one and the same abstract idea can be realized in different physical things simultaneously. So there's a question about what kind of thing that is. But anyway, whatever it is, if I claim ownership over that, then I get to exclude anyone else who wants to build a motor. I can just say they can't do it, or I can say they can do it only if they pay me, or whatever. Likewise, moving from patents to copyrights, suppose I write a poem. I compose a poem, I write it down. What is my right to the poem I've just written? Well, if you mean literally the poem I've just written on this piece of paper, so I've got a piece of paper with ink marks on it, that's not intellectual property right. My right to this piece of paper is just based on the fact that I own this paper, I own this ink, and I put the ink onto the paper. I took some ink I owned and I spread it out on some paper I owned, and lo and behold, here's a copy of the poem. My ownership of that individual piece of paper is just an ordinary property right, ordinary garden variety property right. And so if you were to go and make an exact copy of my poem, you're not interfering with that. If I'm claiming an IP right, what I'm claiming is not just a right to this individual physical piece of paper I put marks on. I'm claiming a right to the content of it, to that poem, that abstract structure of language, which could be realized in other pieces of paper, or it can be realized in software, or in your mind, or in spray paint on a wall, or wherever. And in that case, I'd be claiming a copyright. So here's a little bit of sort of metaphysical background to help keep some of these things straight. In ordinary language, we use words like same, or identical, or different in a number of different ways. So for example, sometimes we say that two things are the same, or that they're identical if they're alike, they have the same qualities. So look at these three squares, and we often say the two on the left are the same, whereas the one on the right is different. Because the two on the left are exactly alike, exactly the same shape and color. The one on the right is different, it's the same shape, but it's a different color. So there's a sense of the word same or identical, where we'd say that the two squares on the left are the same, or are identical. However, there's another sense in which we use words like sameness or identity only to refer to when they're just one thing, and talk about a relationship something has to itself. So we say that Mark Twain and Samuel Clemens are the same. They're the same person. We don't mean they're just alike. It's not like Mark Twain and Samuel Clemens are like identical twins or something. They're not identical in that sense. They're identical in the sense there's just one guy who happens to be known by two different names. In that sense, those two squares on the left are not the same, because there are two of them, not one. If I say, the square I pointed to today is the same square as I pointed to yesterday. I was about to do it on the screen and I forgot that you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see you'd see me and you'd see the image, but you wouldn't see my hand interacting with the image. But anyway, if I were to touch one of them and I say, well, that's the same square I touched before, I don't mean it's just like the one. I mean it's the very same one. And so in that sense, the two squares on the left are different. The square on the left and the square in the middle are different. Even if they're just alike, they're the same in the sense of being just alike, but they're different in that one's this one and the other one's that one. They're two squares, not one. Now, philosophers use the following terminology. They will talk about qualitative sameness versus numerical sameness, or qualitative identity versus numerical identity. When philosophers say the two things are qualitatively the same, or qualitatively identical, what they mean is you've got two different things, two distinct things, but they're alike, at least in some respect. I probably no two things are exactly identical in every respect, but certainly they're not identical in respect of their location, say. But there's some range of properties which they're just alike, and so we say they're qualitatively identical. When we say that say Mark Twain and Samuel Clemens, or Cicero and Tully, or Clark Kent and Superman are the same, in that case, we don't just mean that they're just alike. We mean that there's just one person there with two different names. And so being numerically the same, being one in number is the idea. Being numerically the same, that's a relationship that happens between the thing and itself, not between two distinct things. So Samuel Clemens and Mark Twain are numerically identical. If Clemens had what we call an identical twin, it would be merely qualitatively identical. And of course, identical twins aren't qualitatively identical in every respect, but they're qualitatively identical across a broad range of respects. Now, back in the 1990s, I used to see at baggage claims in airports signs saying, be careful to get the right bag because many bags are identical. And I don't see those signs anymore. Nowadays, the signs are more likely to say something like many bags look alike. But they used to say many bags are identical. And if you're an airport, if you're a philosopher in an airport with other philosophers, you're always going to make a joke about this because when philosophers use the word identity, the default standard meaning of identity is numerical identity. If you want to claim qualitative identity, you have to specify that. So, for philosophers, many bags are identical would be sort of contradictory. It would mean many bags are just one and the same bag. Of course, that's not what the airports meant, but philosophers always like to interpret things in terms of their own terminology and they laugh about them. It's one of our vices. Not our only one. All right, so it's important to keep track when people talk about intellectual property, exactly what I was talking about. When they say the thing I made, like the poem I wrote or the motor I designed, sometimes they mean that particular piece of paper without that ink on it, or they mean that particular metal object sitting on my workbench. And other times they mean the abstract pattern of information. And the difference is an abstract pattern of information can be realized or embodied in many different physical objects that may be qualitatively identical, but they're numerically distinct. So, for example, I could write down a copy of the poem, and you could also have a copy of the poem. So we each got the same poem. In one sense, in another sense, we have two different things. Moreover, numerically distinct copies of the same poem are not going to be qualitatively identical in every respect. They can be qualitatively identical in their content. So suppose that I've got one version of a poem that's a copy written out with ink on paper by hand. There's another copy that's typed up. There's another one that's just an audio recording. And there's another one that just exists as software in my hard drive. Those are qualitatively very different kinds of things, but they all have the same content. And that content is the thing that intellectual property is supposed to be ownership of. So likewise, when people talk about owning ideas, that you get the same ambiguity. Sometimes by an idea, you mean a psychological item existing in your mind. Which means that my mind is not the same thing as your mind. I have my mind, you have your mind. And so the ideas in my mind are contents inside my mind. And the ideas in your mind are contents in your mind, and they're not the same. So in that sense, no people can have the same idea if by an idea you mean the psychological sense of idea. An idea is something going on in my mind, and your idea is something going on in yours. So even if you and I are thinking about the same thing, let's say we're both thinking about the Pythagorean theorem, in the psychological sense, your idea and my idea are numerically distinct. One's in my mind and one's in yours. However, the content is the same. Sometimes when people talk about an idea, what they mean is the logical content of it. So here we've got two people. They're both thinking about the Pythagorean theorem. Each has their own thought, their own idea in the psychological sense. But the content, the abstract pattern of information is the same in both. So when people talk about owning ideas, you have to keep track, because we use the idea both to mean, we use the term idea both to mean a psychological thing in my mind that can't simultaneously be in your mind. We also use the term to mean the content of the idea. Just as two books can have the same story in them, so two minds can have the same content in them. And intellectual properties is about ownership of the content, not about ownership of the psychological events. All right, now assume that someone who invents a new motor or composes a new poem or whatever owns that particular physical object. That piece of paper with the ink on it, or that arrangement of metal and so forth put together. Assume that she also owns the psychological idea. Whether you think that the psychological idea is something existing in an immaterial soul, or something encoded in the neurons of the brain, or some combination of those two, or whatever it is, add something in her mind. She owns that. So let's assume those are not controversial. I mean, they are, because everything is controversial, but assume those, those are the case. The question is whether she also owns the abstract pattern of information. Because if all she owns is this particular motor sitting on her desk, and this particular mental state going on in her mind, then anyone else can use the motor without interfering with those. So if she wants to restrict other people, saying they can't use her motor without her permission, then she has to claim to own not just her mental state, but the logical content of that mental state, which is something different. Now, there's a reason we're focusing on copyrights and patents and not on trademarks, and here's why. Part of what trademarks do, you might think, isn't really IP at all. It's just a ban on fraud. So if if I'm selling a hamburger and I put the gold, on my package I put the golden arches, or if I'm selling a sneaker and on the side I put the that Nike swoosh thing, then I'm leading you to believe that this is a McDonald's hamburger, which might make you more likely to buy it, or might make you less likely to buy it, depending on your options. But anyway, if it makes you more likely to buy it, then I'm defrauding you. I'm getting you to buy this under false pretenses. Or likewise, if for some reason you prefer Nike to other brands, and I put this Nike swoosh on the shoe in order to trick you into buying it, then what I'm doing is just defrauding you. I am taking your money under false pretenses, and that's not really an IP issue at all. So to the extent that trademarks are supposed to prevent that, they're not really an IP issue. Now, trademarks generally go beyond that. In other words, even if you stamp on the side of the hamburger box, not associated with McDonald's, so you're no longer fooling anyone. If you're still using the the arches, golden arches, without McDonald's permission, then the trademark will still interfere with that. And so that goes beyond that. But in that case, it's not that different, really, from a copyright claim. So part of what trademarks do isn't really IP at all. The other part of what they do is enough like copyrights that whatever attack on or defense of copyrights you want to make was just going to cover trademarks too. You don't need more than that. Also, it's important to distinguish between infringing a copyright and plagiarism. People often confuse these. In particular, people who are defending copyright say, well, you wouldn't want someone to take your writing and put their name on it. But that's actually something different. So suppose I take one of Stephen King's novels, let's say The Stand, and I decide to publish it under my own name, The Stand by Roderick T. Long. Well, on the one hand, that's a copyright violation. Not because I used my name. It's a copyright violation because I used his work and I published it without his permission. But it's also plagiarism. It's plagiarism because I represented his work as my own. So that's a different thing. If I'm selling it, it's also fraud, arguably, since I'm trying to get people to buy this thinking it's by me. Now, it's probably a stupid kind of fraud, since they're more likely to buy it if it's by Stephen King than if it's by some philosophy professor they never heard of. But nevertheless, I am misrepresenting what I'm buying. Now, if I give it away for free, then it's not so clear that there's fraud anymore. It's still a copyright violation. It's still plagiarism. In that case, it might not be fraud. Now, suppose instead I publish The Stand under Stephen King's name, not mine. I don't claim it's by me. I claim it's by Stephen King, like it is. However, I don't get his permission. I don't pay him any royalties. In that case, I'm still guilty of a copyright violation, but I'm not guilty of plagiarism, because I haven't misrepresented someone else's ideas as mine. Now, you might think there's still a possibility that I'm guilty of fraud, because you might think there's a presumption that if I'm selling something with Stephen King's name slapped on the cover, I'm implying that this has been authorized by Stephen King when it hasn't, and so I'm selling under false pretenses. But then if I just put another stamp on the cover saying not authorized by Stephen King, then I'm not. It looks like I'm not defrauding my customers in that case. So I wouldn't be defrauding anyone. It wouldn't be plagiarism, but it would still be a copyright violation. So important to keep those things distinct. So that shows you can commit a copyright violation without plagiarism. You publish something under the author's name, not yours, but you do it without the author's permission. You can also commit plagiarism without committing a copyright violation. So suppose I publish a copy of Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice, but I do it under my own name. Pride and Prejudice by Roderick T. Long. Well, that's not going to be a copyright violation because Jane Austen's work is no longer under copyright. Jane Austen's work, at least legally, now you might wonder whether this is true morally, but legally it has dropped into the public domain, meaning that anyone is free to publish Pride and Prejudice. So it's not a copyright violation, but still plagiarism because I'm claiming. Again, it's not a very smart form of plagiarism because very few people are going to believe that it's by me, and B, people are more likely to buy it if it's by Jane Austen than if it's by me anyway. So it's not a brilliant scheme on my part, but it's still plagiarism and arguably might be defrauding some stupid customers. Okay, onward. Now, the legitimacy of intellectual property has been a matter of debate for centuries. Of some of the people we've looked at, Kant, Mill, Spencer, Spooner, and Molinari were all in favor of intellectual property. Benjamin Tucker, we haven't read anything by him, but I've mentioned him from time to time. He was against it. Rothbard, I've also mentioned, was for copyrights but against patents, and that actually is a fairly common intermediate position. I don't think I've come across anyone who's for patents but against copyrights, but a number of people are for copyrights but against patents. I suspect that's because people think that the likelihood of two people coming up with the same invention independently is pretty high, whereas the likelihood of two people writing exactly the same novel word for word or something like that is very low. Of course, copyrights can sometimes protect more than just the exact wording. Sometimes if you write a story that's very similar to someone else's, sometimes there'll be a copyright claim against that. Even though you can imagine it's not that implausible that two people might write very similar stories, but the wording's completely different. Anyway, while this has long been a matter of interesting debate, the issue became especially pressing with the digital revolution, particularly with the rise of the personal computer on the one hand and the World Wide Web on the other. The reason that those two things have made IP such a big issue is that, on the one hand, IP is now much more profitable than ever before. I mean, the World Wide Web is just this web of ideas, and it's it's a web of abstract patterns of information. That's what the web is, and people are making millions and billions off of it. IP and the internet has become part of the infrastructure of our entire economy. So vast amounts of wealth depend on IP far more than ever before in history. It's a great source of profit to those who happen to control the IP rights. On the other hand, this new technology has made it much easier to illegally copy and disseminate information than it ever was before. Used to be, I could go to a library, I could check out a book, I could go to a Xerox machine, I could copy page after page after page after page after page, and then got it, and then I'll print more, run more copies through and more copies through and more copies through, and then, I'm out of toner, and I'll put more toner in, I'm out of paper, get more paper, I'm out of staples, and so forth. And gradually, over time, I accumulate a whole bunch of copies, and then I could disseminate them to my friends. Now, you can do all that with a click of a button on the internet. You can take a long document and you can post it on a website or upload it onto something or send an email, and you can reach hundreds, thousands, millions of people, and you don't have to pay any copying costs. So the fact that IP is much more profitable than ever before, but also much more fragile and in danger than ever before, makes it a hot issue. And this has led people who benefit from IP to lobby government to try to do something to stop the illegal copying and illegal downloading, illegal uploading. But of course, it's really hard to stop it. Particularly, you've got millions of people with their private computers, and they're uploading and downloading stuff all the time, and tracking what everyone is doing is really hard. Particularly, some of them are using VPNs, virtual private networks, which sort of hides what their IP address is, so it's hard to determine who did it. And so the government solution is it can't catch everyone. It can't even catch a sizable fraction of everyone who's doing it. So what they'll do is just manage to catch a few people and then impose massive, massive fines on them in the hope of discouraging the rest. When you can't catch everyone, if you caught everyone, then you could just give a small fine to each one, and that might be enough to deter it. If you only catch a small number of people, most people know that their odds of being caught are pretty low. Then, how afraid you are of something is a combination of how likely it is to happen to you and how bad it would be if it happened to you. And when it's not very likely to happen to you, in order for it to deter you, they have to make it be much more bad. And so that's why these fines are so extreme. But this leads a lot of critics, even critics who are in favor of IP, a lot of them think that these fines are unfair, they're disproportionate. That the fine is excessive relative to the crime. But then defenders say, well, this is the only way that you can have any kind of deterrent effect, since you can't realistically threaten the vast majority of people doing this. You have to come up with super duper uber threats against the few individuals you can catch. All right, so the two pieces I've assigned for you to read on this by Lysander Spooner and Kevin Carson. One in the 19th century, the other one contemporary thinker. One of the things that's interesting about their disagreement is that they agree on almost everything else. They're both individualist anarchists of the pro-free market but anti-capitalist sort. So they both accept they have very similar approaches to property, not identical, but very similar in general. They're both historical entitlement approaches in Nozick's terminology. They both look kind of like Locke, not exactly like Locke, but they're both, Locke is sort of a good model for what their accounts of legitimate property ownership look like. So these are people who agree on most political issues and most issues having to do with property. And yet they are on opposite sides of this issue, and very strongly opposite sides of this issue. Fairly radical opposition here. Now, as I said, they're not. Neither one of them is a pure Lockean or a pure Nozickian. So, for example, Spooner doesn't accept the Lockean proviso. Spooner's account of property looks very much like Locke. But remember, Locke has this proviso saying not only do you have to mix your labor with the thing, but you have to leave enough that's good for others. And Spooner thinks, you don't. If other people don't, if it's unowned, if no one else owns it yet, then no one else has any claim on it. You can just go and claim as much as you want for yourself. Whereas Nozick does accept the Lockean proviso, and although Carson's not Lockean enough for the proviso to be quite relevant to him, he's broadly sympathetic to the spirit of the Lockean proviso. So that's a sense where Nozick, Carson, and Locke are sort of on one side and Spooner on the other. On the other hand, an issue where Spooner, Locke, and Nozick are on one side and Carson's on the other is that Carson thinks that Carson agrees with Locke and Spooner, Nozick, that you need to labor on something in order to acquire legitimate title to it. But in the case of land, he thinks you also need to labor on it. You have to keep laboring on it in order to maintain ownership over it. And that Locke and Nozick and Spooner don't accept. We'll be looking at Carson's reason for that later on. Anyway, so they do have some differences about details of property rights apart from IP, but those differences don't really explain their disagreement over IP. Those technical points about Lockean theory don't really apply. So, what's Spooner's case for IP? Well, Spooner's case for IP is primarily a deontological argument for it. He accepts a broadly Lockean account of property on deontological grounds, and he's going to apply this to IP as well. Spooner thinks that the argument for property in general applies to property and ideas just as much. Now, when Spooner talks about ideas, he doesn't mean the psychological item in your brain or in your mind. He means that abstract pattern of information, something that can exist simultaneously in other people's minds or can exist, on paper or whatever. He says, well, look, when you come up with a new idea, either you're creating something new or you're discovering something that already existed. This is sort of a metaphysical question. Suppose when Tolstoy wrote War and Peace, you might think, well, he created this story. The story didn't exist before. But someone else could say, well, no, it was always out there in logical space, just as when you carve, there's a famous line from Michelangelo about sculpture that you start with a block of marble and then you just knock away the parts you don't want. So that in some sense, the sculpture you wanted was always in there. You just had to get rid of the other bits. Well, some people think that, every possible novel sort of exists out there in logical space as a structure of concepts. And every invention just sort of floating out there in logical space. And you can discover it. So are you discovering something that already exists or are you creating something new? Well, Spooner thinks it doesn't matter. Whichever of those you take, you get a justification for exclusive ownership over it. So if you're discovering something was previously unowned because no one had discovered it before, then remember Locke's Indian wandering through the unclaimed forest. You're in the same position if you do that. Remember, he comes across an apple. No one has any prior claim to the apple. So according to Locke, he's within his rights to reach down and appropriate the apple. He has to exert physical labor to appropriate the apple, and he only just reaches down and picks it up and eats it or puts it in his pocket or whatever he wants to do with it. Well, suppose then that, sort of while walking through a metaphorical forest of the mind, he comes across some previously unowned, unclaimed abstract idea. He has the same right to appropriate it. In this case, the labor he exerts is not physical labor, but intellectual labor. But same thing. You come across something that no one has any prior claim to. Through labor, you appropriate it, and now it's yours to do with as you please. If instead abstract ideas are created rather than discovered, then Spooner thinks, well, the case for owning them is even clearer, because in that case, you own your intellectual labor. Remember, Locke thinks you own your labor, and so you come to own what you mix your labor with. Well, in this case, you don't mix your labor with anything. You own your intellectual labor, and it just produces this idea. You don't have to have any physical stuff. You just come up with this new idea through your intellectual labor. And so if you own your intellectual labor, and this is purely a product of your intellectual labor, surely you own it too. So either way, Spooner says, if you accept a broadly Lockean account of property rights, in general, ordinary property rights, then you have to accept the same account for intellectual property as well. But Spooner doesn't just defend the kind of IP rules that most modern societies have. He defends a much stronger version that we haven't gotten to yet, although IP laws tend to become stronger over time. But nevertheless, most people even today think that IP laws should lapse eventually. That when you discover something, you or your descendants have a right to it for a certain number of years, but eventually it should pass into the public domain. Spooner thinks this doesn't make sense. He thinks, look, with other property rights, once you come to own it, it's perpetual. You can have it, you can pass it on to your family forever. And so why should intellectual property rights be any different? After all, if I've got some physical property, a house or some money or various heirlooms, I have the right to pass it on to my children. They have the right to pass it on to their children, so on forever. Well, in the same way then, if I've invented some new kind of motor or I've written a poem, my right to that intellectual content should be something I should be able to pass on to my heirs for generation after generation. It should never expire. Why should intellectual property expire? Physical property doesn't. What's the difference? Of course, that implies that if, for example, you could identify Shakespeare's heirs, I'm not sure he had any surviving heirs. His son died before he did, but if he had any heirs, if you could trace who they were, then you could perform Hamlet without getting permission from Shakespeare's heirs. Or if we could trace who first invented the wheel, if you could trace who their descendants are, of course by now their descendants probably, if they have any descendants at all, it's probably a large proportion of the human race by this point. But nevertheless, still there might be some people who are descendants of the person who invented the wheel and some who aren't. And then if you're not one of the heirs, you couldn't use a wheel or any device involving a wheel without getting permission from the heirs of the inventor of the wheel. Now, luckily for us, we don't know who invented the wheel, and we can't trace their descendants, and so lucky for us, we're free to use it. But if we could, Spooner's view implies that we should. So that means that Spooner defends a stronger version of IP than most proponents of IP want to defend. He's going to say, why not? If your case for IP really is deontological, it's not just a useful convention, but it's a natural inherent right, why should the case for IP be any weaker than the case for physical property? Okay, as I've said, his case for IP is primarily deontological. We're going to look at some of the standard consequential arguments shortly. And Carson gives both deontological and consequential arguments on the other side. And we'll look at the deontological ones to start with. All right, so Spooner says that if you start by granting ordinary natural rights to ordinary physical property in the Lockean way, then you have to grant similar rights to IP on the same basis. Carson thinks it's the other way around. Carson thinks if you start by granting ordinary Lockean natural property rights, then far from that being a basis on which to defend IP, that rules out IP. Carson thinks that intellectual property is inconsistent with ordinary Lockean property. Why is that? Well, suppose I claim, if I invent some new abstract idea and I claim the right over it, not just the right over the copy in my mind or the copy on my desk, but the abstract idea as such, then I'm claiming the right to control all the physical embodiments of it anywhere, or physical or non-physical, whatever. I claim the right to control every incarnation of this abstraction, which includes those that are realized in other people's property. So imagine the following scenario. Suppose I compose and recite a poem, and you hear me reciting it, and you memorize it. Maybe you deliberately memorize it. Maybe you just ended up memorizing it. It's a short poem and fairly memorable, and it's like a limerick or something. It sticks in your mind. So now you've got a copy of my poem embedded in your mind. Or suppose I come up with some design, like I design a more efficient kind of wheelbarrow, and you live across the street from me, and you see me using the wheelbarrow, and you see how it works. You can see from across the street how it's structured. You didn't have to break into my lab to steal the idea. You can see what I'm doing. And so you've now grasped the principle of the new design. Well then, you now got a copy of my poem encoded in your brain, or you've got the schematics of my new design for a wheelbarrow encoded in your brain. So now, suppose you take a copy of the poem that's encoded in your brain and you transcribe it onto some paper that you own, using ink you own, in a pen you own. And so it seems like you now own this physical thing. You now own a physical thing that encodes my poem. And if you own this thing, then you have the right to give it to someone else or to sell it to someone else. Or suppose now you've got the design for my new kind of wheelbarrow. You've got that design, the template, in my mind, and you use that to assemble some wood and metal, some wood that you own and some metal you own. So you're just rearranging your own stuff. You rearrange it into a wheelbarrow that's like my new kind. You're just doing that. You're just rearranging stuff you own in accordance with the template in your brain, and it's your brain that you own. And then once you got this thing that you own, you can give it away or sell it. So if I claim the right to stop you, I say you can't publish my poem, or you can't manufacture and sell my new kind of wheelbarrow without my permission, then Carson's objection is, look, in that case, I'm claiming that I'm ownership over your brain and over your ink and paper and over your wood and metal. After all you're doing is taking your own property and interacting with it and rearranging it in peaceful ways that don't have any impact on me. If this is your stuff, you have the right to rearrange it however you want. That's Carson's argument. And so then if I try to enforce my patent rights over my motor or my copyright to the poem, I try to impose that on you, and I'm interfering with your right to use your mind, your body, and your honestly acquired property. And so Carson thinks that if I try to enforce IP rights, I'm thereby violating ordinary Lockean property rights. So contrary to Spooner, Carson thinks you can't use Lockean property rights as a foundation for intellectual property rights. Instead, once you grant Lockean property rights, then you can't accept intellectual property rights. So if I try to enforce my IP rights against you, I'm violating your ordinary property rights. On the other hand, you copy my idea, Carson thinks you're not doing anything to me. You're not taking anything away from me. We talk about stealing ideas, but Carson can say you can't steal an idea. I mean, the way you could steal, you could steal my psychological idea by attacking my brain and damaging the parts of my neurons where that's encoded. But just the abstract pattern of information, if you make a copy of that, you're not interfering with me at all. I've still got the idea. And I've still got the particular, the poem I wrote or the motor I built. I've still got those physical things. You haven't stolen anything from me. You just, made another copy somewhere else. Now, it is true that you are, if you copy my idea without my permission, you may be depriving me of something. You're not depriving me of the copy in my brain or the copy on my desk, but you may be depriving me of revenue that I received. I think I've got the pronouns reversed here. I lost track of whether the copier was you or me. But anyway, if I copy your idea without permission, I'm depriving you of revenue that you could have received if you'd had an exclusive right to it. After all, you can charge a lot more for something if you're the only person who has the right to sell it. So Stephen King might not be able to get as much money for his novels if, as soon as one of his novels came out, I could come out and publish it at half the price. By stealing an idea, you are depriving someone of something. But Carson's claim is, what I deprive you of, if I sell your idea without your permission, the revenue I deprive you of is not revenue you had a right to. Now, if I go and break into your house and walk off with something, I am depriving you of something you had a right to. But you don't have a right to revenue. It's like, you don't have a right that customers go to your business instead of mine. And so since you don't have a right to the revenue, because you can't use the fact that I'm taking your revenue as an argument for the exclusive right, because you don't have the right unless you had an exclusive right to the thing in the first place. It would be circular to say I should have an exclusive right, because if I don't have exclusive right, you're taking away this revenue I have a right to. Because the only reason you have a right to the revenue, if you do, is because you have this exclusive right to the intellectual property. So it'd be circular to use that argument. That's the point. Because after all, suppose that, wouldn't McDonald's be able to make more money if no one were allowed to compete with it? And McDonald's could say, look, Burger King, Wendy's, all these other guys, these other companies stole McDonald's idea. McDonald's had the idea of a fast food hamburger chain. Or suppose I think, hey, I think that Auburn could really use an Eastern European restaurant. I think that would be a big seller. I'm probably wrong about that, but suppose I think that. And suppose I start one. Suppose it is a success. And so someone else says, hey, cool. And they start another Eastern European restaurant and take a lot of my business away. And I can say, that's not fair. I had the idea first. They're taking it. I'd say, well, that's just called competition. If you just say, whoever is first on the market should be able to ban anyone who comes into the market second, that seems like that would be a dubious argument. All right, so Carson's position then is that IP is a combination of two things that are both inherently unjust. One is protectionism. So protectionism is where a favored firm gets a special privilege from the government, saying that its competitors are forcibly restricted. Either they're not allowed to compete with it at all, or they can compete with it only under certain kinds of restrictions. So an example would be the post office. In that case, it's a firm. It's actually a government firm. But the post office, the U.S. Postal Service, is the only service that has the right to carry first-class mail. Now, there are other things that compete with first-class mail. There's kinds of package delivery, or special express services, or email nowadays is a big competitor with it. But if I wanted to start my own mail service delivering first-class mail, that would be illegal. Actually, Lysander Spooner did that. Lysander Spooner was against the postal monopoly, and he started his own postal service and managed to undercut the government postal service's rates and actually forced them to lower their rates, and so they forced them out of business. Anyway, and another thing, often it's not a government firm like the Postal Service, but some private firm that goes to the government and says, we're having too much harder time competing, we want you to ban some of our competitors. And from Carson's point of view, that's immoral. They're exploiting their customers' inability to find a competitor elsewhere in order to charge a higher price. So intellectual property for Carson is a form of protectionism. It's also a form of censorship. It says, look, intellectual property, is an infringement on your freedom to use and transmit information you've honestly acquired. And point is censorship, if not infringement of your right to use and transmit information that you've honestly acquired. Now, if you got the information by breaking into someone's office and stealing it, that's another thing, but that's not the case here. Now, the argument Carson's giving here is very similar to, there's an anti-copyright activist, Nina Paley, who has a song called Copying is Not Theft, and goes like this. Now you have to endure hearing me sing. Copying is not theft. Stealing a thing leaves one less left. Copying it makes one thing more. That's what copying's for. Copying is not theft. If I copy yours, you have it too. One for me and one for you. That's what copies can do. If I steal your bicycle, you'll have to take the bus. But if I just copy it, there's one for each of us. Making more of a thing. That is what we call copying. Sharing ideas with everyone. That's why copying is fun. If you memorize that song, then you will have a copy of that song embodied in your brain. If you want to hear an actual competent version of the singing, you can go to that link. Anyway, so that's the idea, that copying is not doing anything to anything the person owns. It's just making a kind of a copy over here. Now, Thomas Jefferson held a view that sounds at first a lot like Carson's and Paley's. As we'll see, it isn't quite, but sounds at first like it. So he wrote a couple of letters in 1813 and 1814 in which the following passages occur. He says, if we have right to use three things separately, I see nothing in reason or in the law which forbids our using them all together. A man has a right to use a saw, an axe, a plane separately. May he not combine their uses on the same piece of wood? He has a right to use his knife to cut his meat, a fork to hold it. May a patentee take from him the right to combine their use on the same subject? So this is basically the same idea as saying, if I take a motor, I just took a bunch of individual pieces of metal that I owned. I put them together. If I own them separately, can I have the right to combine them any way I want, including a motor that's inspired by the one I saw you make. And Jefferson continues, if nature has made any one thing less susceptible than all others of exclusive property, it is the action of the thinking power called an idea, which an individual may exclusively possess as long as he keeps it to himself. But the moment it is divulged, it forces itself into the possession of everyone, and the receiver cannot dispossess himself of it. In other words, if you hear me recite a poem and you happen to remember it, you didn't go and voluntarily grab it from me. It's just stuck in your mind now. If you see me with my wheelbarrow, you just notice what I'm doing. You don't have any choice about making a copy. Your brain just naturally forms a copy. You can't be held liable for that. Its peculiar character, too, is that no one possesses the less because every other possesses the whole of it. He who receives an idea from me receives instruction himself without lessening mine, as he who lights his taper at mine receives light without darkening me. So the idea is, ordinarily, if I give you part of something I have, then I've got less of it. If I got a piece of bread, You know, if I give you the whole piece of bread, I don't have any of it. If I give you half of it, then you've got half, I've got half, I've got less than I had before. With an idea, if I tell you the idea, I've still got the whole idea. And you've got the whole idea now. Ideas aren't scarce in the way that physical things are. And so he's comparing it to lighting your taper. That's like lighting your candle with someone else's flame. If you light your candle from the flame of my candle, you don't take my flame away. Just you've got a flame, but I do too now. That ideas should freely spread from one to another over the globe, for the moral and mutual instruction of man and improvement of his condition, seems to have been peculiarly and benevolently designed by nature, when she made ideas like fire, expansible over all space, without lessening their density at any point. In other words, just as you can light fire from you can catch fire from my candle without my losing my fire. So you can catch an idea from me without losing my idea. And like the air in which we breathe, move, and have our physical being, incapable of confinement or exclusive appropriation. Just no one can successfully claim it just for himself. Inventions, then, cannot in nature be a subject of property. All right, so this sounds as though Thomas Jefferson is saying the same thing that Kevin Carson and Nina Paley are saying. Sounds like he's saying this is a reason to be against intellectual property. But he's not. Notice this phrase, inventions then cannot in nature be a subject of property. You might think what that means is it's the nature of inventions that they cannot be a subject of property, period. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is that it can't be a matter of natural right that inventions be subject of property. Rights to intellectual property are not natural. In fact, Jefferson thinks that there's a heavy conventional component in all property rights, but he thinks that there's even more in intellectual property than other kinds of property. But other kinds of property, there's a natural component to it. So the claim is that there can be intellectual property rights, but they can't be based on natural rights. They have to be conventional rights. But Jefferson thinks there is some scope for conventional rights. If people have voluntarily set up a government, they've given the government some discretion to pass laws that are not derivable from the law of nature, but they don't necessarily conflict with it either. But the case for intellectual property then has to be consequentialist rather than deontological. So notice what Jefferson goes on to say. Society may give an exclusive right to the profits arising from them, from ideas, as an encouragement to men to pursue ideas which may produce utility. This is clearly a consequentialist justification. But this may or may not be done, according to the will and convenience of the society, without claim or complaint from anybody. In other words, no one has a right to IP, though he also seems to think no one has a right against it either. You can't, natural law just has nothing to say on the question of intellectual property. But if a society decides, for consequential reasons, to come up with a legal convention, that's fine. But if they don't, that's fine too. So Jefferson grants a possible justification of IP rights, but it has to be a consequentialist one, namely giving creators an incentive to develop new ideas. Now, if you look at the U.S. Constitution and see the clause that justifies patents and copyrights, that's also a consequentialist argument. In the Constitution, it says that the purpose of intellectual property is to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times, so no perpetual copyright nor patent, sorry Spooner, for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. So in other words, the Constitution is quite clear. This is a consequentialist argument. This is not like the inherent God-given rights that are in the Declaration of Independence. This is some kind of legal convention for a useful purpose. Likewise, look at the very first U.S. Copyright Act, which was, I think, 1790. The title of the act was An Act for the Encouragement of Learning. That's clearly not a deontological justification. That's a consequentialist justification. Now, that part about authors and inventors getting exclusive rights to their ideas for a limited time, something Jefferson wanted to stress, because although the reasons he gave that looked like they were reasons to reject IP were really just reasons for it not to be a natural right, clearly that he also showed that he thought that whatever benefits there may be from IP, from incentives to creators, you have to weigh that against the benefits of open access to information. And Jefferson clearly thinks open access to information is really, really good. it's it's really beneficial. And so therefore, you don't want to just close that off as you would if you had perpetual copyrights and patents. And so he thinks that they should have limited terms, and pretty clearly Jefferson thinks those terms should be pretty short. We don't know exactly how short Jefferson would have favored, but clearly Jefferson thinks that authors and vendors shouldn't be able to just sit on these ideas forever and exclude other people from them. Now, over the over 200 years since Jefferson wrote that, and since the first U.S. copyright law, terms for IP have been steadily growing, especially for copyrights. They've been growing fairly slowly for patents. So, we look at the maximum patent term in 1790, when the very first intellectual property laws were passed in the United States. The maximum patent term was 14 years. It was 7 years, but it was renewable for another 7. So the maximum you could get was 14. No one could have a patent lasting longer than 14 years. By 1861, it had increased to 17 years. And by 1994, it was made 20 years. So there's steady growth, but it is clearly not a rapid swooshing upward or anything like that. It's a very slow, steady growth on patent terms. When it comes to copyrights, things are a little bit different. So in 1790, the first copyright term was 28 years. So clearly they were already thinking in terms of copyrights deserving more protection than patents. And again, that's because the usual idea is that it's more likely that two people will come up with the same invention than that they'll come up with the same exact word-for-word story or something like that. And although, as I said, copyrights don't just defend word-for-word identity. But anyway, that's the idea that is fairer. So the maximum copyright term in 1790 was 28 years. Again, it was an initial 14-year term. It was renewable for one more term of 14 years. In 1831, it had increased to 42 years. By 1909, it was 56 years. Then in 1988, it suddenly becomes author's life plus 50 years. So what's that a maximum for? Well, if we assume that people underage aren't eligible to apply for copyright, I think that's correct. I guess their parent or guardian can do it on their behalf. But in that case, assume that if the earliest you're going to have a copyright is when you're around 20, then assume that you live to like 70 or 80, then the maximum copyright term, is that's going to be like 110, 120, 130 years total in that neighborhood. And then 10 years later, it was something extended to author's life plus 70 years. So, now again, exactly what the maximum length depends on how long the author lives and at what point in their life they came up with the idea, but still roughly the growth in copyright terms from 1790 to 1988 looks like 1988. I mean, that should be 1998. So you see that it's steadily growing, but not particularly rapidly, until you get to 1988, and suddenly whoosh, there's a big jump upward. In 1998, there's another, not quite as big, but still fairly jump upward. So when you get to the last decade of the 20th century, there's suddenly this rapid increase in the terms of copyright. Why is that? Well, what happened in the last decade of the 20th century? Well, a bunch of things, but one of them in particular was the sudden explosion of the World Wide Web and the Internet. I distinguish between the World Wide Web and the Internet because the Internet, in a certain sense, was around since the 70s. But when most people think about the Internet, they think of what's really the subset of the World Wide Web, but that's the thing that's really transformed all our lives the most. And that's what made IP suddenly much more profitable and at the same time much more vulnerable. And so that's when really aggressive lobbying for strong protections of IP start becoming prominent. And so that's why you get that sudden massive zig upward. All right, so the case we saw that Jefferson, after giving what looked like an argument against IP, actually ends up conceding a consequentialist case for IP, though with strictly limited terms. And the argument he gives is the standard consequentialist argument for IP, which is, without IP, creators won't have any way to get compensated for their works. And the reason is that if anyone can copy the work without paying them, why would they pay them? And if creators aren't compensated for their works, then they're not going to have sufficient incentive to create the works in the first place. But we need works. We need inventions. We need discoveries. We need new literary and artistic contributions. And therefore, the only way to do this is to give the creators a legal right to prevent others from using their ideas without permission. It's often argued that this kind of right, exclusive right, is especially important in, let's say, the pharmaceutical industry. Because the pharmaceutical industry has really high research and development costs. You're going to develop a new drug. It costs a lot to do the research and development because you don't want to give people a drug that's that's not going to do what you hope it's going to do. And because that's so expensive, pharmaceutical companies wouldn't have sufficient incentive to do all that unless they felt fairly sure that they were going to be the ones that could reap all the profits of the drug once they eventually make it. If as soon as they make it, anyone else can just come and make a cheap knockoff of it, then they're not going to recover their R&D costs, and therefore they're not going to bother doing it in the first place. That's the argument. Now notice that this style of argument should look familiar. It's a public goods argument. This is a case where we say the idea here is that useful ideas are a public good. That is, if you fund them voluntarily, even though everyone benefits from them, no one's going to have sufficient incentive to contribute to them because there's no way to exclude non-contributors from benefiting from them. And therefore, you have to force people to contribute to their production by making them pay for their use. That should be a familiar argument. We've seen it used. We've seen arguments for or against it, but here it comes up again. Now, people who are opposed to intellectual property think that these exclusive rights are not necessary in order for creators to be compensated. They're not against creators being compensated, but they think that actually, they think that sometimes creators get overcompensated. Or someone gets overcompensated, maybe not the creators, maybe the people who buy them from the creators. But someone gets overcompensated at some point. But they're not against compensation for creators. What they say is, look, throughout most of history, inventions and artistic works have not been protected by IP. The prevalence of IP is a fairly recent phenomenon. So most of the human race's artistic and scientific innovations were somehow accomplished and funded without IP. So that shows that IP can't be as necessary as it sounds. So how were they funded? Well, it varies. One way that these were often funded was through patronage. So the idea is you'd find some wealthy individual, some aristocrat or someone, got a lot of extra money on his hands, and he's interested in funding the arts or the sciences. And so he pays you to do this stuff. That was very common. You look at older works, going back to like the 17th century, you'll often find a dedication to the Lord who supported it. Likewise with music and so forth. There was some, like Mozart had to, Mozart was paid to produce his music by the Archbishop of his hometown or by the Emperor of Austria, whoever was his patron at the time, and he had a lot of trouble with his patrons. But nowadays, modern information technology makes crowdfunding possible. That is, you don't have to just go to some small number of wealthy individuals. You can go to lots and lots of non-wealthy individuals. So with websites like Kickstarter and these other ones, you can solicit the funding up front, and you get the money on condition that you produce the work. If you don't produce the work, then the money reverts to them. So, but if you do produce the work, you get the money. So it's safe for you to produce the work because you know you'll get the money if you produce it. It's safe for them to contribute because they know that they'll get the money back if you don't. And so these websites have a coordinating way. Basically, they're a way of funding public goods. As the economist and philosopher David Schmitz once said, one way of funding public goods is to make sure there's a money-back guarantee if things not funded. That way, at least you remove half of the incentive to defect. There are other ways of funding creative projects without patronage. One way is you bundle them with private goods. So we've already talked about how radio and TV broadcasters send programs out to everyone for free, but they're able to do that because they bundle the public good of the broadcasting with the private good of commercials, which are may not be good from the standpoint of the listener, but they're good from the standpoint of the advertisers, and they're private good. You can exclude them. Then there are lots of bands who sell autographed copies of their CDs. A digital copy of a CD may be just as valuable to you as the original CD, but a photograph of an autograph is not as valuable to most people as the autograph. Also, in many cases where being the first on the market gives you a competitive advantage. So, if I come to the market and I publish a book, as long as I'm not charging an insanely high price for it, then probably not that many people are going to bother making a copy of it. Even if they do, most people are going to buy the first one that came out, the one with the famous cover. Another example is the fashion industry. The fashion industry has often campaigned for IP protection, but hasn't gotten much. By and large, the fashion industry does not have IP protection, meaning that there's very little protection if you are a big fashion designer and you create some style of dress or some style of perfume, and someone else creates a knockoff of it that's almost identical. You have no legal recourse in most cases. So according to the standard economic argument, that should mean that the fashion industry would not be profitable. Yet it's enormously profitable. And it's because people want the brand name. They want the Gucci, not this other thing that looks almost exactly like the Gucci but has a less famous name. Maybe that's irrational on customers' parts, but as long as they want the one that's produced by the original, as long as they prefer the original designer to the copiers, then the ease of copying doesn't hurt the original. The people who can't afford the original can afford the copy, but the people who can afford the original will prefer the original even though there's a copy. In the case of the pharmaceutical industry, what opponents of IP say is, look, you may think that the pharmaceutical industry couldn't survive without IP protection, but look at Italy. For years, the pharmaceutical industry in Italy did not have IP protection, and yet it worked fine. It was just as profitable as pharmaceutical companies anywhere else. That suggests that the revenue of pharmaceutical companies does not depend on IP to anything like the extent that you thought. In fact, a lot of IP opponents think that patents actually impede innovation in the pharmaceutical industry because they say, look, most new drugs and new treatments and so forth are created from scratch. Most innovations involve building on previous innovations. If the previous innovation is patented, then you can't afford to build on the previous one unless you pay them a lot of money, and that makes it harder to develop new drugs. And so, therefore, in a context like the former Italian pharmaceutical industry, which at that time did not have IP, while they lacked the protection of IP, they also were their R&D became cheaper because they could build on other companies' previous drugs without having to pay patents for them. Also, it's argued that in a lot of industries, including the pharmaceutical industry, a lot of time and money gets wasted on securing a defensive patent. So what's a defensive patent? Well, suppose I'm doing something that's enough like what those guys are doing that I'm worried that they might sue me if I did it. So I will go in and buy up their patent. That's as opposed to an offensive patent. Offensive patent is when I deliberately buy a patent with the intention of suing other people who are doing something similar. But a defensive patent is I buy up a patent in order to prevent the previous owner of that patent from suing me if I do something similar. Anyway, the idea is that this uses up a lot of resources. Then again, opponents of IP say, look, if you go to a movie or if you watch a DVD, you'll get a little message telling you that intellectual property theft is destroying these industries because everyone's illegally downloading TV shows or movies or songs and so forth, and this is making it impossible for them to be profitable. But you look at the film industry and the TV industry and the music industry, and you say, well, look, these are multi-billion-dollar industries. They're somehow managing to make money. Maybe they would make even more if they, if there weren't all these illegal downloads. But given that there are lots and lots of illegal downloads, it's so easy to download these things illegally. And it's relatively easy to do it safely if you have a virtual private network, which are really easy to get. Given the massive scale of downloading, and yet the fact that these industries remain so massively profitable, the suggestion is that their revenue can't depend as much on IP as you might think. Another example is you might think that no one would publish a book that's in the public domain if the argument for IP is right, because you couldn't stop anyone from copying it. But lots of books in the public domain get published and sold, because sometimes they're big famous names of books like Charles Dickens or something, where there are many, many different publishers publishing the same things. But there are also, more obscure works. There are lots of books where there's only one publisher for that book, and the market for it's fairly small. Like James Hogg's Confessions of a Justified Sinner. It's an 18th century novel that there isn't a lot of demand for, although it's historically significant. And I think that Oxford World Classics is the only publisher that publishes that. I don't know, but anyway, it's been in the public domain for a long time, but they publish it. Moreover, it's often argued that copyright can actually hurt authors, because if a book is under copyright, but then it goes out of print with the original publisher, so now customers can't find it anymore because the original publisher is no longer making it, and no other publisher is allowed to make it because the original publisher still holds the copyright, and the author doesn't hold the copyright. The author sold their rights to the publisher, and so they can't be published elsewhere. Now, it depends on the details of your contract with the publisher. Some publishers say, if we stop printing it, then you get the right to republish elsewhere. For some cases, the original author is just dead, and sometimes it's not clear who holds the original rights. And if no one's sure who holds the original rights, they just won't publish the thing. Whereas if something is in the public domain, if as an author what you want is your book to be published, both because you'll get some revenue that way and because you want your ideas disseminated, often that's more likely to happen if your book isn't under copyright. Now, there are some publishers, there's some authors who are so popular that there's no danger the publisher's going to let their works go out of print. Like if you're Stephen King or J.K. Rowling or someone like that. Although actually there may be some of Stephen King's things that have occasionally been out of print. And Rowling has written, I think she's written these one or two books that are not in the Harry Potter universe, and those didn't sell as well, and I can imagine those are eventually going out of print. But anyway, as long as you're not one of those few authors that's guaranteed to be in print forever, you may lose revenue as a result of your works being under copyright, or so the argument against IP, consequential argument goes. Another argument that opponents of IP make is, well, look at the internet as a whole. Clearly, this shows that there can't be as much of a public goods problem with creative production as you might think. Because what is the internet? It's a context in which millions and millions of people are voluntarily producing and placing online all kinds of information: news, research, art, literature, humor, for free. The internet is just filled with stuff that people are putting on there for free. And of course, a lot of it's crap. Of course, a lot of stuff that you go and buy in a bookstore is crap too. And anyway, lots of it isn't crap. So take the case of Wikipedia, which incidentally was Jimmy Wales came up with the idea for Wikipedia when he was taking an economics class here at Auburn a long time ago now. in the case of Wikipedia, you've got people voluntarily writing and contributing to basically a massive online encyclopedia um, with and hardly anyone is paid. I mean, Wikipedia itself, the staff that maintains the websites, they're paid, but the the people who actually write the articles are not paid, which means that apparently they're doing something that, according to the standard economic public goods argument, they have no incentive to do. Now, of course, Wikipedia isn't always reliable, but then printed encyclopedias are not always reliable either. And the difference is Wikipedia, although it's easier to introduce false information to it, it's also easier to correct it. Of course, there's some Wikipedia pages that are just sort of a constant battle between different interpretations. But when it comes to less hot topic issues, Wikipedia often can be pretty reliable. Now, most of the consequential slogans I've given I've described are just mostly sort of fending off the consequential argument for IP. But Carson goes farther. For him, IP is a major cause of economic inequality. He says, look, you say that you want IP to protect the rights of authors and inventors, but they're not the chief beneficiaries. It's not as though the authors and inventors usually hold on to their rights and get all benefit from them. Usually what happens is, if you're an artist or an inventor, you sell your rights to some big company, some giant corporation. You sell it for not a lot of money. And then all the money your IP makes goes to the corporation, not to you. And so really, it's just really about protecting the creators. It's about protecting these big corporations. And because IP rights enable these corporations to restrict competition, that means that they get to grow larger and richer at everyone else's expense in a way they couldn't do in a free market. I mean, for Carson, a free market means full competition, and by him, full competition means competition in in intellectual products, which means no IP. So for him, a fully free market means a market without intellectual property. Another example he gives is, because Carson's very concerned about sort of the structure of the workplace and the way that people's lives in the workplace are shape their lives generally. He says, look, a software employee has gathered a lot of useful knowledge by working at a company. Let's say they're working at Microsoft or somewhere. But they can't really transfer that knowledge elsewhere because their knowledge is specifically about the intellectual property of that company. If you work at Microsoft, you get a lot of information about how Microsoft products work and how that software works. But no one else besides Microsoft is allowed to fiddle with the software of Microsoft, and so therefore you can't go anywhere else. And therefore you become dependent on Microsoft. And so if Microsoft treats its employees like crap, there's not much they can do, because although they've gotten a lot of valuable experience, it's not transferable to other companies. Anyway, that's one of Carson's arguments. And so the debate continues. I will give you a chance to read this cartoon before I log out. This lecture is on Karl Marx and class theory. So in the 19th century, three different kinds or versions of class theory emerged. The socialist approach, the liberal approach, and the individualist anarchist approach. Now, the three approaches all agreed on certain things. They all agreed in seeing society as the battleground between two main classes, an oppressive ruling class and a subject class that was exploited by the oppressing ruling class. But the three groups disagreed as to exactly who the oppressors were and what form the exploitation took, exactly what constituted their position as the ruling class.
Now, of these three approaches, the best known one nowadays is the socialist version. And among the various different socialist versions, the best known socialist class theory is Marx's version. So it's developed by Karl Marx and by his associate Friedrich Engels. And then in the century after that, we're looking at this work, The ABC of Communism, which was sort of a popularization of Marxist theory by two Soviet officials who worked under Stalin until he killed them, Mikhail Bukharin and Yevgeny Preobrazhensky. All right, so Marxism sees human history as being driven by economic forces. And in the Marxist view, in each historical era, a different class holds power. And then there's this tendency for each class to generate an opposing class that leads to its overthrow. Then it gets, and then it gets displaced by the class immediately below it. So initially, there are many different classes, and then as one after another, one class gets destroyed, another class rises to power. Over time, gradually, you get a division of society into two main classes. And one of the main influences on Marx is Rousseau and Rousseau's theory of history. The details are not exactly the same, but the general approach is similar. All right, so nowadays, according to Marxism, there are only really two classes left. The battle among the classes has pretty much eliminated all the various previous classes. So one is the ruling capitalist class, so-called because they're the ones who control all the capital. They control the means of production. And they're also called the bourgeoisie. The reason they're called that is that the previous class system before capitalism was feudalism. And the way that feudalism gets overthrown is that within feudalism, you start getting these independent towns that are the centers of rising mercantile activity. Because in the early Middle Ages, international trade, the collapse of the Roman Empire basically took the whole economic infrastructure of society with it, because the Roman Empire had incorporated so much of society and economy into itself that when it fell, it pretty much destroyed everything. And so as a result, in the early Middle Ages, there's almost no international trade. You get these everything becomes very localized, production is very localized, and there might be a huge oversupply of grain here, and then a famine right over there, and just not much addressing that problem. But in the late Middle Ages, merchant society begins to arise. I talked about the rise of the law merchant before. That was part of that, and it arises in these towns, and the word for town in both French and German is bourg, and so that's why the merchant class that arises there is called the bourgeoisie. And these towns were challenging the feudal system. There's a famous phrase, Stadtluft macht frei, which means city air makes free. And what this meant was that if a feudal serf could escape from his feudal master and get to one of these merchant towns and manage to live there for a year without getting caught by agents of his feudal lord and dragging it back, then the town would then declare him free and protect him as a member of the town, which meant that these merchant towns were an avenue for serfs to escape serfdom and enter into a new kind of economic system. And so capitalism, as Marx sees it, arises from these towns. He thinks this was initially a positive development for the most part, but it becomes more oppressive over time. So the two main classes nowadays are the capitalist or bourgeois class on the one hand, and on the other hand, the proletarian class. And this is a term derived from the Roman census system. They would classify members of Roman society according to how much property they had. And the proletarian class was the class with the least amount of property. Proletarian literally means child producing, because the idea was their only source of wealth was to have children that they could then put to work. And so in Marx's system, proletarian means those who don't possess any means of production, don't possess any land or factories or capital equipment. All they've got is their own bodies, their own ability to labor, their own labor power, to use the phrase the Marxists like. Now, the Marxist view is that the way the capitalist or bourgeois class comes to power and the way it maintains its power is through an economic cause. Namely, it monopolizes the means of production. In other words, the claim is that what makes the capitalist class be what they are is they control all or almost all of the land and factories and capital equipment. And how that came to pass is an important question we'll look at shortly. Because of this, because they control the means of production, they therefore control all of society. And here's why. Everyone has to rely on production to survive. Someone's got to be producing food, someone's got to be producing houses and clothing and so forth. But if you're not in the capitalist class, then you don't any longer possess any means of production yourself. And so therefore, you can only survive by the capitalist class giving you some means of production or some money to acquire means of production. And the only way that can happen is if you work for them for wages. And so the wage system is a system where most people are dispossessed of any kind of means of production. Therefore, they have to work for wages from the capitalist class. Now, in Marx's view, the capitalist class controls the state. They don't necessarily control it directly by being actually being individually elected to office, although that often happens, but their concentrated economic interests influence the state. That doesn't mean there's never any conflict between the capitalist class and the state. Although the official sort of cartoon Marxist theory is that the state is a sort of a passive, obedient slave of the capitalists. When Marx looks at detailed analysis of history, he often says, well, no, the state has some independent aims of its own, and sometimes is in conflict with the bourgeoisie, but the conflict is fairly minor. By and large, out of economic necessity, they mostly have to do what the state says. Now, although the capitalist class controls the state, that's not crucial to its power. It's just sort of accidental. It's just gravy. It's like an additional benefit to them to control the state. But if there were no state help, the ruling capitalist class would still arise. It's just part of the way the history of economics works. And then once they arose, then they'd either create the state if there wasn't one, or if there was one, then they'd take it over or influence it. And again, remember in Rousseau that the power of the wealthy doesn't arise from the state. The power of the wealthy arises just through competition, for Rousseau and the second discourse, the discourse on the origin of inequality. As the divide between rich and poor gets greater and greater, you get this conflict, and then the state is introduced to solve the conflict, but the state quickly ends up being the tool of the rich. But the rich didn't get their power from the state. The state helps them solidify their power, but it arose without it. So that's one of the areas where Rousseau is an influence on Marx. The second major form of class theory that becomes prominent in the 19th century is liberal class theory. And this is the original meaning of liberal. So it's nowadays called classical liberal, meaning those who favored private property and free markets. And these liberal class theorists thought that state privilege, getting special benefits and privileges from the state, having the state intervene on your behalf, that was the foundation of the ruling class. That's what, so the ruling class is either the people actually controlling the government, or the various private entities that get special benefits from the state. And it's in early 19th century France is where some of the main theorists of this position came around. There's Charles Comte, not to be confused with Auguste Comte, who's the more famous guy named Comte, but this is Charles Comte, and Charles Dunoyer, and Augustin Thierry. The three of them wrote a famous journal called Le Censeur, the censor, in the original meaning of censor, sort of a watchdog on public morals, in which they they developed this view. And then in England, the main liberal class theorist was James Mill, father of John Stuart Mill. James Mill seems to have been influenced by the French. At least when he talks about class theory, he often uses French phrases to describe it, which implies some French influence there. Although it's not clear whether it was specifically from these three Saussure guys or someone else. Now, in America, early on, one of the most prominent defenders of liberal class theory was John Calhoun. But John Calhoun's version of class theory was importantly different from those of the French theorists or of Mill. He agreed that there was a division between those who were beneficiaries of state privilege and those who were the victims of it. But he defined that pretty narrowly in terms of whether you were a net tax recipient, a tax eater, as it was sometimes put, as opposed to being a net taxpayer. Now, it looks like Calhoun may have had a motivation for defining state privilege so narrowly in terms of taxation, which is Calhoun was pro-slavery, unlike most of the liberal class theorists who were anti-slavery, and who regarded slavery in particular as one more government privilege. Most of the liberal class theorists thought that slavery couldn't survive without being propped up by government, because the government was necessary in order to forcibly prevent slaves from escaping or rising up. You can read in the Constitution that one of the functions of the federal government was supposed to be to help protect the states against domestic insurrections, and it was generally understood that it meant insurrections by slaves. I mean, there could have been insurrections by free people too. That sometimes happened, but that wasn't what they were primarily worried about. I mean, they worried about that too. They worried about everything. So the benefit to Calhoun is, on standard liberal class theory, the slave owners are going to be part of the oppressors. They're going to be part of the ruling class. They're going to be beneficiaries of state privilege. But and the form of state privilege that they benefited from was government protection of and legalization of slavery. But Calhoun, by focusing on taxation, was able to make it the case that the slave owners would be part of the oppressed and exploited class, because they paid more in taxes than they got back from the state in the form of money, in the form of direct subsidies. Now, the other class theorists would have said, yeah, but they gain a non-monetary a benefit that's not directly monetary, namely protection of the slave system. That's the main benefit that they get. But by focusing narrowly on who has to pay money to the state and who gets money paid directly from the state, by focusing on that, Calhoun could make it look as though the slave owners were the oppressed rather than the oppressors. And so I think that's a rather dubious version of class theory. However, if you leave that part of his theory aside, the part that's designed to protect slavery, the rest of his theory falls in much more in line with liberal class theory. So basically, he took liberal class theory and he developed it in various ways. Not all of the ways he developed it in were intended to protect slavery, but parts of it were, which is what gives his theory a twist that makes it different from the other theories. All right, so for the liberal theories, the foundation of the ruling class isn't economic, the way the Marxists think. It's political. It's not differential access to the means of production that makes the difference between ruling and ruled classes. It's differential access to political power, which means that the state is crucial and central to the liberal version of class theory, whereas it's only accidental or incidental in the Marxist version. Now, the Marxists were objecting to the power of the state too, but the reason was they're objecting to the state as it is utilized in capitalist society, because in capitalist society, the state is directed by capitalist interests, which Marxists are opposed to. So Marxists are against the state as it now is, but they didn't regard the state power as inherently dangerous. For them, the evil of the state is mainly the result of its being the tool of this economic class. And the problems arise on the economic side and then bleed into the political side, but they don't originate on the political side. Whereas for the liberal theorists, the political side, the side of the state, that was the crucial thing. The problem arises there. If you could manage to restrain the state, that would solve the problem of ruling class. Now, just as the Marxists didn't see anything wrong with the state so long as you could separate it from capitalism, so the liberal class theorists didn't see anything wrong with capitalism. If by capitalism here we mean the means of production being monopolized in the hands of one particular class. Sometimes people use the term capitalism more broadly just to mean free markets, but that's not what most of these guys mean. By capitalism, it means specifically having one class controlling the means of production so that everyone else is forced to work for them in order to survive. The liberal class theorists, for the most part, didn't think that there was anything wrong with capitalism. Because like the Marxists, they saw capitalism, they saw the monopolization of the means of production in the hands of a particular class as a natural outcome of a free market. So the liberal class theorists and the Marxist class theorists agreed that free markets naturally give rise to capitalism. It's just that they differed in their evaluations. The Marxists said free markets give rise to capitalism, so capitalism is bad, therefore free markets are bad. So the Marxists took the case against capitalism as being a reason to be against free markets. Whereas the liberals thought that free markets give rise to capitalism, but free markets are good, so capitalism must be okay. So the liberals took the defense of free markets as a reason to defend capitalism. This brings us to the individualist anarchist theory, the third major version of class theory that emerges in the 19th century. It looks like a hybrid of the liberal and socialist theories. You look at it, you might think, oh, the liberal and socialist theories came along first, and then the individualist anarchists came along and sort of combined them. But in fact, that's not what happened. All three of these were developing in parallel, and there was mutual influence going on. These guys were aware of each other. But the individualist anarchist theory comes on the scene just as early as the other two, really. And some of the chief pioneers of this are, in Britain, Thomas Hodgkin. In France, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, although Proudhon's version of individualist anarchism is sort of eccentric and idiosyncratic, and he's hard to fit into any neat category. So he doesn't fit this category as well as some of the others do, but still sort of broadly, this is the tradition he's in. And in the United States, our old friends Lysander Spooner and Benjamin Tucker. Tucker regarded himself as a disciple of Proudhon, and he seems not to have been aware of Hodgkin. He may have been influenced by Hodgkin indirectly. He doesn't seem to have known about him directly. However, Tucker's views actually look more similar to Hodgkin than they do to Proudhon, really. Anyway, so you have the socialists who are objecting to economic concentration, but they're not that worried about the state. You've got the class theorists who are worried about the state and political privilege, the liberal class theorists, and they're not that worried about economic concentration. The individualist anarchists are objecting to both. But the individualist anarchists disagree with the one thing that the liberals and the socialists, Marxists, agree on, which is the liberal class theorists and the socialist class theorists, including the Marxists, saw the monopolization of the means of production as something that naturally arises from the free market. The individualist anarchists disagreed. They thought that the capitalist class's ability to monopolize the means of production is a result of government intervention on their behalf, as a result of state privilege, not the free market. So, by disagreeing with the other two groups on that one point, they end up in certain ways sounding like each of them in different contexts, so that when they're describing existing society, they sound a lot like socialists. They say, look, the problem of existing society is you've got this this capitalist class that controls the means of production, and complaining about that, they sound like Marxists. But when they propose a solution, their solution sounds like the liberals: free markets, private property. Now, Marx was influenced by both the liberal and the individualist anarchist versions of class theory. He cites Thierry. He says at one point, I didn't come up with this theory of classes. What I got the idea from the bourgeois economist. He mentions Thierry. He says, what I added that's different from them is I added the view that it's possible to eliminate the ruling class. Now, in fact, he didn't add that. The liberal class theorists, all these guys want to eliminate the ruling class. Not by shooting them, but by just changing the economic situation so there is no more ability for them to rule. So, in suggesting that that he was the first person to want to get rid of the ruling class, Marx is not really accurate there. He also cites Hodgkin favorably. He reads Hodgkin as looking more like himself than I think Hodgkin really was, though. But Marx is also influenced by Rousseau. This theory of historical stages. Of course, almost everyone in the 19th century had a theory of historical stages, with each one sort of naturally leading to the next. This was very popular. But some of the details of his version are very much like Rousseau. And of course, he's suspicious of private property in a way that the liberal and the individualist anarchist theorists obviously aren't. Some of the individualist anarchist theorists use the term property pejoratively, but then when they did, they meant the kind of property that's propped up by the state and not property that would arise in a free market. And this notion that the power of wealth is prior to the state and arises in a free market, that's also something he's getting from Rousseau. Another important influence on Marx was the French theorist Henri de Saint-Simon. Now, Saint-Simon had originally been associated with the French liberal class theorists, Dunoyer and Comte and Thierry. But he parted from them in certain ways. He agreed with them that here's the problem is that the industrious classes, the workers, businessmen, and so forth, who are doing all this work, they're being oppressed by the state, which is run by these parasitic idle classes. Now, what the liberal class theorists wanted to do to address this problem was to drastically eliminate the power of the state. In fact, some of them came close enough, they sounded like anarchists. Some of them seemed to suggest that maybe you should just abolish the state. Or at least they wanted to drastically restrain the power of the state in order to liberate the free market. That wasn't Saint-Simon's solution. Saint-Simon's solution is, look, the problem is the state's run by the wrong people. It's run by these idle people. Instead, you need to get representatives of the industrious classes running it. So Saint-Simon's solution is not to eliminate the power structure, but to change the personnel in it. We need to have workers and businessmen. So unlike Marx, who's just interested in the workers and is not a fan of the businessmen, Saint-Simon sees both of them as productive. And so he says, we just need a government that's run by workers and businessmen. And so you can see this as an ancestor of Marx's idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat, although it's not just the proletariat in Saint-Simon's version. All right, so the kind of social order that the individualist anarchists favor, which is with free markets, private property, but without capitalism, that is, without one class monopolizing the means of production. This is very similar to what Marxists call simple commodity economy. You see that the opening section of the ABC of Communism that I gave you talks about this idea of the simple commodity economy. So in such an economy, the means of production are owned privately, either by private individuals or by individual firms. However, ownership isn't concentrated. It's widely dispersed, which means that no one is forced to work for wages. Maybe some people will. The Marxists often describe the simple commodity economy as one where nobody does work for wages. Everyone has their own property. The individuals and anarchists think, well, look, you might work for wages if you want. You might find it convenient. But no one's forced to. It's easy enough to become either an individual proprietor of your own business or a member of some small workers' co-op. Or maybe not such a small co-op, but anyway, some local co-op, not not a big corporation that controls a huge section of the economy. So this, by Marxist standards and for the individualist anarchists also, this is not a capitalist society. It may be a free market society. Now, people sometimes define capitalism as private ownership of the means of production. If that's what you mean, then the simple commodity economy is capitalist because there's the means of production are privately owned. But when Marxists are being more precise, they say, well, look, strictly speaking, private ownership of the means of production is not sufficient for capitalism. Because you can have that under a simple commodity economy. Capitalism is when the ownership isn't just private, but it's concentrated in a small group, so that the vast majority of people are excluded from it. If ownership were widely enough dispersed that everyone or nearly everyone could pretty easily avoid having to work for wages for other people, instead could either become an individual proprietor or a member of a workers' co-op, then that's not a capitalist society. It's not what they mean by capitalism. And so when the Marxists attack capitalism, this is not what they're attacking. Both the Marxists and the individualist anarchists called for worker control of industry, but they didn't mean the same thing by that. When the Marxists call for worker control of industry, what they envision is that all the workers in society collectively run the whole economy. They do it, or at least initially, through a centralized state. And that's the so-called dictatorship of the proletariat. Dictatorship of the proletariat is a democratic state where all the workers sort of collectively vote on how to run the economy. And then later on, the Marxists think the centralized state will become unnecessary, but you still have this vast system of federated councils that get together and they sort of agree on running the economy as a whole. So everything is sort of owned by society as a whole. That's not what the individualist anarchists mean when they talk about worker control of industry. What they mean is that the workers individually, or in groups, with local voluntary groups, control their own separate properties and businesses. So in other words, rather than having to work for someone else, a worker can easily enough become someone who runs their own business. Though the individualist anarchists always said, look, if you want to work for wages for someone, you're free to do so. You might find it convenient, temporarily for some reason. They thought that most people probably wouldn't want to if they could avoid it, but if you don't mind it, fine. It's just that they thought that on the whole, having to work for someone else, being supervised by someone else who tells you what to do, they thought that was undesirable. They thought that, if you can manage to be your own boss, it's better to be your own boss. And the individualist anarchists' problem with capitalism was that capitalism had set up a system where it was really hard for most people to become their own boss. Some people sure will manage to do it, but on the whole, as more and more of the means of production get sucked up to the capitalist class, it becomes harder and harder for people to run their own businesses. Given this, the individualist anarchists were not a fan of the Marxist solution, because from the Marxist solution, Marxism doesn't really eliminate capitalism. Instead, it sets up the state as the big firm that everyone has to work for. So they say, well, why isn't that capitalism? There's this one firm. You want to call it the democratic state, but it's one firm. Everyone else has to work for wages for it in order to survive. Isn't that just the same thing as capitalism, only now you don't even have a choice among employers? Now, I mentioned that when the Marxists attack capitalism, they're not attacking the simple commodity economy, which they think would be much preferable to capitalism. However, unlike the individualist anarchists, the Marxists don't say, all right, let's establish a simple commodity economy. The reason they don't is because they think it's unstable. To some extent, they think that there was historically, at least to some extent, a simple commodity economy. The Marxists think that at the end of the Middle Ages, as feudalism is breaking down, as capitalism hasn't quite arisen yet, you get this period where there is something like a simple commodity economy, not completely, but broadly speaking. But it didn't last, and there's a reason it didn't last. The Marxist view is that a simple commodity economy is necessarily going to evolve into capitalism. It won't stay that way. It will become more concentrated. So just as Nozick thinks that if you start with a free market anarchy, this is necessarily going to evolve into a state, or as Rousseau thinks that you start with a hunter-gatherer society, that's necessarily going to evolve into an oppressive civilization through the division of labor. Marx thinks a simple commodity economy is going to turn capitalist. In fact, Marx's view looks something like the other two views. Now, they all involve the claim that if you start off with competition, the competitive situation is not going to last, and someone's going to win the competition. So Nozick thinks that some protection firm will win the competition with other protection firms and become the state. Rousseau thinks if you start off with a hunter-gatherer society, once private property gets introduced and the division of labor, some people become richer and poorer, and you get the division of society. So Marx thinks something similar here. The reason is economies of scale. So the idea of an economy of scale is the idea that size brings efficiency. One large firm of size 2n can be more than twice as efficient as two firms of size n each. So think of it this way. Suppose you got two firms, there's a lot of duplication of effort between them. So for example, if they both two firms competing with each other, each one needs, let's say, 2 Xerox machines, one to use regularly and one as a backup. So you got 4. 2 in this firm, 2 in that firm. If you combine these two firms into one, they wouldn't need 4 Xerox machines. They might need 3, because they do all the the new big firm will do twice as much printing as each one individually. So instead of just having one Xerox machine they use regularly, they'll need 2, but now they only need 1 backup, because one of them breaks down, the other one's a backup for it. So if two firms each need 2 Xerox machines, if you combine the 2 into one, this one firm only needs 3 Xerox machines rather than 4. Then you've got more efficiency. Sort of a homespun example, but it's the kind of thing. So the Marxist idea is, look, if large firms are more efficient than small firms, that means that larger firms are going to tend to outcompete the smaller firms. So if large firms tend to outcompete smaller firms, what's the natural result of that? I think the natural result is that if you start with a lot of firms that are small, you're gradually going to end up with a situation with just a few firms that are big, because the big ones keep outcompeting the small ones. And so what happens is the independent producers, these many little small firms, get driven out of business. Well, then they end up having to work for wages for their former competitors. And so more and more independent businessmen get turned into wage laborers. They get pushed down into the proletariat as more and more wealth concentrates with the smaller and smaller number of big firms. And that should be thus, not this. Now, thus, the simple commodity economy is necessarily going to evolve into capitalism. I need to change it at each slide. Anyway, so the simple commodity economy is unstable. It has an inherent tendency to turn into capitalism. But, says Marx, capitalism is unstable too. Why is that? Well, first of all, the competition doesn't stop when you just get a small number of big firms at the top. They can keep competing with each other. And thus the ruling class gets smaller and smaller as even the big firms get outcompeted by other even bigger firms, and even they get pushed down into the proletariat. And so this means that the proletarian class is getting larger and larger, and getting more and more discontented. They're more and more dependent on this tiny ruling group. So if the ruling class is getting smaller and smaller, and the exploited class is getting bigger and bigger, and angrier, the natural result is eventually it's going to be a revolution. The proletarians are going to overthrow the capitalists and seize that property back. And so that's where society is headed. Marx is calling for a proletarian revolution, but he doesn't just think it would be a good idea. He does think it would be a good idea. He thinks this is inevitable. This is what happens. Now, that wasn't Rousseau's solution to the conflict between rich and poor. Rousseau's solution is some wise person comes along and inspires everyone to act in accordance with the general will. And then they can form the social contract where they all individually submit themselves to all of themselves collectively. But Marx thinks, yeah, well, you can wait forever for that to happen. That's not very likely. However, the capitalists think, the Marxists think that the capitalists have inadvertently performed a useful service to the coming socialist state by centralizing the means of production, by creating such large-scale industry. The Marxists, unlike the individualist anarchists, who aren't such a fan of large-scale industry, and they're not against all large-scale industry, but they tend to think that a lot of large-scale industry is sort of driven by state privilege rather than by economic necessity. But the Marxists think that large-scale industry is driven by economic necessity, and it's a good thing. The new proletarian state is going to need centralized large-scale production when it takes over. And so, when the individualist anarchists look at more and more of the economy getting sucked into smaller and smaller firms, they look forward eventually to the tendency seems to be toward eventually having just one giant firm. It would be Time Warner, Disney, or whatever. The individual anarchists think that centralization is bad. We want to break things down into many small competing firms again. But the Marxists think that's actually good. The problem is just having capitalists in charge of this thing. If all of society becomes one big firm, in a way that would be great. Just you need the proletarians running it. And this idea that the inevitable tendency of economic history is toward larger and larger scale institutions until eventually it's like there's one big firm for all of society. That wasn't just the Marxists who thought that. Lots of thinkers in the late 19th and early 20th centuries held this view. So H.G. Wells, who's nowadays most famous for being a science fiction writer, but he also wrote lots and lots of nonfiction as well. He was pretty much obsessed with this idea of large scale. He was not a Marxist. You might say that from an individualist anarchist perspective, you might think that he combined the worst of socialism and capitalism, and that he wanted everything run by the state. We didn't want the state run by the workers. Wanted the state run by a wise and benevolent elite of people he called samurai, though their connection to the Japanese institution of samurai is rather vague. But anyway, now Wells disagreed with people like John Stuart Mill about the value of competition. Remember, Mill thought that competition is valuable as a source of useful social knowledge. The only way you can find out whether you're doing things well or badly is by having other people be able to compete with you by doing other things, and you can find out what works best. But Wells thought that competition was just a matter of wasteful duplication of effort. You've got two firms, instead of working together to produce stuff that people need, they spend a lot of their time and resources on fighting each other and trying to outcompete each other. Plus, two firms might need two Xerox machines each. To use a modern example, obviously there weren't Xerox machines in Wells's day, but where a larger firm would only need 3 total, and so just useless waste of resources. And so Wells did think that the natural tendency of society was something like to have one big factory for all of society. Now, Wells wrote about some of these ideas literally in some of his works, both fiction and nonfiction, but he also wrote a metaphor for it in one of his science fiction novels, The Food of the Gods, which was about an experimental chemical that gets into some food intended for farm animals and ends up causing this massive growth in size of living organisms. But Wells said he intended this as an allegory of the idea of the importance of scale. So part of the story is just standard monster story stuff, that this stuff gets eaten by rats and wasps, and they grow into these enormous giant rats and giant wasps, and they're also giant chickens, which doesn't sound quite as scary, although actually a giant chicken probably would be pretty scary. But it's just that people are afraid of regular-sized rats and wasps in a way they're not afraid of regular chickens, and so that's why giant one seems bigger. Anyway, so there was a movie of this. You can see that this there's a poster for the movie with this giant rat has kidnapped this woman for unclear reasons, and so the part of the book that people, most readers remember, the part that got into the movie, was fighting the giant rats and the giant wasps and the giant chickens. But the part of the story that was important from Wells's point of view was not that stuff. That stuff was sort of fun adventure stuff. But the main part of the story was Also, some humans end up eating this stuff, and you get a new generation of gigantic humans, and they're struggling for their freedom against regular-sized humans who are trying to hold them down. And Wells said, in writing this was supposed to be a metaphor for the emergence of the large-scale institutions that are destined to be our future, and how they have to fight against the hidebound tradition of having local, small institutions instead. And so Wells said that was the purpose of the book, although most readers did not recognize that this was the purpose. The moral went over their heads. Now, as we're going to see later on, individualist anarchists are not convinced by the Marxist argument that economies of scale necessarily lead to ever-increasing economic concentration. We'll see this particularly with Kevin Carson, who's a present-day individualist anarchist who challenges this Marxist idea. So what Carson's going to argue is, yes, there are economies of scale, but there are also diseconomies of scale. As firms get bigger, this enables them to become more efficient in some ways, but also causes them to become less efficient in other ways. And we'll see why he thinks that later on. There are some losses of efficiency, as each firm gets bigger, it sort of becomes a little island of central planning that gets increasingly isolated from outside feedback and becomes sort of more internally chaotic and excessively hierarchical. And he thinks that as firms get larger, at some point the diseconomies of scale overtake the economies of scale. There's a point at which the losses you get in efficiency from getting bigger start becoming greater than the gains you get. And therefore, in a free market, this would be the point at which firms stop growing. Now, exactly what the upper limit would be might vary from case to case. It's not saying that there's just one absolute limit that all firms would have, but nevertheless, there is a broadly speaking an upper limit on the average size of firms, given that as firms grow, the economies of scale get overtaken by the diseconomies of scale. And he thinks that Marx or people like Wells are focusing only on the economies of scale, ignoring the diseconomies. And therefore, the only way that firms can grow past this point, keep growing beyond the point where growth becomes efficient, is if government intervenes on their behalf, thus enabling firms, that should be plural, enabling firms to reap the benefits of increased size for themselves. Well, the costs of increased size, they can somehow shift onto someone else, either onto their workers or onto their customers, or onto rival firms, or the taxpayers, or something. The government can somehow get other people to shoulder those costs, which means that if the firm is able to get all the benefits of increased size for itself, whereas the costs of increased size it can externalize or socialize by getting other people to pay for it, thanks to the government, then they're going to grow bigger than they would otherwise. And therefore, what makes the simple commodity economy unstable is the state, because the state is what has a natural tendency to intervene on behalf of the wealthy, because the wealthy are a concentrated interest that has influence on the state. Carson doesn't really think you can reform that aspect of the state. That's always going to be a nature of the state. That's where you need to get rid of the state. But if you get rid of the state, then the simple commodity economy becomes stable. It no longer, because now firms no longer have the tendency to grow past the point of efficiency. Now, going back to Marx, Marx thinks that once the proletarians take over, they have their revolution, they seize control of the centralized industry, they're going to establish what he calls the dictatorship of the proletariat. Now, that phrase sounds very ominous to us today. You might think, why would he call something he favored a dictatorship? But the phrase dictatorship didn't have quite the same connotation in Marx's era that it does today. For Marx, when he talks about dictatorship, what he understands, and what most of his readers understand, is the Roman institution of having a dictator. And under Roman law, this is before the Roman Empire, before you had what we would call a dictator, namely the emperor. This was during the Roman Republic, when a dictator was a temporary office. It was an emergent. When there was an emergency, you would pick someone to hold power But it was an elected office, so it had a democratic basis, broadly speaking, although Rome was certainly not a perfect democracy, but still there was kind of representation. And it had a strict term limit. Initially, it would be only for 6 months, or sometimes we would just say, well, until the emergency is over, but there was sort of general agreement as what counted as the emergency. Now, you might worry that dictators, once their term was up, wouldn't resign power, but they usually did. Even Sulla, who was one of the most bloodily violent of the dictators, he resigned, and he had these mass exterminations, and then he resigned at the end of his term. It's a wonder that he wasn't assassinated, because he pissed off a heck of a lot of people while he was dictator. Of course, eventually, once the Roman Republic breaks down, you do get dictators who demand and manage to receive terms of like 10 years. And that's the beginning of the Roman emperor system. But the Roman Republic lasted for centuries before that, with this version of a dictator. So when Marx says dictatorship, the reason he says dictatorship is dictatorship has the connotation of something temporary, an emergency provision. Now, clearly Marx had longer than 6 months in mind, and part of the worry people have about the dictatorship of the proletariat is he never tells you how long this is supposed to last. But obviously it's going to be a lot more than 6 months. It's going to be for decades, but how many decades is unclear. But at any rate, the reason he chooses the term dictatorship is dictatorship sounds less ominous to Marx's readers than it sounds to us, because dictatorship in Marx's day had the connotation of something temporary. And the dictatorship of the proletariat is supposed to be a dictatorship not by one person, but by the ruling working class as a whole, democratically. And the function of the dictatorship of the proletarian is to stamp out the last vestiges of capitalism. Because once the proletarians take over, there's still going to be resistance. There's still going to be people who are attached to capitalism, who will try to reestablish it. And therefore, the dictatorship of the proletariat has to take whatever measures necessary in order to stamp out the last brush fires of capitalism. Once it does that, the dictatorship will no longer be needed. In fact, the state itself will no longer be needed. And that's the point in which it will, in the famous phrase, wither away. The state will just no longer be necessary. Now, if the ultimate goal for Marxists is for the state to wither away, to end up with a society without a state, you'll still have all these workers' councils coordinating with each other to plan the economy, and you might wonder whether that counts as a state. But anyway, Marx didn't think that was a state. So if the Marxists ultimately want to get rid of the state, does that mean Marxists are anarchists? Well, if you want to define it strictly, yeah. I mean, anarchist is someone who advocates, at least part of what it is to be an anarchist is to advocate a society without a state. There's dispute about what more there is to being an anarchist besides that. Often the idea is that being Marxist, being an anarchist means you're against any kind of domination or rulership. And that includes being against the state, but it might include being against other things too. But anyway, yeah, by that strict definition, Marxists seem to be anarchists. But no one ever calls them anarchists, or hardly ever. And there's a couple reasons for that. One is that although Marxists want to decrease the power of the state in the distant future, and want to decrease it in the distant future and eliminate it, in the short run, they want to greatly increase state power. They want there to be no limits on what the dictatorship of the proletariat can do. And so what they want is, let's make the state super really powerful now, as long as it's run by proletarians. And then it's going to wither away at some unstated date in the future. Which means that in terms of practical policy, what to do now, the Marxists and the anarchists are always going to be at odds. Because the anarchists say, get rid of the state. If you can't get rid of the state yet, at least make it smaller, restrict it more. Where the Marxists say, make the state bigger. So if the anarchists are saying, make the state smaller, ultimately squelch it entirely, and the Marxists are saying, let's make it bigger and more powerful, and we'll worry about squelching it later. You can see why this is going to put Marxists and anarchists at odds in such a way that it's going to be hard to think of Marxists as being a kind of anarchist. Moreover, in real-life Marxist regimes that base themselves in Marxism, the fate of anarchists has not been very nice. They usually get imprisoned or executed. And this means that Marxists and anarchists tend to be fairly hostile to each other. Not always, but often. And one reason that anarchists are not likely to extend the label of anarchism to Marxists. Now, there's a famous debate between Mikhail Bakunin, who's a Russian anarchist. He's a socialist anarchist, so his views on economics are on the whole closer to Marx than to the individualist anarchists. He's not a fan of free markets. However, he aligns himself with the individualist anarchists on a certain point in his criticism of Marx's idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat. So here's Bakunin's criticism. He says, look, once you've got a proletarian state, well, it can't be just sort of directly run by the proletarians democratically. There's always going to be particular officials in charge of it, these state functionaries. And these state functionaries may have come from the working class, but they're not going to have the mentality of working class once they're in charge of the state. Once they're in charge of the state, after all, if, as both Bakunin and Marx agreed, people's view of the world tends to be influenced by how they make their living, then these guys are now making a living as state functionaries. They're now politicians and bureaucrats. And so they're not going to be a proletarian class anymore. They're going to be a new class, a new state-based class. And they're going to be in position to impose their will on everyone. They're going to just be a new oppressor. Marx thinks this is a mistaken prediction. He says, look, if it were true that proletarians, once they get in charge of the proletarian state, are going to stop thinking like proletarians and start thinking like state oppressors, then why doesn't this happen under capitalism? Under capitalism, we often see that a capitalist moves from the private sector into government, becomes a government politician, but they still think like capitalists. They still rule in favor, support policies in favor of the capitalist class. So if capitalists don't stop being capitalists when they become politicians and bureaucrats, then why would proletarians do that? Well, even though Bakunin was a socialist anarchist, not an individualist anarchist, he was agreeing with the individualist anarchists and with the class and liberal theorists as well, and thinking that the state plays a crucial role in constituting the ruling class, which is something the Marxists did not think. Bakunin thinks, no, when you're in charge of the state, that is going to give you a different set of interests. And so it doesn't matter whether the state is capitalist or proletarian. Either way, the state is not going to peacefully wither away, because the people in charge of it will now have their own interests in its continuation. And therefore, you have to smash it. And it's really dangerous. You should smash it now. Don't wait until after you've stamped out capitalism. But Marx, by contrast, thinks, look, the reason the state is dangerous is because it's controlled by the capitalist class. It's the wrong class. And that class's interests are not determined by their relation to political power. A class's interests are determined by its relation to economic production. So it's the monopolization of the means of production. That's what determines capitalist interests, not their relation to the state. So Marx didn't see the state as inherently dangerous. It's dangerous when the wrong people are running it, but it's not inherent danger. That's not the source of danger to society. It's not the state. It's in economics. And that's why he didn't think the dictatorship of the proletariat would be problematic the way that Bakunin thought it would be. Now, nowadays, people often say, well, look at real-life Marxist regimes in Russia, or Eastern Europe, or Asia, or Latin America, or wherever. They say, look, given that many of these regimes have been extremely oppressive, doesn't this show Bakunin was right when he warned the dictatorship of the proletariat was going to be oppressive? In particular, I've mentioned before the irony that Bukharin and Preobrazhensky, who wrote the ABC of Communism, were executed by Stalin. Bukharin was executed for saying that the collectivization was going too quickly. He wanted to slow it down compared to what Stalin wanted. Preobrazhensky was executed for thinking it was going too slowly. He wanted collectivization to speed up. But anyway, they both were criticizing Stalin. You might think this was criticizing on a fairly minor point, but From Stalin's point of view, no criticism of him counts as minor, and so he had them both executed. So when you read the ABC of Communism and you see there, don't worry about the dictatorship of the proletariat, it's going to be great, you might think, well, doesn't the fact that they end up getting executed by the dictatorship of the proletariat, doesn't that show that Bakunin was right to be worried about it? But defenders of Marxism are going to say, look, what's called the dictatorship of the proletariat in these real-life so-called Marxist regimes is not the dictatorship of the proletariat that Marx envisioned. Because for Marx, the dictatorship was supposed to be a dictatorship of the proletariat. That means run by the working class as a whole. It was supposed to be a democratic institution. As you look at these real-life Marxist regimes, although they often use the term democratic, lots of Marxist regimes have democratic, republic of this or that in their name. In fact, they haven't been democratic dictatorships. They've either been autocratic, ruled by one guy, like Stalin, or else they've been ruled by an oligarchy, by some small council, or something like that. Since these societies have not actually implemented the democratic version of the dictatorship of the proletariat that Marx advocated, the Marxists are going to say, look, then this isn't, the fact that these Marxist regimes have been so oppressive is not a vindication of the critics of Marxism, because these regimes, although they called themselves Marxist, didn't implement Marxism the way Marx said to. They did something else instead. Now, one of the disputes among these three versions of class theory, the Marxist, the liberal, and the individualist anarchist, and as we'll see, this is also to some extent a dispute, or at least a tension within Marxism, concerns what the Marxists call primitive accumulation. And by primitive accumulation, Marxists mean the historical process by which the capitalist class got its monopoly. All right, so capitalist class is defined by its monopoly over the means of production. You've got a small number of people in society who own nearly all of the land, the capital equipment, the factories, everything. How did that happen? How did they get that position? The process by which that happens is called primitive accumulation. And although the Marxists use this term, we can also use the term in case of the other theories as well. So how did this come about, this kind of economic concentration? Well, a lot of liberal class theorists think that it came about legitimately, from their point of view, as a result of the free play of the market. So many liberal class theorists told the following story. Suppose you've got a bunch of people working. Let's say you start off with a simple commodity economy. But what happens is some people are more prudent. They save more or they invest more, and gradually they accumulate more and more wealth. On the other hand, there are other people who are less prudent. They don't save, and so when a problem arises, they're not able to deal with it. They go out of business, and so then the ones who are less prudent to go out of business end up having to work for the ones who are more prudent. And so, it's like the fable of the grasshopper and the ants. That if some people are provident and save for the future, and others aren't, then when bad times come, the ones who didn't save are thrown back on having to work for those who did. But and so as a result, the liberal class theorists said economic concentration is legitimate. It's only fair that the people who were prudent should get more than people who weren't, and if things work out okay for them because they still get fed, they just have to work for the prudent ones. Now, Marx denounces this as a bourgeois nursery tale. It's like a fairy tale. It's not true, he says. Although, you might point out that it's not just defenders of the system who thought this, because Rousseau seems to describe something like this. Rousseau seems to think that the division of wealth and poverty arose in something like the way that I just described, just that Rousseau's against it. But Marx says, look, that's not how it happened. If you look at how the capitalist class actually accumulated its wealth, you'll see what he describes as a story written in letters of blood and fire. That is, it's violent expropriation. You get the peasants being violently thrown off their land. It wasn't just that someone came along who was more prudent and they were less prudent and they ended up going out of business having to work for this person. It's that the capitalist class, usually with the power of the state, simply managed to seize property or drive people out of work. There are many cases in which it was illegal for people to to live in a certain area unless they were unless for poor people, it was illegal for them to live in a certain area unless they were working for wages for some capitalist. If they were just producing for themselves, that was actually made illegal. This happened, for example, in Britain. And so Marx says, look, this didn't arise through just the free play of the market, the way a lot of the liberals thought. It arose through violent expropriation. However, by giving this answer to the liberals and thus fending off one group of opponents, Marx by this answer becomes vulnerable to some other opponents, namely the individualist anarchists. Because if the Marxist view is that as a matter of fact, the capitalist monopoly did not arise through free market competition. It arose through violence and state privilege. Doesn't that support the individualist anarchist version of class theory more than the Marxist version? Because the Marxist version is, the state's not that important. It's economic competition that leads to the capitalist class taking over, whereas the individualist anarchist thinks, no, it's state privilege that does that. Well, isn't Marx here agreeing with the individualist anarchists? Well, the standard Marxist answer is, well, even though as a matter of fact, when we start at the late Middle Ages, when feudalism's collapsed and capitalism hasn't really started, you have a period that's more or less a simple commodity economy. As a matter of fact, the transition from that to modern capitalism occurred through violence, especially state violence. That was accidental, not necessary. If there hadn't been violence, if there hadn't been state privilege, a simple commodity economy would have evolved into capitalism nonetheless. So the Marxists say, look, yes, as a matter of fact, there was violence in the process, but the violence was not necessary. This would have happened anyway. Well, the individualist anarchists say, well, look then, so your claim is not supported by the actual historical record. The actual historical record says that the capitalist class got its power through state violence. You want to claim that it would have happened anyway through a free market economy, but at least that's not what the historical record shows. So you need to prove that. And they also complain that when Marxists are arguing against liberals, that's when they tend to emphasize the crucial role of state violence in primitive accumulation. They say, look, your stories about prudence and so forth are a bunch of crap. Here's what actually happens. But when they're arguing against the individualist anarchists, then they tend to downplay the role of state violence and say, no, that wasn't really that big a deal. Well, Carson criticizes Engels for this. He says, well, look, Marx made clear that the history actually was a matter of blood and fire, and then Engels downplays the blood and fire and makes it sound more like it just happened through the results of free market competition. He says, well, and Marx was still working with Engels at the time, so maybe Marx was signing on to this backing down. Now, these differences among these theorists on those issues also going to lead them to different views of political strategy. So the question is, all right, how do we achieve the society we want? If we want a society without one class dominating other classes, how do you get there? Now, one standard way of political change is getting control of the state, either by electoral politics, by getting your side elected into power, or by revolution, by violently seizing control of the state. Elections and revolution are both ways in which you get your guys in charge of the state. The individualist anarchists thought that was not necessary. And so the individualist anarchists generally were not that big either on electoral politics or on violent revolution. They said, look, the power of the state depends on mass acquiescence, as we've seen argued by Etienne de la Boétie and by David Hume. The state is outnumbered by those it rules. Therefore, the state wouldn't have any power unless people went along with it. So all you need to destroy the state is mass disobedience. Okay? Enough people just ignore the state, it won't be a state anymore because we'll no longer have monopoly power. It'll just be some guys. Like that Monty Python sketch when Hitler comes back and changes his name to Hilter and tries to start everything all over again and gives his usual speeches, and you pull back and just you get like 3 puzzled-looking people in the street looking at him. And if people didn't pay any attention to Hitler, then he wouldn't have been dictator. He would have just been some crazy guy yelling on a street corner. And without the state to prop up the owner's monopoly, the individualist anarchists think that capitalism will evolve back into a simple commodity economy, that you can't maintain this kind of monopoly without state power. So the individualist anarchist program for social change is not trying to get control of the state, either by violently taking it over or by getting people elected. It's not that they would never be interested in anything like that ever, but I think that's just not the main thing to do. The main thing to do is you educate people, you try to build alternative institutions. That's sometimes called counter-economics or agorism. You try to build institutions that are alternatives to the state, and you win people's affiliation away from the state into these, and gradually you just get more and more people doing things outside the purview of the state, until eventually the state, well, I might say, withers away. So most efforts of political change try to reform the state, and by saying, well, let's abolish this bad law or that bad law. So even people who are largely sympathetic to individualist anarchists often say, well, look, we can't jump to abolishing the state right away. What we need to do is to focus on getting rid of the bad laws. And once we've done that, then we can argue about how much farther to go. The individualist anarchists say, well, why waste all your time sawing at this or that branch of the tree when you can get rid of all the branches at once by striking directly at the root? Now, it may take a while, but you're going to have more progress in the long run by striking at the root than by trying to saw off the branches. And so what they want to do is to try and build and organize a mass withdrawal of acquiescence from the state. Now, for the Marxists, since the state is not the cause of capitalism, just getting rid of the state was not going to destroy capitalism. So this procedure of just mass withdrawal of support from the state is not going to get what you want. So instead, the workers have to gain control of the state. And the Marxists are fine with doing that through either elections or revolution. In fact, early on in the history of Marxism, they they used to explicitly advocate elections as the most likely way to do it. In fact, one early Marxist view was that in advanced industrial societies like Britain or the United States, elections was probably the best way to do it, whereas in less advanced societies like Russia, revolution was more likely. But initially the Marxists weren't that optimistic about places like Russia. They thought that maybe they weren't developed enough to have a good Marxist development. Marx expected the Marxist state to arise in either Britain or the United States as the natural place. In fact, he was initially sort of skeptical about whether Russia was ready for Marxism, because he thought that Russia hadn't really gone all that far into capitalism yet. You need to go through the capitalist stage before you can get to the socialist stage. Anyway, so since the Marxists don't think that just getting rid of the state is going to break the power of the capitalist class, you need to use the power of the state to expropriate the capitalist property. Now, as for the liberal class theorists, most of them agreed with the Marxists on controlling the state, not on what the goals of controlling the state should be, but thinking you had to control the state, even if your goal was to decrease the power of the state. You thought that you had to get in charge of the state in order to do that. So James Mill, for example, served as a member of parliament. He was an elected politician. And he was working to try and decrease the power of the state. Although some liberal class theorists did come closer to the individualist anarchist strategy, but the dominant approach was closer to Marxism in style, not in content.
Right, the topic of this lecture is Proletarian Unfreedom, individual or collective. As we've seen, one of the chief objections that Marxists bring to capitalism, not only Marxists, but Marxists in particular, is that under capitalism, proletarians, that is, those who don't own any means of production of their own, are forced, on pain of starvation, to work as wage laborers for capitalists. because they need access to the means of production or to the products of the means of production in order to survive. Food, clothing, shelter. But access to those means of production and to the products of them is controlled by the capitalist class. So they can have access to them only on the conditions set by the capitalist class. So they have to work for wages. And so the employers pay the workers the minimum they need to get them coming back, and then they keep for themselves the lion's share of the profits from the products that the proletarians are the ones who are making. Now, against this objection to capitalism comes a counter argument from defenders of capitalism who say, wait a second, when you talk about proletarians being forced to work for wage labor, work as wage laborers for capitalists, is that really true? As they'll point, for example, to immigrant families who come to Britain or the United States, and they come almost penniless, they work long hours under hard conditions, but within the decade or so, they become successful business owners. And so the critics of Marxism say, look, this shows it's possible to rise, not instantly, but in due time, it's possible to rise from the proletariat into the bourgeoisie, into the capitalist class. And more people could be doing that if they tried. Other people aren't trying as hard as these immigrant families. If they were, they could do it too. So there are more avenues of escape, more exit routes from the proletariat that are actually being tried. And so this shows that proletarians aren't forced to remain in the proletariat. Now, in response to this comes Gerald Cohen, who's a Canadian-British philosopher, is a defender of Marxism. And he writes about this because he thinks this is an objection that Marxists should take seriously, but he thinks that Marxists can answer it. And the answer he suggests is to draw a distinction between individual and collective versions of freedom and of unfreedom. He says, take the following example. He says, suppose you got 5 people locked in a room. And he actually says 10 people in his original example, but when I was making the diagram for it, it looked too cluttered if I had 10 people, so I'll make it 5. It doesn't matter how many. So you got 5 people locked in a room. And there's a giant key in the middle of the floor. And there's a giant door to get out. So you can get out if the key is really heavy. But if you go over to the key and you drag it across the floor, then you lift it up to the lock and you stick it in, turn it, the door opens, you can get out. So, here's the diagram. These sad people locked in this room. There's the giant key. It's as big as each of them, but it is, it's heavy to drag over there and heavy to get up into the lock, but it's doable. And if you get into the lock, you turn it hard enough, the door will open. However, there's a problem. The problem is the key can only be used once. So the way the door is set up electronically, you drag the key over, you stick the key in, you unlock the door will open just long enough to let one person through, and then it'll slam shut automatically. Forever. The key won't work on it anymore. The door is programmed to open to this key only once. So once one person gets out, everyone else is going to be trapped in the room for good. So now the question is, are the people in the room free to leave or not? And Cohen says, well, there's a sense in which they're free to leave, another sense in which they're not free to leave. So, the 5 prisoners are not all equally strong. They're not all equally close to the key. It's going to be harder for some of them than for others to get out. But any one of them could do it. Not easily, but they could do it. At least any one of them could do it so long as someone else closer to the key doesn't try it first. If I'm 3 yards from the key and someone else is 1 yard from the key, and we both make a sprint for the key at the same time, the other person's going to get it first. But so long as no one else closer to the key is going for it at the moment, then I could go over and get it. So suppose at the moment no one is actually making a rush for the key. They're just sort of sitting there stunned, thinking, now what? So given that at the moment no one's going for the key, any one of them could go after the key. And if they were to make a beeline for the key and drag it to the door before anyone else noticed what was going on, they could get out. So any one of them could leave right now. In that sense, each prisoner is free to leave. Each prisoner is free to leave so long as the other ones don't try to, but since none of the other ones are trying to at the moment, it's true of each individual prisoner that that prisoner could leave right now. So in that sense, if it's true of each prisoner that they could leave, then the prisoners are, in that sense, all free to leave. But there's another sense in which the prisoners aren't free to leave. Once one of the prisoners leaves, the others can't leave. So each prisoner is free to leave only on condition that no one else does. There's no way for them to all leave together. So there's a sense in which each one's free to leave, another sense in which they're not, and Cohen uses the following distinction. He says, well, the sense in which they're free to leave is they're individually free to leave. Each one is individually free to leave, because each one could leave, given the other ones aren't making a rush for the key at the moment. But they're not collectively free to leave. They can't all leave together. Each one is free to leave only on the condition that the other ones don't. And he says, look, it's important to see that collective unfreedom is bad. It's a serious kind of unfreedom. Not und. So in other words, it's not just individual unfreedom that's bad. It is, but collective unfreedom is bad too. If we had this situation, these 5 people trapped in this room, where each one could leave, but only on condition that the others have to stay forever, clearly this is something that the people in the room would have reason to have justified complaints about. So collective unfreedom is bad. It's not just individual unfreedom that's bad. Cohen's point. Okay. So now let's take this distinction that Cohen has drawn and apply it to the case of the proletariat. So, suppose there are a number of potential escape routes from the proletariat, potential ways of getting out. And suppose that the number of those possible exits is actually larger than the number of them that's currently being attempted by anyone. Some people aren't making a run for it at the moment. In that sense, then, proletarians may be individually free to leave the proletariat. But Cohen says, look, capitalism depends on wage labor. So as long as the system remains a capitalist system, there's no way that all the proletarians could leave the proletariat together. Just like not all the people in the room can leave together. So under capitalism, even if the proletarians are individually free to rise up out of the proletariat, they're collectively unfree to do so. Okay, in response to this, there's an argument from John Gray. Now, there have been a lot of famous people named John Gray, so it's not either the 18th century Scottish preacher nor the present-day American one. It's not the popular psychologist who talks about men being from Mars and women being from Venus. It's a British philosopher, John Gray. Was sort of an interesting character. He started off his career as a left-winger, and then he became a libertarian, and then he became a conservative, and then he became a left-winger again. So I guess everyone can agree that he was wrong most of the time. You just disagree about which times he was right. I actually lived in the same building with him for a year once, and we'd have dinner and argue endlessly. Anyway, so Gray says, look, it doesn't make any sense to point to a defect in a system as an argument against that system unless the alternative system you're proposing to replace it with doesn't have the same defect. If I say your system is wrong, it has this problem, choose my system instead, but my system has the same defect as yours, that argument doesn't make sense. I can't take a problem with your system as a reason to reject it unless the system I'm defending doesn't have the same problem. So the question is, if it's a defect in capitalist society that workers are forced into wage labor, is the Marxist society that Cohen favors free from that defect? Well, here's the worry. In a Marxist society, at least in the early stages of Marxism, the state is supposed to control all the means of production. And so it's the sole employer. The proletariat get ownership of the means of production, but that doesn't mean that they get it individually. It's not like individuals get to own their own means of production. It's that they all collectively own it through the state. So doesn't that mean that workers are going to be forced to perform wage labor for the state on pain of starvation, which is precisely the problem supposedly with capitalism. In this case, they're going to be forced not only collectively, maybe individually too. So the famous words of Leon Trotsky, who started off as a Soviet minister and then eventually became a dissident and a critic of the Soviet Union, he said that under the Soviet communism, the old principle, who does not work shall not eat, has been replaced with a new one, who does not obey shall not eat. Now, Marxists have a response to this. Many modern Marxists have said, yeah, we agree there's a danger of abuse of power if the state is the sole employer, and anyone who
who gets fired from their job has to starve because they disobeyed the state, and that's dangerous. So they suggest a solution. The solution that many Marxists have suggested is a guaranteed minimum income. So the idea is everyone in the Marxist society automatically receives a certain stipend from the state. And the stipend will be sufficient for their basic needs, food and clothing and shelter and so on. And everyone will receive this automatically whether they work or not. But if you want to get more than the bare minimum, then you have to perform wage labor for the state. So here's the idea. Most people do want more than the bare minimum. And so that means that there'll be sufficient incentive for most people to work. So otherwise, it'd be a public goods problem, because the worry is, if everyone gets paid whether they work or not, then people might not have adequate incentive to work. But in this case, if you only get paid, you do get paid whether you work or not, but what you get paid is the bare minimum. Most people want more than the bare minimum, so they will have an incentive to work. However, although people will have an incentive to work under the system, the claim is they're not forced to work under the system. They're not forced to work for the state because they could survive on the guaranteed minimum income. Now, this raises a question which Cohen and Gray go into in more detail in their articles than I'm going to talk about here. The question of what counts as being forced to do something. Do you count as being forced to do something if you have some alternative? Well, if I put a gun to your head and say, give me your wallet or I'll shoot you, in some sense you have an alternative. You could just say no and let me shoot you. But in that case, the alternative is so unacceptable that we usually think, yeah, you were forced to. You could have said no, but under the circumstances, you were forced to give me your wallet. So it is that if you have to do something in order to meet your basic needs, then you count as being forced to do it. You may have an alternative, but if the alternative is starvation, that's just not an acceptable alternative. Whereas if you have to do something in order to be able to afford unnecessary luxuries, then you don't count as being forced to. At least that's what Cohen is suggesting. Here's Gray's reply. He says, look, under the system as described, it may be true that any individual worker is free to quit her job and fall back on the guaranteed minimum income. However, it can't be the case that all the workers could quit together at once and fall back on the basic minimum income. Because the basic minimum income is supposed to enable you to buy goods and services, and if you're not one of the workers producing the goods and services, then there damn well better be other workers producing goods and services. If all the workers are quitting and going on the basic minimum income, well, first of all, there's no one to deliver the basic minimum income. There's no one working and there's no one's writing the checks or handing out the money or the credit slips or however it works. And even if you had the money or the credit slips, you go in the stores, no one's providing anything in the stores, no one's making anything because all the workers have quit. So clearly, it's not possible for all the workers to quit. In order for some people to fall back on the minimum guarantee, the rest of the workers have to be producing that minimum guarantee. So you could, it's a bit like, Kant's idea that, there's some things that make sense only as exception, not as a general rule. Hence, individual workers in the Marxist society with the guaranteed minimum income are free to quit work doing wage labor for the state, only on condition that most other workers don't quit. But that's precisely what Cohen described as collective unfreedom when it happens under capitalism. He says under capitalism, workers are collectively unfree to quit being wage laborers, because if they, those who can get out of being wage laborers can do so only on condition that most of the rest don't. Well, here's the same problem under Marxism. So here's Gray's worry. If the workers in Cohen's proposed Marxist society are just as unfree, collectively unfree, to stop being employees and become their own bosses, if they're just as unfree under Marxism as the workers are under capitalism, then Gray thinks it doesn't make sense for Cohen to say the collective unfreedom of workers under capitalism is an objection to capitalism. Because if the alternative is Marxism, and workers are collectively unfree under Marxism in just the same way, how is that a solution? It's like saying, don't eat that salad, it's got bits of dead rat in it. So you should eat the stew instead. But if the stew has just as much dead rat in it as the salad, it doesn't make any sense for me to be pointing to the dead rat bits in the salad as an argument against eating the salad if I'm offering you stew that has the same thing. So there's the Monty Python sketch where the man has just eaten
his dinner, and he says, well, that was really horrible. And she says, oh, you're always complaining. He says, what's for afters? And she says, well, there's rat cake, rat sorbet, rat pudding, or strawberry tart. Strawberry tart? Well, it's got some rat in it. How much? 3. Rather a lot, really. Well, I'll have a slice without so much rat in it. Well, I mean, this is sort of the same situation that, Cohen has been attacking capitalism for having this big chunk of rat in it, namely people being forced to work as wage laborers for bosses rather than being their own boss. But looks like the same thing happens under Marxism. Under Marxism, there's a way that you can avoid working for wage labor as an individual, but only on condition that others don't avoid it, just as under capitalism. But Grace is actually the case against capitalism may be even weaker than that, because he says, look, it actually may be easier to get out of wage labor under capitalism than under Marxism. He says, maybe the right analogy for capitalism isn't a locked room where one prisoner can get out only on condition that everyone else has to stay. Maybe it's more like climbing a mountain, where the more people have already made it up to the top, the more able they are to help those who climb after them, so that those who escape don't make it harder for the next ones to escape. It actually makes it easier. Couldn't capitalism be like that? Therefore, Grace says, well, look, it's nothing that Cohen said has ruled out the possibility of a proletarianless capitalism, a capitalism without a proletariat. That is, a capitalism without a large group of people who own no means of production of their own and so are forced to work for wage labor. He says, you could have a situation of a market economy, which he calls a proletarianless capitalism, where everyone, if they try hard enough, can work their way up out of wage labor, become their own boss. Maybe they become an independent proprietor. Maybe they become a member of a workers' co-op. But anyway, they don't have to work for a boss over them anymore. Maybe they, couldn't you have a society where wage labor was the exception, and you could work for wages for someone if you found it convenient for a while, but no one would be forced into it. There'd be enough options of either workers' co-ops or independent proprietors. And so therefore, if that's possible, then people aren't forced into wage labor under capitalism. Well, here's what's important to keep track of how the word capitalism is being used. Here, when Gray says it talks about having a capitalism without a proletariat, he seems to be using capitalism very broadly to just mean a market economy. If that's all you mean by capitalism, just a market economy, an economy with private property and commodity production and exchange, well, then that could in principle exist without a proletariat. Now, whether in practice it could last without a proletariat is a matter of dispute. The Marxists, of course, think it wouldn't be stable, but at least nothing rules it out in principle. But so if that's all Gray means by capitalism, then that would be his point. However, when Cohen says that under capitalism the proletariat is forced into wage labor for the capitalists, since he's a Marxist, he may have in mind the standard Marxist definition of capitalism. It's not only the Marxists who have this definition, but this is a standard definition, the one that you see, for example, in the ABC of Communism, where Bukharin and Preobrazhensky distinguish between simple commodity production on the one hand and capitalism on the other, where the difference is that capitalism involves the means of production being monopolized by a single class. Now, if that's what you mean by capitalism, if by capitalism you don't just mean a market economy, you mean a market economy where the means of production are monopolized by a single class, well, in that case, proletarianless capitalism isn't going to make sense. Because if only a minority of the population has the means of production, then the rest of society doesn't have means of production. But what is a large group of people that doesn't own any means of production? That's the proletariat. They don't own any means of production other than their own physical ability to labor. And so if you define capitalism the way that Cohen does, or that he may be defining it as, he doesn't, in his article, he doesn't give you a definition of capitalism. But if he's defining it the Marxist way, then you can see why he would think that under capitalism you can't have a situation without a proletariat. Now, probably one reason that Cohen doesn't specify whether by capitalism he means just broadly any kind of market economy, or more narrowly the kind where a particular class has a monopoly over the means of production. Probably the reason he thinks it doesn't matter which one it means it is that as a Marxist, he presumably believes that any society that's capitalist in the broad sense, any society that has private property and market exchange,
is necessarily going to evolve into capitalism in the narrow sense. Remember, in the ABC of Communism, Preobrazhensky and Bukharin argue that competition necessarily leads to increasing concentration of wealth, so that any market economy is going to end up with this kind of monopoly. And so, even though it's not logically or conceptually impossible to have a proletarianless capitalism, he probably thinks it's a causal impossibility, at least in the long run. You could have a situation like that temporarily, but it's not going to last. But remember Kevin Carson, who advocates a system where there is free market and private property, but thinks that that it's possible to have that without the monopoly of the means of production, because he doesn't think that monopoly arises through the free market or competition. He thinks it arises and can plausibly arise only through state intervention. Well, suppose that he's right about that. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Suppose he is. In that case, there would be a possible economic order which people wouldn't be forced, either individually or collectively, into wage labor. This would be what John Gray is calling proletarianless capitalism, using capitalism in the broad sense. Carson is calling it free market anti-capitalism, using capitalism in the narrow sense. If you were a proponent of that system, then you'd be in a position to criticize both capitalism in the class monopoly sense and Marxism for collective work or unfreedom. You can do it without being vulnerable to the tu quoque argument. Wait, you are criticizing something that your system has too, because in this case, Carson's system doesn't have this defect. If his system is coherent, if it works, which is a matter of debate, but if it works, then he's got a system where you don't have collective work or unfreedom. So then he could point to both Marxism and capitalism and say, both those systems have a defect that my system doesn't. All right, lecture 56, shareholders and stakeholders. So corporations are different from other kinds of businesses. Differ in various ways. There are different kinds of corporations, so not every corporation has the three features I'm going to talk about. But typical ones, and the ones that we're mostly interested in for business ethics, do. So first, entity status. This is something that all corporations have. Entity status means the corporation is treated in law as a separate entity from the people who run it or who own it. So unlike another kind of company, if you just own your own company as an individual, or if you're a partnership and you and your partner get together and own it, the company is really just you. It's you as an individual, or if it's a partnership, it's you guys, and it's not really something separate. But a corporation is a separate thing. It exists separately from the people involved in it under law. And one thing this makes possible is, well, first of all, corporations often have shareholders. Not every corporation has shareholders, but the kinds who are interested in business ethics or normally do. A shareholder and a stockholder are the same thing. Stakeholders, as we'll see, are something else. Stakeholders are something different. But shareholders and stockholders are the same thing. Namely, they're people who own shares of stock in the company. So this kind of corporation offers shares of stock, and if you buy a share of stock in a corporation, what that entitles you to is a share in the profits of the corporation. If the corporation starts making more profits, then the return from your stock goes up. On the other hand, if it takes losses, the return goes down, and you lose your investment. Often, shares of stock carry, although not always, but often shares of stock also carry with them the right to vote in corporate policy. So if you buy a share of stock, first of all, you have a right to a certain percentage of the profits. Namely, if they sell 10,000 shares of stock and you buy one share, then you have a right to 1/10,000th of the profits. And in some cases, you also get to vote on who the managers are, though not always. And it's common to regard the shareholders as the real owners of the corporation. Although, as we'll see, that's controversial. It's controversial as to who the owners are, if indeed there really are owners. But
it's often said that the shareholders own. The idea then is that when you buy a share of stock in a company, the idea then, if you think of yourself as an owner, well, you're in effect owning a percentage of the company. So if the company sells 10,000 shares of stock, then if you buy a share of stock, you can think of yourself as owning one 10,000th of the company. That's the theory. Those will see there's dispute about whether that's right. And finally, what entity status makes possible is limited liability. Limited liability doesn't always come with entity status, but frequently does. And limited liability means that if someone sues the company, they can only go after the assets that are owned by the corporation in its own name as a separate entity. They can't go after the shareholders' assets. So this is different from other cases of ownership. Ordinarily, if you own something, if it causes some kind of damage, you're liable. So if you own your own private company, and that private company does something that someone can sue it for, they can sue you not just for the money that's in the bank account of that company, but they also can go after your private bank account because the company really isn't something different from you. But in the case of limited liability, the idea is that they can't go after the shareholders' assets. They can only go after the assets that are held by this entity, the corporation, treated as distinct from its owners. Now, corporate social responsibility, which is often abbreviated in the business ethics literature as CSR, is the view that corporations have obligations to act in ways that benefit society, at least moral obligations. Though often the view is that these should be legally enforceable as well, though not always. When someone's arguing that you have an obligation to do something, it's not always clear whether they mean that you merely have a moral obligation to do it, or whether they also mean that you should be legally forced to do it. Those are obviously different. So it's important to try to keep track when you're reading this stuff as to which kind of obligation someone means in any given context. Now, sometimes the claim that corporations have this obligation to act in ways that benefit society is just a special instance of a general claim that all companies, all businesses in general, should act in ways that benefit society. You can imagine a kind of utilitarian argument for this, saying, well, all decisions should be whatever decision would most benefit society as a whole. So if you're a corporate manager making decisions about your corporation, you should be making them in light of whatever will most benefit society as a whole. However, there are other cases where corporate social responsibility has an emphasis on the corporate, meaning that there's a special reason the corporations have obligations to act in ways that are beneficial to society in virtue of being a corporation in a way that other businesses don't. So often the claim is that corporations in particular have special obligations to society. Why is that? Well, one version of this view is called the social permission theory. And that says, look, corporate status, being treated as an entity separate from the individuals who are owning it or running it, and thus in particular limited liability, is a special privilege. The fact that a corporation is exempt for being sued for the assets of its owners, if you regard the shareholders as the owners, it's exempt from being sued for those assets. That's a special privilege. The government or society grants the corporation. And so therefore, corporations owe something back to society in exchange for that privilege in a way that an ordinary company wouldn't. Anyway, so that's a frequent claim in the literature. Now, one version of corporate social responsibility theory is called stakeholder theory. So stakeholders are to be contrasted with shareholders or stockholders. Remember, shareholders and stockholders are the same thing, just someone who owns a share of stock. Anyone who has a share of stock in the corporation is a shareholder. A stakeholder is anyone whose vital interests are affected by the corporation's activities. In other words, anyone who thus has a stake in it. So you don't have to own any stock in a company in order to be a stakeholder. Stakeholders will include the shareholders, of course. Certainly shareholders are among the people whose interests are going to be affected by what the corporation does. But it's also going to include the corporation's customers, its employees, the vendors, the people who supply stuff to the corporation, the managers in the corporation, and the local community. In some versions, it's just the local community. In other cases, it's sort of society at large, maybe the whole country, maybe the whole world, depending on the version of the view. So the idea behind stakeholder theory is, look, if you're making a decision, you need to take into account the impact of your decision on all the affected parties, not just some. Sometimes this is just a general moral principle that would apply to any kind of company. There are other cases where this is supposed to be a special rule for corporations because of their limited liability privilege. So to see how this works, suppose you're a corporation that you own a lot of factories, and you've got a particular factory in a certain area that's ceasing to be profitable. So what should you do? Should you just close it down instantly? Well, given that it's losing money, if all you're concerned with is maximizing profits, either for yourself as a corporate manager or for the shareholders or both, if all you're concerned with is maximizing the company's profits, then the most rational decision would be to close the factory immediately. Don't wait. Don't phase it out gradually. Just immediately cut off the loss. Now, this will have a devastating impact on the local community. All these people will be thrown out of work. Your factory is the main employer in this area. These people will suddenly be thrown out of work without any warning. Moreover, all the other local businesses that depended on the corporation, all the other businesses that were drawn there by that factory, will suddenly be in a pickle. If you take a stakeholder approach, you say, look, you can't just be concerned with the impact on the bottom line. You have a moral obligation to be concerned with the effect that your decisions have on other people, generally. And so if you're going to have a devastating impact on this community, you've got to take steps to soften it. You don't fire people instantly. You give them a chance to look for new work. Maybe you help them with training so they can get some new work somewhere, or you try to do something to ease the impact. So if you take the stakeholder view, you say, in this case, you've got to do something that doesn't necessarily maximize the profits, but you got to do it because you have an obligation to consider the impact that your decisions have on other people. Now, as I said, some of the CSR views, the corporate social responsibility views, some of them appeal to the idea that corporate status is a special privilege, and some don't. For the ones who do, here's a question. Could a corporation exist just in a free market based on individual rights? Because if it could, then you might think, well, then being a corporation isn't a special privilege. So Kevin Carson, we've seen him before, he says no. Only individuals have rights. A group can have rights, but those rights are always sort of decomposable into the rights of the individuals. And so a business, the rights of a business just have to translate into the rights of the individuals composing it. And so you can't have a corporation as a separate entity with special rights of its own. The only things that with rights are the flesh and blood humans that make up the corporation. And so treating the corporation as a separate entity with separate rights from the people involved in it, Carson thinks that is a special government privilege. It's not something that could exist in a free market. So for Carson, there wouldn't be any corporations, at least not as we currently think of them, in a free market. On the other side, you've got Douglas Denial. Douglas Denial says, no, in fact, a corporation isn't really something over and above the individuals composing of it. Giving an entity status is just sort of a convenience. It's kind of a shorthand. But really, a corporation is just the result of a network of voluntary contractual agreements among a bunch of individuals. So a government charter doesn't actually create a corporation in Denial's view. It just gives someone permission to operate as one. Just as when the government gives you a license for your dog, the government isn't creating your dog. The dog is not a creature of the state. The dog exists on its own. It would exist if there were no state. It's just that the state gives you permission to have a dog. So likewise then, Denial thinks that corporations are not creatures of the state. They're not the results of special privilege. The government just comes along and gives you permission to operate as a corporation, just as it gives you permission to own a dog. But a corporation is just a result of individuals freely agreeing with each other to interact in certain ways. Carson says, well, yeah, but that can't be right, because what about limited liability? Isn't that a special privilege? Because ordinarily, if you own something and it causes damage to someone, you're liable. If I park a truck at the top of the hill and I leave the brake off and the truck rolls down the hill and smashes through someone's fence, then I'm liable because the problem was caused by my property. If my dog goes and bites you, I'm liable. You don't sue the dog, you sue me. Ordinarily, if you own something and that thing causes some kind of problem, you're responsible for it legally. But the shareholders are supposed to be the owners of the corporation, right? And yet, if the corporation goes and dumps sewage in the river or does something that causes someone to sue it, the shareholders are not legally responsible. They're exempt from responsibility. That's a special privilege, says Carson. And so that shows that you couldn't really have a corporation in a genuine free market. There's a special government intervention, a special privilege that protects corporations from the rules that other businesses have to follow. Denial says no. Limited liability is not a special privilege. Limited liability is just a matter of basic rights. Because shareholders don't have much control over the company's operations. They get to vote for corporate managers periodically. That's like you get to vote for president every 4 years. That doesn't mean that you should be held responsible personally for anything the president does. You don't have day-to-day control over the president. The president isn't like your employee who takes orders from you on a day-to-day basis. And so likewise then, denial says, look, it's not fair to hold shareholders responsible for what the corporation does because they don't have day-to-day control over its operations. And so exempting shareholders is just a matter of basic fairness. It's not a special privilege. Carson says, well, in that case, who actually owns the corporation? The official theory is that the shareholders are the owners. But ordinarily, being an owner of something carries with it both certain benefits and certain burdens. If you're an owner of something, you have the benefit that you get the right to control it. You get the right to control what happens to it. That's part of what it means to be an owner of something. On the other hand, there's a burden that goes with being an owner. Namely, you're responsible for any damages that the thing you own causes. But under corporate law, the shareholders don't have either the normal benefit or the normal burden of ownership. They don't have the benefit of ownership. They don't actually get to control the corporation, except in a very attenuated way. And they don't have the burden of being liable for the deeds of the corporation either. So, if it's really true that if being exempt from liability is only fair for the shareholders for those reasons, it implies that shareholders aren't the real owners. So who are the real owners? You might think maybe the real owners of the corporation are the people who actually run it. But under law, they often don't have full liability either. Often a corporation can just close its doors and people are only able to sue the corporation. Sometimes they can't sue the managers. Sometimes they can. It depends. The law is complicated. But often you can't sue the managers. If the corporation does bad stuff and then closes its doors and the managers run off, well, the corporation isn't the managers. The corporation is a separate entity. So you may not be able to sue the managers. So the managers aren't the owners. They don't, they're not, if they're not fully liable. Shareholders aren't the owners. They're not fully liable. And so it looks like there's no one who's the real owner of this thing. Just make you doubt as to whether this is really consistent with the principles of free market and private property. So Carson does think that corporate status is a special privilege. You get to operate with things as though you own them as a corporate manager, and yet you're not liable in the ways that ordinary owners would be. Though his solution is not to require corporations to engage in social responsibility, his view is that corporations themselves are illegitimate. There shouldn't be any. Now, there's a popular argument against corporate social responsibility that's often attributed to the economist Milton Friedman. And I gave you in the readings an excerpt from his article, The Social Responsibility of Business is to Increase Its Profits. So that article is often cited as the source for a certain argument. However, I'm not sure that the argument that Friedman gives in that article really is the argument people are talking about. So I'm going to give the version of the argument that Denial gives, because I think that's the more standard version that usually gets attributed to Friedman. But what Friedman says is really sort of strange, and it's actually different, I think. I'll talk in a bit about why. So I'm going to give Denial's version of the argument. So here's the argument everyone thinks Friedman gave in that article. I don't think Friedman did. He gestures at it, but I think he goes off in a different puzzling direction. Anyway, so here's Denial's argument. Denial thinks the shareholders are the owners. And so the managers of the corporation are obligated to use the assets of the corporation only in the ways that the shareholders would want, because they're the owners, and so you can't use someone's property except in ways that they would want. So here's an analogy. Suppose you hire me to mow your lawn, and you provide the lawnmower. I don't have to bring my own lawnmower. You've got a lawnmower, and you say, here, take my lawnmower and mow my lawn with it, and I'll pay you whatever. Well, suppose that I take the lawnmower and I mow your lawn with it, but then I go and I mow the lawns of everyone else in their neighborhood too, just for free. Well, it's very nice of me, but, you're not going to be thrilled with this because, there's more wear and tear on your lawnmower, that you hadn't accounted for. And, if your lawnmower is a power lawnmower, then, then also I've depleted the fuel. Now, in the days when I had a house with a, with a lawn, I didn't use a power mower. I used a hand mower. Just my personal labor power is the only thing that made that thing go. But, if you have a power mower, it requires, some kind of fuel, some kind of power source. You're depleting that. I'm depleting that by going around and mowing everyone else's houses and lawns in the neighborhood. And so you could be displeased with that, because it is, look, I've got to be right to be charitable with my own property. If I've got my own lawnmower, I'm perfectly within my rights to go around and mow everyone else's lawn for free, just as a favor. Assuming that they don't mind me doing that. But I don't have the right to be charitable with your lawnmower. So then, by analogy, if you own your own company, you're free to use it for any kind of charitable purposes you want. You're free to engage, to limit your practices to various things you think are socially beneficial. You're free to donate lots and lots of your profits to charity and so on. But if you're a corporate manager, then, assuming that the shareholders are the owners, as Denial thinks, then as a corporate manager, you're using the shareholders' property, not your own property, and so you have to use it in ways that they want and prefer. You don't have the right to be charitable with corporate assets the way you would have the right to be charitable with your own private assets. And the idea is, why do shareholders buy stock in the corporation? They do it as a way of getting revenue, and presumably they want to get as much revenue as possible. So what the real owners of the corporation want then is for you to use corporate assets in such a way as to maximize revenue to the shareholders, which you do by maximizing profits. And if instead you go around trying to produce social benefits, you give lots of donations to various charities, or you restrict your operations in ways that you think are socially beneficial. If in doing that you lower profits, then you are violating your obligation to the shareholders. Okay, various objections have been offered to this argument. Here are some of them. One is, well, it's a mistake to think that corporate social responsibility involves doing something instead of maximizing profits. You're doing something socially responsible in a way that's going to lower the profits. Because, after all, lots of customers prefer to buy from socially responsible companies. Look at all the companies that advertise that they do things that they're hoping that their customers will like fair trade coffee. We get coffee in a way that's not supposed to exploit coffee makers and coffee growers in third world countries, or hey, we have certain kinds of fair hiring practices, or hey, we donate a certain percentage of our profits to your favorite cause, what they hope is your favorite cause, and so forth. So corporations often advertise that they do socially responsible things. Some corporations advertise that there's a maximum limit between of possible distance between their highest and lowest salaries. In other words, the highest people in management can't be paid more than X times the salary of the lowest person in the company to avoid inequality. So if you don't like inequality, then you might buy from that company to favor them. So if some customers prefer to buy from companies that engage in various kinds of socially responsible activities, then it might actually help their profits. So there isn't necessarily an opposition between CSR and profits. That's one objection. Of course, there might sometimes be. There might be cases in which the thing that will maximize profits is going to be different from the most socially responsible thing. And so in those cases, the other objections come into play. So one is one we've already seen. Given that shareholders don't have the usual benefit of ownership, of control, and don't have the usual burden of ownership, namely liability, you might think they're not really the corporation's owners. And if they're not the corporation's owners, then you don't have to use if you're a corporate manager, you don't have to use assets in the ways that they want because they're not the real owners. So it's like if I come to mow your lawn, instead of giving me your lawnmower, you just point to a lawnmower that happens to be lying around and tell me to use that, but it's not yours or mine. It's just some lawnmower that's there. So I use that, and I mow a lot of other people's lawns. Maybe no one has a right to object if there's no clear owner of it. Moreover, not only do customers often prefer corporations they regard as socially responsible, but often investors do too. There's such a thing as socially responsible investing, which is that sometimes the goal in investing is not necessarily to maximize your revenue. I mean, obviously, if you buy stock in a company, you're probably hoping to make money from it, but you might not necessarily have that as your sole goal. Therefore, you might be willing to accept an investment with a lower return if you're investing in something you believe in. Say if there's some corporation that you think is doing something worthwhile and valuable socially, then you might invest in them. Even if they're not, so for example, there are housing companies that try to get first-time home ownership to the poor, and it's not necessarily going to be the most lucrative investment because it's a risky investment. But a lot of people invest in it because they think it's doing something beneficial. To take a somewhat different example, back in the 90s, I had a friend who told me that he practiced socially responsible investing because he invested in the Hershey Chocolate Company, because the Hershey Chocolate Company was involved in something that he thought was valuable, which was chocolate. So it's not a typical example of socially responsible investing, but it's a case where if you like what if you just for something or other about the corporation you like other than its revenue maximization could lead you to invest in it, which means that as a corporate manager you can't assume that what your shareholders want is for you to maximize revenue. Some may want that, others may want you to do something socially responsible. There's nothing in the contract that tells you what they want. I guess if they vote for corporate managers, that could give you some feedback. The other way you get the feedback is just the usual market way of getting feedback. You start doing socially responsible stuff and see if more people buy your stock or if less people buy your stock, and that'll tell you what the shareholders want. Another objection is, well, look, if you want to know what the corporation's duty is to its shareholders, well, see what the contract is with the shareholders. The contract does not guarantee anything about maximizing profits. What the contract guarantees is, if we get profits, you get a certain percentage of them. That's what the contract says. You can imagine that the shareholders want various further things, but if it's not in the contract, you don't have an obligation to do something that's not in the contract. All the contract requires is the shareholders get their share of the profits. Doesn't require that the profits be any particular level. Then another objection is, well, look, even if you did have a contractual obligation with the shareholders to maximize their revenue or maximize profits, that wouldn't be enough to justify it, because it's immoral to maximize profits without concern for the effect on stakeholders. When you make a decision, you have to take into account all the effects of that decision, not just the effects on your company's profits, but also the effects on other people's lives. That's a moral requirement. And so if there were a contract to just focus on maximizing profits, that would be a contract to do something immoral. But a contract to do something immoral is not binding. I mean, suppose that I'm a contract killer and you hire me to kill someone. You take out a contract on them. Well, if I sign a contract to go murder someone, that doesn't suddenly make murdering someone okay. Murdering someone is wrong. If I sign a contract, in most of these cases you don't sign them because you don't want to leave the evidence. But anyway, if I make a contractual agreement to go murder someone for you, I'm making an agreement to do something wrong. And if it's wrong, I shouldn't do it. And having a contract to do something wrong is still a contract to do something wrong. And so you have a moral obligation to break a contract if it requires you to do something wrong. Anyway, so those are some of the worries people raise against the duty to shareholders argument. Now, I said earlier that I wanted to discuss Denial's version rather than Friedman's, even though people always say that Friedman is the author of this argument. But I think what Friedman says in his paper is rather strange. I think people have read it. People have read his paper carelessly. People have read it, and they just thought what it would be reasonable for him to say. And so they've sort of read into his piece an argument like the one I just described from Denial. But I don't think that's what Friedman's saying. I'm not sure what Friedman really is saying, but I don't think it's that. So here's some of the reasons I think that there's something weird about Friedman's argument. All right, so Friedman does say that if being socially responsible reduces a corporation's profits, then it's violating the corporation's obligation to shareholders. He says that, and that's in common with the main argument that people usually attribute to him. But he also says that if being socially responsible causes the corporation to have to reduce its wages because it's reduced its profits and therefore has to reduce its wages, therefore it's violating its obligation to its employees by reducing their wages. And likewise, if losing profits means they now have to increase prices, then they're violating their obligation to the customers. Now that's surprising, and here's why. There's an argument that shareholders are the real owners of the corporation, and that there's an obligation to use the corporation assets in ways that they would consent to. There's dispute about whether that's right, but anyway, that's a common view. But nobody thinks that about employees or customers. No one thinks that the employees or the customers are the real owners of the corporation. Nobody thinks that corporations have a contract with their employees to pay the employees the highest wage possible. No one thinks that corporations have a contract with their customers to give them the lowest prices possible. So where does this obligation come from that Friedman's suddenly appealing to? Moreover, it doesn't make sense to say that a corporation has an obligation both to offer its employees the highest possible wages and to offer its customers the lowest possible prices, because those things are going to conflict. If I am increasing the wages of my employees, that money has to come from somewhere. That's an increased cost, and so I have to pass that on to my customers in higher prices. On the other hand, if I give my customers the lowest possible prices, that's going to cut into my revenue. I mean, it might not. It might be one of these cases where by lowering the price, you get so many more people that you end up raising the revenue. But there's no guarantee of that. It's very possible that by lowering your prices, you lower your revenue, and if you do that, you can't pay your employees as much. So it's hard to see how you could have an obligation to do both those things. Here's another odd thing Friedman says. Friedman says that if a corporation engages in corporate social responsibility, then if the managers as a result of that end up having to lower wages or increase prices, then they're imposing a tax on their employees and customers. And that's wrong, since only the government should have the power to tax. Now again, that seems just kind of a weird thing to say, because Friedman thinks that being an employee of a company, a given company, not a give company. Friedman thinks that being an employee of a company is voluntary. And likewise, being a customer of a company is voluntary. So if you have this voluntary relationship where the company gets to set its prices and its wages, and if the company lowers its wages, an employee is free to quit. If the company raises its prices, the customer is free to go elsewhere. So it's hard to see how that counts as taxation. It's hard to see why Friedman, who's such a big free market fan, why he would call that something like taxation. Another strange thing, and this is less a strange thing about Friedman's article than it is about the reaction to it, is people often invoke Friedman's article as an argument against stakeholder theory. You often say, well, here the stakeholder theory says you have to be socially responsible. Here's Friedman's article against stakeholder theory. In fact, Friedman's article really isn't rejecting stakeholder theory. It's embracing it. Because he's not just saying that customers have obligations to their shareholders to give them high profits. He says that they also have obligations to the employees to give them high wages. although Friedman doesn't seem to think that anytime you lower your wages, you're violating an obligation to your employees. He seems to think if you lower wages as a result of social responsibility, then you are violating an obligation to your employees. Likewise, he doesn't seem to think that anytime you raise prices, you're violating an obligation to your customers. He does seem to think that if you raise prices as a result of corporate social responsibility, you're violating obligations to your customers. But anyway, he thinks you do have these obligations to your employees and your customers, even though there's these weird conditional things. But in that case, he thinks that you don't just have obligations to shareholders, you have obligations to these other groups too, and so that's a kind of stakeholder theory. It's a weird kind of stakeholder theory, because he just picked out these favorite groups of stakeholders: the shareholders, the employees, and the customers. And it says, well, they're a privileged group, and if you try and benefit some other group in a way that lowers the return to this group, then you're violating your obligations to this group. There's no explanation as to why this group of stakeholders is the privileged group and that group isn't. And likewise, again, no explanation as to why it's okay to raise prices unless you do it as a result of corporate social responsibility. And if you do that, then you're taxing your customers. I mean, just a very weird argument. And again, I think people have read Friedman's argument through the lens of what they think would make sense for him to argue. And so they've imposed on the text some more reasonable argument than the one he actually gives. And I think that's what Denial does. And remember, Friedman's an economist, not a philosopher. Now, some people are good at both philosophy and economics. Friedman's son, David Friedman, I think is a lot better at philosophy than his father. Maybe not perfect, but Milton Friedman, I think, his expertise is really economics. And when he ventures into philosophy, I think he has a tendency to screw up. And here's an example. It's a famous saying from Friedman. It says, well, it's a good thing for human liberty that we don't know what's objectively morally right or objectively morally wrong. Because if we knew what was objectively wrong, we'd have to ban it. If we knew which actions were objectively morally wrong, then we'd have to make those actions illegal. But it would be awful to make all immoral actions illegal. That would be a very oppressive society. Therefore, thank goodness we don't know which actions are wrong. Well, that's a weird argument in a couple of ways. First of all, he just assumes moral skepticism without arguing for it. He just assumes that we don't know and can't know what's objectively right and wrong. Well, it's a possible view, but that you need to argue for that, not just assert it. But second, he next considered the possibility that one of the things that's objectively wrong might be to ban other things that are objectively wrong. So, for example, suppose that it's morally wrong to be rude, but it also might be morally wrong to ban rudeness. You might think you can criticize rudeness, but people have a right to be rude, so it's morally wrong to ban it. Well, therefore, if we knew what was morally wrong, it might turn out that one of the things that's morally wrong is rudeness. Another thing that's morally wrong is banning rudeness, because that would violate people's right to make their own decisions. And therefore, it's not the case that if we knew it was objectively wrong, we'd have to ban it. On the contrary, if we knew it was objectively wrong, that could turn out to be a reason not to ban certain wrong things. Okay, another related issue: hostile takeovers. Okay, so if you accept stakeholder theory, then you think the corporate decision should take into account the interests of all the different groups affected by those decisions. On the other hand, if you accept Denial's argument, it's not that Denial's the only one who gives this argument. It's just that lots of people have given this argument, but they claim that they got it from Milton Friedman. And I think if you look in Milton Friedman's article, he's not saying it. So they all just did some kind of a Rorschach test and saw something in Friedman's article that wasn't there. But anyway, this argument that I'm using Denial's version of, the argument against stakeholder theory says, no, corporate decisions should take into account the interests of shareholders primarily, because those are the people you have a fiduciary responsibility to. Well, those are incompatible views, but here's something that they agree on. Both sides agree that it would be a bad thing if the corporate managers take into account primarily their own interests at the expense of all these other groups. Because if you're a stakeholder theory, you think that there are a lot of different groups that the corporate managers should be concerned about. If you take Denial's view, well, there's one other group, at least, the shareholders. But if the corporate managers ignore everyone, including the shareholders, then both of these views are going to think they're doing something bad. Although not every possible view would say that the corporate managers are doing something bad. It shows that there's really more than two sides to this argument. So this comes up in the context of hostile takeover. So hostile takeover is a case where a certain group of investors, which I'm ingeniously calling A, looks at a certain corporation, which I'm ingeniously calling B, and saying, look, that corporation is underperforming relative to its potential. It's not very profitable now, but it could become a lot more profitable. The reason it's not profitable now is because the management's not very good. Otherwise, there's a lot of potential, but the management is crappy. And therefore, if we could own that corporation and kick out those managers and put in new ones, we could make a lot more profit. And so, Party A decides to get control of Corporation B by buying up a majority of its voting shares. If you buy up 51% of the shares, then you get to vote out the existing management and put in your own people. So that's a takeover. It's a hostile takeover because the managers of the corporation are not eager to be replaced. And so sometimes these managers will do various things to try to prevent the hostile takeover, to try to prevent being taken over. And the question is it morally permissible for the managers to do this? Okay, so here comes Robert McGee, who is a proponent of the same argument, the duty to shareholders argument that we just seen with Denial. McGee probably thinks it comes from Friedman too, because everyone seems to think it comes from Friedman. It's like a universal hallucination about Friedman's article. But anyway, McGee says no, because the corporation managers have a contractual obligation to the shareholders. And the corporate managers would not benefit from the takeover, but the shareholders would, because the takeover is likely to increase the profits. At least, assuming the corporate raiders are right. Now, if they're not, that's a different story. But assuming the raiders are right, that this corporation could become a lot more profitable if you kicked out the management and stuck in new management. Well, then, the managers have a duty to the shareholders to, in effect, fall on their swords and let themselves be taken over in order to make the company more profitable, says McGee. And here's some examples of strategies that corporate managers often use to defend themselves against having their company taken over by hostile takeover. So I have some colorful names. There's green mail, and green mail is essentially bribing the corporate raider not to take over your company. So, if the raider wants to make some money by taking over your company and making it more profitable, maybe you can offer them a different way of making money. You give them some money. So it's called green mail by analogy with blackmail. It's sort of a dumb name because a bribe and blackmail aren't the same thing. Blackmail is a threat. A bribe is an offer. It's called green mail because it involves money, which is green, but blackmail often involves money too, which is green. So I mean, it's a dumb name. But anyway, that's what green mail is. Then there are poison pills. This is actually it sounds, the craziest one was actually a well-named one. This is, you deliberately do something to make your company less profitable. So think of it by analogy. Suppose you're an animal that's about to be eaten by another animal, by a predator. You quickly take a poison pill. Not a poison pill that'll kill you. That would be dumb. But a poison pill that'll make you sort of sick and will make it so that anyone who eats you will get sick too. And if the predator sees you eat the poison pill, the predator thinks, ugh, I don't want to, even though it's only temporary sickness, it's not fatal, but, the predator is less likely to eat you if you've just done something to make yourself taste bad. So likewise, if a company does something to make itself less profitable, so for example, suppose a company buys another company that's heavily in debt. So now this company suddenly has a lot more debt. And thus, this company looks a lot less attractive to the corporate raider because the potential profits are smaller given that they have to pay off the debt. And so doing something to harm your own profitability is a way of avoiding takeover. It's obviously risky because if you harm your own company too much, you just go out of business. So you have to harm your own company's profitability just enough to turn off the corporate raider, but not enough to kill yourself, metaphorically. And finally, there are golden parachutes, which is when corporate managers have written into their contract that in the event that they get fired, they get a really cushy severance package. They get basically a lot of money. So this is called parachute because it's something that gives you a soft landing. And golden, again, gold in the sense of money. You wouldn't actually want a real parachute made of gold because that's very heavy. It would kill you. But metaphorically, it's a parachute made of money. They could have called it a green parachute. And gold mail, it would make as much or as little sense. Now, this could also function as a poison pill, because if you think, well, we're going to come and take over this company and fire the managers, but if it's part of the manager's contract with the corporation, because remember, the corporation is its own entity, and if you buy the corporation, you're buying the contract, and you are now bound by that contract. If the contract means that firing the managers is going to be really expensive because you have to give them all cushy severance packages, then that might make you less likely to take the company over. So it could function as a poison pill. Or on the other hand, if you do take the company over, then at least the managers don't do too badly. So this isn't a golden parachute in this case wouldn't be so much to prevent the takeover as to do well in case of a takeover. Now, McGee thinks that a golden parachute isn't necessarily immoral, because after all, when you are a corporate manager negotiating to become a corporate manager, you're not a corporate manager yet, and so you don't have a primary obligation to the shareholders yet. And so you can, in deciding whether to enter into that contract, you can consider your own interests. And so you can say, I won't become a corporate manager here unless I get this in my contract. However, green mail and poison pills are things that you do once you are a corporate manager. And those are things that are trying to prevent something that's going to make the company more profitable. So those are immoral. And poison pills are especially immoral since you're not just trying to avoid something that will have the effect of raising profits. You're actually trying to reduce profits, not just as a side effect, but as your goal. A poison pill is deliberately doing something to reduce your company's profitability. And that's sort of a direct attack on the interests of the shareholders in McGee's view. However, where do the critics of the duties to shareholder argument are right? Who say that all the managers owe the shareholders is what's in the contract. What's in the contract is just that they get a share in the profits. No guarantees as to what the profits are going to be or what the company is going to do to try and increase those profits. In that case, then, if the corporate managers don't have any special obligation to maximize revenue for the shareholders, then they might not be doing anything wrong. Now, of course, this might depend on if you're a stakeholder theorist, but of course you don't have to be. You could think the duty to shareholders argument is wrong, but not be a stakeholder theorist either. In which case, maybe then the managers can just do whatever they want in this case. If you are a stakeholder theorist, well, the managers are among the stakeholders, so they're allowed to consider their own interests. And actually, some of the employees, if you're concerned with the interests of your employees, maybe when the new group comes in, they'll sweep away not only the managers, but at least a lot of the employees. And so it might be in the interest of the employees to prevent it. And so maybe a stakeholder theorist could, in some cases, endorse fighting off the hostile takeover. Now our last lecture, Carson on corporate hierarchy. All right, so there are, broadly speaking, three kinds of anarchism, more than three kinds, but three kinds I'm going to talk about right now. And they're based on various reactions to the following three propositions. So consider these propositions. First, free markets and private property represent a form of liberty and should be supported. Capitalism, in the sense of a privileged class controlling access to the means of production, so that everyone else has to perform wage labor for the privileged class in pain of starvation, represents a form of oppression and should be opposed. And third, free markets and private property naturally and inevitably lead to capitalism. Now, the idea is that each of these claims can have a certain plausibility considered by itself. In particular, each of these claims can have a certain attraction to the anarchist considered by itself. So think about free markets and private property. Think, you're free to keep the products of your labor and do with them what you want, trade them back and forth if you want. That seems like a kind of liberty, something that an anarchist should be in favor of. On the other hand, capitalism, in the sense defined here, is going to look problematic to an anarchist, not just to an anarchist, but in particular to an anarchist. The fact that people have to perform wage labor on pain of starvation. They can't be their own boss. I mean, anarchists don't like having bosses over them. They don't think people in general should have bosses over them unless they want to have them. And so capitalism is going to look bad to the anarchist. But then take the third claim. Well, you can see how if you think that, the natural result of competition is that larger firms tend to outcompete the smaller firms and gobble them up, and you get bigger and bigger firms and more economic concentration. Eventually, free markets are just going to turn into capitalism. So each of those claims can have a certain plausibility on its own. When you put them all together, you see that there's a conflict. You can't consistently accept all three of these. Because, if you're all in favor of free markets and you endorse them, if it turns out that free markets naturally lead to capitalism, then you have to endorse capitalism. If you think capitalism is awful and you want to reject it, but again, you think free markets naturally lead to capitalism, then you've got to reject free markets. So you can't accept all three of these claims at once. Okay, here on the screen I'm saying the things I just said. Anarchists divide into roughly three camps. Not just these three, because there are other further divisions and there are people who reject. There are some anarchists who would reject free markets even if they didn't lead to capitalism, and so on. So there are more flavors, and also the precise boundaries among these different kinds of anarchism isn't always precise either. But so roughly, the three camps are called social anarchists, anarcho-capitalists, and individualist anarchists. And we'll see later on that there's some ambiguity as to exactly which group individualist anarchist picks out, but later. So, the social anarchists reject the first claim. So the social anarchists look at these three claims, and they think that capitalism is bad, and they think that free markets lead to capitalism, and so that's going to make them suspicious of free markets. They're not, and suspicious of private property. They may not reject private property entirely, but they're going to be suspicious of it. They're going to want it tightly restricted because they think that it leads to capitalism, and capitalism is bad. So, social anarchists resolve this conflict by rejecting the first claim, the claim that free markets and private property are liberating. Anarcho-capitalists, as you may suspect from the name, tend to reject the second claim. Anarcho-capitalists are all in favor of free markets, but they often tend to agree, or at least they're not concerned to reject, the claim that free markets lead to capitalism in the sense that I've described it here. And anarcho-capitalists tend to think, well, economic concentration is okay if it results from free markets. And so they will accept the first and third propositions, and they reject the second. And then you've got the individualist anarchists, and they agree with the case for regarding free markets and private property as a form of liberation, and they agree with the arguments for regarding capitalism, again, in this sense defined here, as oppressive, but they think they can reconcile those because they reject the third claim. They don't think that free markets and private property naturally lead to capitalism. I think that capitalism, as we know it, is primarily a result of government intervention, not of free markets. We've seen that view before. Get a little bit more detail on it here. So since social anarchists are either opposed to or at least skeptical of private property because they think that tends to lead to this vast economic concentration that dispossesses the majority of people, therefore they tend to favor economic models where the resources are controlled socially rather than individually. And there are different versions. There's anarcho-communism, anarcho-collectivism, anarcho-syndicalism, lots of different versions as to exactly how this works, but they regard the idea that the producers, in some kind of collective way, should make decisions about how resources get allocated and so forth. And some prominent examples of social anarchists. So in the 19th century, you've got Mikhail Bakunin. I mentioned him before. He was the one who criticized Marx for wanting the dictatorship of the proletariat. Bakunin wanted to move more quickly to the withering away of the state. We've got Pyotr Kropotkin, another Russian anarchist. We got Emma Goldman, who was a Russian immigrant to the United States and was probably in the 19th century the most famous American anarchist. And then if we move to more recent times, nowadays you've got Noam Chomsky, who's probably the most famous American anarchist today, and David Graeber, who's probably one step behind him and is on his way to being the most famous, although he's I'm not sure he's in America right now. I think he's in Britain. I can't remember whether he's American or British. I've heard him speak, but that doesn't help because my brain is full. Okay, then you got the anarcho-capitalism. The anarcho-capitalists are in favor of free markets and private property. They tend to agree to varying degrees that this will likely lead to economic concentration. So some of them think that yes, this will lead to lots of economic concentration. Others think, well, maybe it won't lead to quite as much, not so much, but still, enough so that a lot of people will have to work for wage labor. But the anarcho-capitalists disagree as to how likely this is to lead to economic concentration. They also tend to be okay with this, but again, to varying degrees. Some of them said, this is just fine. There's nothing wrong with wage labor. Others think, well, it's problematic, but maybe there are ways of alleviating it. Now, anarcho-capitalists tend not to be regarded as real anarchists by the social anarchists, because social anarchists think of opposition to capitalism as essential to anarchism, and so when they refer to anarcho-capitalists in print, they put the anarcho part in scare quotes to say, well, they're not really anarchists. You can't be capitalist if you're really an anarchist. So some examples of anarcho-capitalists in the 19th century, we've got Gustav de Molinari, who we've talked about before. He's an example of one of the people who thinks that the power of capital is problematic, and he wants to alleviate it while doing so consistently with a free market. And so he was suggesting various ways in which labor could organize, not to get rid of the wage system. He thought that wasn't something you could get rid of, but things you could do to increase the bargaining power of labor. So he was one of the more moderate ones in that respect. So Gustav de Molinari, the Belgian economist, sort of the major anarcho-capitalist in the 19th century. Then more recently, the 20th century had Murray Rothbard, who's probably the best known anarcho-capitalist in the 20th century. You've got David Friedman, who is the son of Milton Friedman, the economist. So they're both free market economists, but David Friedman is more radical than his father. Arguably, David Friedman's son, Patry, is even more radical than him. But anyway, David Friedman is someone who earlier in his career was skeptical of the wage system and thought it'd be a good idea if everyone could become independent contractors, but more recently he's moved more to the sort of a central anarcho-capitalist line, thinking, no, that's not practical and it's okay. There's Randy Barnett, a legal theorist, and then there's Brian Kaplan, an economist, and I've mentioned him before, someone who was replying to Nozick's arguments about, and Tyler Cowen's arguments about whether anarchy would necessarily lead to a state. Then comes the third category, the individualist anarchists. On the one hand, they agree with the anarcho-capitalists in thinking that free markets are cool. However, unlike the anarcho-capitalists, and also unlike the social anarchists, they don't think that free markets lead to capitalism. They think that free markets undermine capitalism, and they think that's great. They're against capitalism. Now, there's another term, free market anarchism, which includes both anarcho-capitalists and individualist anarchists, because free market anarchists all agree that market competition should replace the state. It's just that anarcho-capitalists think this market competition will lead to, and it's okay if it leads to, the kind of economic concentration where most people have to work for someone else to make a living, and the individualist anarchists think not. They don't necessarily think that wage labor will be eliminated, but they think that it will become more optional. That you might, for various reasons of convenience, want to work for someone, but capital will be freed up to the extent that it'll be much easier for people to own their own means of production, much easier to people to buy land, to produce capital equipment, and so forth, and therefore people can be their own boss if they want to. So they disagree about both what they predict and what they desire will work out in the free market, but they both favor free market institutions replacing the state, and therefore they both count as free market anarchists. Now, sometimes individualist anarchism is used as a synonym for free market anarchism. Then when it's used that way, it's used broadly, so it includes both the anarcho-capitalists and the anti-capitalist free market people. I'm going to use it in the narrower sense here just for convenience, because there is, if you don't use individualist anarchists to mean just the anti-capitalist free marketers, then there isn't really any accepted term for the anti-capitalist free marketers. So I just have to say anti-capitalist free market anarchists every time, and that's a mouthful. So I'm saying individualist anarchist, but a plausible case could be made that really individualist anarchist should include the anarcho-capitalists, in which case then you ought to have a different term for the other guys. But there isn't one, and I don't want to just invent one, so I'm using individualist anarchists in this narrower sense, which is the way social anarchists use it. Social anarchists use individualist anarchists to mean just the free market anti-capitalist people, because social anarchists regard individualist anarchists as genuine, though misguided anarchists. So they wouldn't consider anarcho-capitalists to be part of the anarchist umbrella. But individualist anarchists themselves, the anti-capitalist ones, are usually more laid back about this, and so they're usually willing to accept anarcho-capitalists as some sort of deviation group within their own category. So it's complicated. So individualist anarchists, in the sense of the anti-capitalist but pro-free market types, some examples include, well, in the 19th century you've got Thomas Hodgkin, and there is no picture of Thomas Hodgkin. We don't know what he looks like. That's why this guy looks like a Nazgul. Then there's Lysander Spooner, who you've seen before, Benjamin Tucker, I've talked about before, and Voltaire de Cleyre, I've talked about before. Hodgkin was British. Spooner, Tucker, and de Cleyre were all Americans. And then more recently, nowadays, we've got Kevin Carson, who's the main guy I'm talking about in this lecture, but I've also mentioned him before. And I've assigned a number of pieces by Carson. I've assigned a couple of pieces by Johnson, Charles Johnson there. And finally, Gary Chartier, I signed a couple of pieces by him. So these are all anti-capitalist, pro-free market people who are working today. Okay, so social anarchists and anarcho-capitalists are sort of arch enemies of each other. They don't regard themselves as part of the same movement. The social anarchists say, you anarcho-capitalists are not real anarchists. The anarcho-capitalists are usually willing to call the social anarchists anarchists, but they'll say, all right, but you're not really libertarians. You're not really pro-freedom. They both tend to be more favorable toward the individualist anarchists, although how favorable they are often depends on whether you're talking about living or dead ones. If you've got some 19th century individualist anarchist, both camps tend to say, yeah, that's a real anarchist, misguided, no doubt, too capitalistic for the social anarchists, not capitalistic enough for the anarcho-capitalists, but still, if they're safely dead, then they tend to be regarded as fellow comrades, even if misguided ones. When you've got an individualist anarchist who's actually alive today, then social anarchists and anarcho-capitalists tend to be more suspicious, and social anarchists tend to think this is really just an anarcho-capitalist in disguise. The anarcho-capitalists tend to think it's really a social anarchist in disguise, though not always. So you might say that the social anarchists tend to regard the individualist anarchists as heretics and the anarcho-capitalists as infidels. The anarcho-capitalists tend to regard individualist anarchists as heretics and social anarchists as infidels. And the individualist anarchists tend to regard both the other sides as heretics rather than infidels. So the idea is, so a heretic, the idea is a heretic is someone who holds a deviationist position within your category, whereas an infidel is someone who isn't even part of your category. Since the individualist anarchists sort of stand halfway between the social anarchists and the anarcho-capitalists, they're like the social anarchists in rejecting capitalism. They're like the anarcho-capitalists in embracing free markets. So they're halfway between. So they're closer to each than the two camps are to each other, and so they tend to find value in both camps and will quote from both camps in ways that irritates the members of the other camps. All right, so social anarchists and anarcho-capitalists, unlike the individualist anarchists, tend to agree with each other that free markets lead to capitalism, though they disagree as to whether that means so much the better for capitalism or so much the worse for free markets. And the reason is the same as the Marxist reason. Remember the Marxist reason for regarding the simple commodity economy as unstable, namely economies of scale. So as a general rule, one big company can do things more efficiently than two small companies, because for one thing, if you combine two small companies in one, you can get rid of a lot of duplication. If you've got two companies and each has two restrooms, if you combine them together, they don't necessarily need four restrooms. They might, but they might not. If each has two Xerox machines, you combine them together, they don't necessarily need four Xerox machines. Three might do, and so on. And so big companies tend to be more efficient than small companies. And that means that the larger companies will tend to outcompete the smaller companies. And what happens then? The smaller companies go out of business, or they get bought out by the larger companies, which makes the larger companies even larger. And so if the tendency is for the larger companies to gobble up the smaller companies, then you're going to get a case where you get sort of a smaller and smaller number of companies, but the company's average size will be bigger and bigger. You'll get just a few big conglomerates controlling the whole economy. The anarcho-capitalists think, well, that's okay as long as there's still free competition, as long as if these big conglomerates start abusing their power, then smaller competitors could come along. And as long as that possibility remains there, that'll keep the big companies in line. So they think that's all right. The social anarchists think that it's bad. It's a bad thing for the economy to be controlled by just a few big conglomerates. The Marxists think in a way it's good. I mean, they think capitalism is bad, but the Marxists think it's a good thing that capitalism develops to the point where you have just a small number of firms controlling the whole economy, because that's what the dictatorship of the proletariat is going to look like. And so once you've got this small controllership at the top, then the proletariat just have to take over that. Because the Marxists are big on this economies of scale thing as well. All right, so the individualist anarchists disagree with this, and Kevin Carson is probably, of all the individualist anarchists, the one who has spent the most time arguing against this economies of scale argument. So what he points out is, and this isn't just his own idea, I mean, the just general idea is widely accepted, but the way he applies it isn't. It is, well, look, in addition to economies of scale, there are also diseconomies of scale. As firms get bigger, there are some ways in which they become less efficient. They could get more efficient in some respects and less efficient in others. What he wants to claim further is, as firms get bigger, initially, the economies of scale outweigh the diseconomies of scale. So as a firm gets bigger and more productive, it's actually initially becoming more efficient. There becomes a time where it starts becoming less efficient. So see it this way: imagine that if there were no limit to economies of scale, imagine you could eventually get a case where all the companies in the world would just combine into a single company. There'd just be one company for the whole planet. Would that be super efficient? Well, on the one hand, it'd just be like a big socialist state, right? I mean, if there's just really one company controlling everything, how is that really different from a socialist state? So if you think socialist states aren't efficient, you might think this wouldn't be. There's nothing external to it. There's no price feedback and so on. And so that implies, so if one big company for the whole economy wouldn't be efficient, then that suggests that at some point, as you get companies getting bigger and bigger, there has to be some point at which the inefficiency starts outweighing the efficiency. So you look at this chart, the idea is that as you go to the right, that's output increasing, and not sure whether that's the right way to point for you. I'm used to pointing to a blackboard, not looking at a screen. But anyway, ignore what my hands are doing. Let's just look at the chart. If you go to the right on the chart, you get output increasing. Output increases as the firm gets bigger. And initially, the average cost per unit that you're producing is going down. That's in other words, the more you're able to produce, the more that the cost drops, and you're getting the economies of scale. The benefits are getting bigger. But at some point, you become this huge, bloated, inefficient monolith. You get big enough, and there's not much external competition anymore. At this point, as you get less efficient, now it starts being the case that as you produce more output, you start the average cost of what you're producing starts going up again, which means that you're stopped being profitable. So, it's an interest of a firm to grow to the size of the bottom of that curve, the point where it's closest to the bottom there. That's its most efficient point. If it goes farther right, if it gets bigger and more production goes beyond that, it starts being inefficient, which means that ordinarily, if there's no government intervention, what will happen is once a firm grows to that point, it won't go farther, because if it starts growing farther, it starts becoming less efficient and it'll get outcompeted by other firms that didn't grow so much. So here's an example of one of the ways that diseconomies of scale work. So suppose you got a firm, you're producing stuff, you're distributing it locally, but now you just have to increase in size to take advantage of economies of scale, and so you become more productive. So that means you have more product. Great, right? More stuff to sell. But there's a downside. You're probably going to have to distribute it over a wider area because the local market may be saturated. So you're going to have to do, you can't just, maybe you were just selling stuff in Alabama, and now you have to, if you've got all this extra product, it's great, but maybe you can't sell it in Alabama. There's, everyone who wants your product in Alabama's already got it. You're going to have to start expanding into, Georgia or Mississippi or Tennessee or Florida. And that means your shipping costs are going to go up, which means that this advantage of the economy of scale brings with it a disadvantage. This benefit brings with it a cost. Now, the benefit may outweigh the cost. As long as it does, then that's fine. It depends. But you have to watch out because, suppose that eventually you saturate the whole country. Well, the next step is that if you become even more productive than that, then you're going to have to start marketing your goods in other countries. And now, especially if you go outside of North America, suppose you want to ship stuff overseas. Well, suddenly the shipping costs go way up then. So, with each step, the shipping costs as they go up, there may come a point where it's not practical for you to expand anymore. But suppose you can get someone else to pay your shipping costs or part of them. So Carson's example is tax-funded highways. He says, look, the idea is that the highways benefit everyone, and so everyone pays taxes to support the highways. But most of the wear and tear on the highways is caused by these big shipping trucks. It's not you going along in your Hyundai on the road that is causing all the trouble. It's these these big 18-wheelers that are doing all the wear and tear on the roads. But the big shipping companies, the companies that that distribute their stuff all over the country, Walmart and Amazon and all these companies, they don't pay a proportionate part of the tax. I mean, sure, they pay a tax, but the amount of tax that they pay is not proportionate to the amount of wear and tear that they cause, which means that the taxpayers are picking up at least part of the bill for the wear and tear that they cause on the highways. Whereas if they were, if people had to pay directly in accordance with how much wear and tear they caused on the highways, then those companies would have to pay more. So, suppose you come to a point where it's not practical for you to grow anymore because your shipping costs would get too big. Now, if you're getting the taxpayer to pick up part of your shipping costs, you can now grow larger than the size of efficiency. You are getting to pocket for yourself the profits that come from the economies of scale, while you are externalizing onto the taxpayers the costs of the diseconomies. And so you can grow your firm to a larger size than would be practical in a free market. Now, there's something called the calculation argument. It's a standard argument against social central planning, developed by the economists Ludwig von Mises and Friedrich Hayek. Now, their versions of the argument are actually somewhat different from each other, but for present purposes, it doesn't matter. We're not getting into all the details of it. Anyways, this is an argument against central planning socialism, but Carson thinks you can use it to criticize large capitalist firms too. So the idea that Mises and Hayek are putting forward is, look, one of the chief functions of markets is to transmit information. So, we're going back to, John Stuart Mill and On Liberty, and this idea that competition is a form of discovering stuff. This is essential to Mises and Hayek's view. Two, competition gives you feedback on how well or badly you're doing. But in particular, one important piece of information that markets transmit is which factors of production most need to be conserved. So every production process has lots of different factors of production, lots of different stuff that you're using to produce the stuff. And some of the stuff is plentiful, and other stuff is more rare. And you want to make sure that you make the efficient choice of using the more plentiful stuff and not using up all the rare stuff. So imagine there's a production process that could use either 1 unit of rubber and 2 units of steel, or 1 unit of steel and 2 units of rubber. What it produces is equally serviceable for your goal. So you have to decide which one to do. So which one is more efficient? Well, you can't tell just by looking at the description. Now, suppose I said there's one that uses 1 unit of rubber and 1 unit of steel, and the other one uses 2 units of rubber and 2 units of steel, and has the same result. Well, then, clearly the one that uses 1 unit of rubber and 1 unit of steel would be more efficient. But in this case, you can't. So in that case, you could just tell by the description. In this case, you can't. Because it depends which is more needed elsewhere. What are the alternative uses of steel and of rubber, and how much steel and how much rubber is available, and so on. Well, markets help to solve that problem. Of course, if there were a socialist central planner who had enough information, maybe they could solve it too. So imagine there's an oversupply of rubber. There's lots of rubber, and there's not that much demand for it. There aren't that many things that people need the rubber for, and whatever they need, we've got piles and piles of rubber. Suppose there's a severe undersupply of steel. We don't have a lot of steel, and there are lots and lots of competing uses for the steel, and lots of people wanting to get the steel. Well, in that case, if you knew that, then the rational thing is you'd want to use the production process that uses more rubber and less steel, rather than vice versa. So imagine you're a central planner. You're running the whole economy, and you hear that there's this oversupply of rubber and undersupply of steel. Well, then what would you command if you're in a position to command stuff? Well, you command, first of all, a shift in production from rubber to steel. In other words, you should start producing more steel. You don't have to produce so much rubber. We've got plenty of rubber already, so you can cut down on the rate at which you're producing rubber. Not necessarily cut it to zero. Maybe we've still got uses for rubber, but shift to producing less rubber and more steel. So cut down on your rubber production, start retooling factories to produce more steel. At the same time, you'd want to shift consumption from steel to rubber. Because you've got lots of rubber and not that much steel, you'd say to everyone, try to use less steel. If there's something or other that you could use rubber for, use it instead. we've got plenty of rubber. So if you've got sort of various marginal uses of rubber, go for it. You can make rubber erases or rubber toys or whatever you want. But let's be careful with the steel. Let's not waste the steel. Let's be, only use the steel for the most urgent things. That's what you would command if you were the socialist central planner. Well, so what Mises and Hayek say is, look, the invisible hand of the market's doing just the same thing without any central planner needed. If you've got a short supply of steel, that means you can have a lot of bidders for the steel chasing a small number of units. So the competition among the bidders is going to drive the price up. Because it's like, I want the steel, and there's another bidder who wants the same piece of steel, because there's not that much steel to go around. And so if I offered $1 a unit to the supplier, this other guy's going to offer $1.50, and then I'll come back with $2 and so forth. So the price of steel will go up. The plentiful supply of, there's a mistake, rubber. There was lots of rubber, and so not that many people need more rubber, and so if you want to move your rubber, you've really got to lower the price to get people to buy the rubber. And so the price of steel is going up, price of rubber is going down. What does that lead people to do? Well, if you want to decide to go into producing something, what are you going to produce? You're going to produce more steel, because steel's in demand now. You get a high price for producing steel, so you're going to want to produce more steel. Rubber's not so much in demand, and so you're not going to want to produce more rubber. So you'll start producing more steel and get back on the rubber. On the other hand, when it comes to your consumption choices, if you're deciding, should I use steel or rubber for this, if there's a choice, you'll use the rubber. You've got lots of marginal uses for the rubber, you'll go for them, whereas you'll conserve the steel. And so therefore, the price system automatically leads people to make the very same choices that a wise central planner would order. Even though no one in the system necessarily knows, you can have a situation where no one actually knows that this is what needs to happen. No one's really aware that this is there's a economy-wide shortage of one and a glut of the other. No one really is aware that it's rational for the economy as a whole to do this. Just each individual person is just sort of trying to make a profit. And yet, even if no one in the system individually knows what's going on, the whole system makes the very same choice that the central planner would. But Mises and Hayek don't just want to argue that free market competition is as good as the central planner. They want to argue that it's better, because the total amount of information that the market is processing is too big to be included in any single mind or any small number of minds like a central planning board. The market is constantly, as prices go up and down, in response to people finding that they need more of something or less of something, or they find something's more expensive than they thought and they switch to something else. It's just constantly going on. It's like the market is this huge computer, and no individual mind could encompass it all. And you could say, well, maybe you could program all the information into a computer, but how do you collect all the information? The information is in the form of momentary decisions of people, deciding to buy more of this and less of that, or consume more of this or less of that, all over the place. There's no way to get that information usefully. People often don't even have the information articulately. This is the point that Hayek stresses. You don't have the information articulated in your mind in such a way that you could word it to someone. You just act on the basis of your awareness of things without being able to put it into words, since you couldn't really get it into the computer. And so then the socialist central planning is never going to be as efficient as the market. So that's their argument for free markets. They would have said argument for capitalism. They weren't thinking of this as a problem for capitalism. They're assuming that capitalism and free markets go together. But Carson says, look, this same argument applies to the capitalist firm. The bigger the firm gets, the more operations it moves in-house, which means the less that it's subject to market feedback. You can think of a firm as like a miniature socialist state. If it's a really small firm, it's not a problem. As the firm gets bigger and bigger, more and more of its transactions are happening inside the firm, and therefore they're not part of the market process.
and thus the whole system becomes more inefficient. Now, some people have suggested in response to this, well, maybe you could try to simulate a market within the firm, by having different departments of the firm buy and sell stuff from each other. In fact, the Koch brothers, who are always in the news these days, have experimented with this idea in some of their firms. But what criticism of it often is, well, just trying to simulate a market inside a firm really doesn't really have the same effect as a real market, because really you're all working with the same organization. Also, the idea is that as firms get larger, they tend to get more hierarchical and bureaucratic, because you can't make decisions on the basis of market feedback because you're getting less and less of it, so you're making decisions on the basis of bureaucratic procedures. And Carson thinks that hierarchy is inefficient, which is why firms that are subject to the discipline of market competition tend to be less hierarchical, tend to be flatter. But if you can manage to be insulated from market competition through some kind of government favoritism, then you can afford to become more hierarchical, and managers will pursue that because they enjoy hierarchy. One reason hierarchies are inefficient is that information doesn't travel well in them. Especially it doesn't travel well upward, because people are always afraid to tell their superiors the whole truth. So Carson thinks that if you have experience in the business world, one thing you'll discover is the people actually on the ground, the people at the bottom of the hierarchy who are actually doing the stuff, they understand how the processes work, and the people up the chain of command often have no clue, and often they'll send commands down that are actually. Here's an example from my mother's experience when she was a secretary. She worked once for a firm where some of the people who ran the firm said, look, we're moving into a new electronic age, and so we shouldn't keep paper records. So for now on, just throw out all paper records. Just keep everything electronically. Which meant that when the mail came in, now those days they didn't have the ability to scan mail, to scan stuff. And so therefore, if the mail came in, there wasn't, unless the secretaries actually typed up all the information in the mail and put it into the computer, which they didn't have time to do, they were supposed to just throw all this mail out. If they'd actually done this, it would have been disastrous for the firm. So the secretaries just pretended that they were throwing it out, and actually they kept it in a separate place. And then when it turned out that, in fact, the managers of the firm needed the information, then the secretaries were able to pull it out. But they couldn't tell the people running the firm, your idea is crazy, because you don't want to tell that to someone who can fire you. Actually, I remember something similar when I was in grad school. The administration decided that they'd read some psychological study that says people can't really retain more than 3 items of information from a lecture. And therefore, they sent down a decree that from now on, every lecture should have no more than 3 points in it. Now, of course, the problem with this is that the professors were assigned to teach a certain amount of material, and they only were so many possible days of lecture, which meant the amount of material they had to cover was such that the number of points they had to cover per lecture was greater than 3. And actually, of course, it's questionable whether under academic freedom, it's questionable whether the administration even had the right to impose this. But anyway, they sent out the command, and what did the instructors do? Some of them tried to follow it, but most of them just ignored it. Because they thought, well, look, we were hired to teach this amount of material, and this amount of material breaks down into X number of points, and we only have so many days, so we have to cover more points than that in the lecture. And so they just ignored the administration. So what Carson thinks is that a lot of work gets done simply by people ignoring what the superiors tell them. And if they were actually to tell the superiors what they're doing, the superiors would fire them, and then the whole, the firm works only because people secretly disobey the superiors. So this kind of hierarchical firm wouldn't tend to survive in a free market, Carson thinks. But these are various government policies
that enable firms to grow bigger and more hierarchical by insulating them from competition in various ways, either by giving them special privileges, subsidies, like when governments give, seize land for eminent domain and give it to Walmart or wherever, or by imposing special burdens on smaller firms to make it harder for them to compete. So from some examples, transactions between firms are taxed. If I have a business and I need to get a bunch of stuff copied, and there's a copy place down the street, and I go there to pay it, well, there's a sales tax I have to pay on that, and then the copy place also has to pay income tax on the amount I give them, so that one sort of gets taxed twice. Whereas if I just decide to move all copying in-house into my firm, just create a copy division within my firm, buy several copy machines and so forth, well then there's not going to be a special tax every time that I go down the hall to copy something on my copier, in my copy division. And so you lower your tax burden by moving your copying in-house rather than going to a separate copier, which means that you lower your tax burden by becoming a bigger firm. Another example, there are lots of laws that say that in order to start a certain kind of business, you have to have a minimum capital outlay. You have to have a certain amount of money up front before you can start it. Or sometimes you have to buy expensive licenses. There are lots of places where taxi licenses cost like $100,000, which you can see why that would, because a taxi is something that is pretty low capital equipment. All you need is a car and a cell phone, and you're off and running. But if you need a car and a cell phone and a $100,000 license, that's harder. Some of those examples that Johnson talks about in his articles. Some of the examples that Carson talks about is mandated quality standards. So it's saying that the things have to be of a certain minimum quality. Now that sounds like it's for the benefit of the consumer, right? But Carson thinks it's actually for the benefit of the bigger, wealthier firms, because there's smaller firms who can't afford such high quality products. They couldn't compete on quality, but they could compete on price. They could say, well, we can't offer those really fancy products and charge a lot for them, but we could offer sort of stripped down basic quality products and charge a small amount for them. But if there's a minimum quality standard established by law, then that just locks out the smaller, less affluent firms and just forces the competition to be among the big wealthy firms, and so on. Carson talks about more examples of this in the article. Carson also thinks that large hierarchical bureaucratic firms are unpleasant to work for. He works for one, and he often writes about it. He doesn't name the hospital he works for, but you could probably figure it out by reading between the lines. Anyway, so Carson's a big fan of people being their own bosses as far as possible, either being individual independent proprietors or being part of workers' co-ops and so forth. He thinks it's unpleasant to have to work for someone else. He's not, it could be a rational choice in certain cases, and obviously some bosses are nicer than others. But he thinks that the larger, more hierarchical, and more bureaucratic the firm is, the less pleasant it's going to be to work for it in general, because there's going to be so much arbitrary going on. And he thinks that most labor legislation, which is usually touted by its defenders and criticized by its opponents as being pro-worker, is really pro-employer. He says, look, if you look at all this labor legislation, the real purpose of it is to defang the labor movement. So, yes, you get an official right to strike, and you can't be fired, and that's a benefit to the unions, but it's a benefit that comes with a cost. The cost is they ban slowdown strikes, which when rather than walking out, you just stay on the job and work more slowly. Sometimes you follow work to rule. Work to rule is a particularly interesting case. Work to rule is a kind of slowdown strike where you work less efficiently, but the way you do it is by literally following all the instructions that you're supposed to follow. So again, Carson thinks that most work gets done by people disobeying regulations, disobeying rules. If people followed all the rules they're supposed to follow, if you followed all the rules in the job description, all the rules they set down as to how to do things, it would be far more time consuming. And so firms depend for their profit on workers disobeying the rules. And so one form of industrial action, one form of going on strike, is simply to follow all the rules, which is a way of sort of highlighting the inefficiency of the system. But anyway, all labor legislation was to ban slowdown strikes, ban sympathy strikes, which is when my union strikes against this company that we're supplying something to, not because we want something from them, but because we were showing solidarity with this other union. That's illegal under loose labor law, and Carson thinks that this is a way of getting unions to be competing against each other instead of having solidarity with each other. And also, certain unions that aren't certified aren't supposed to be able to work, although Carson talks about cases where they have been successful. Now, Carson then considers the following objection. If I do a slowdown strike or a work-to-rule strike, am I not violating my job contract? Well, I mean, easily enough, Carson could say you're not violating the job contract if you do a work-to-rule strike. Because in work-to-rule, you're just literally following the orders. You're following orders more. It's a way of striking against the employer by obeying the employer more. So he would say that couldn't be a violation of the job contract. But think of other kinds of slowdown strikes. Not work-to-rule kinds, but the kind where you just do everything a little bit more slowly, a little bit less efficiently. Aren't you doing something immoral? The question is, aren't you violating your job contract? And Carson says, well, no. What does the job contract say? No one assumes that employers have a contractual obligation to provide as high wages as possible. But where does this suggestion come from, then, that employees are contractually obligated to provide the best, hardest, highest quality work that they're capable of? And employers, no one thinks employers are contractually obligated to provide the best possible working conditions or the best possible this or that. So the idea is that Carson's idea is that the job contract is vague. It says something about some reasonable expectations about what the employer will do and some reasonable expectations about what the employee will do, but the precise details of that get negotiated on the spot. And Carson thinks there's a kind of implicit bias in people assuming that workers have an obligation to do their hardest, best work possible, but that employers don't have any particular obligation to provide the best possible working conditions and so on. Carson also thinks, he's very optimistic about the future. He's very grumpy about the present. He's optimistic about the future because he thinks that modern information technology is going to make it easier and easier for people to bypass hierarchies, both corporate and governmental. So he looks at things like the internet or peer-to-peer networks where you sort of bypass various kinds of hierarchies, 3D printing where you can do stuff just, you can produce all kinds of stuff fairly cheaply in your home. The cost of independent production he thinks is going down. The cost of communicating with other people while bypassing hierarchies is going down. And so he thinks that it's kind of David and Goliath situation. Now, when people talk about David and Goliath situation, they usually think, wow, this is a case where, think how lucky David was or how favored by God David was that he's able to defeat this much more powerful Goliath. But actually, it's an interesting case. The anthropologists found some tribe that still uses slings. I'm not sure when this was, sometime in the 20th century. And they told them the story of David and Goliath. And these people were deeply unimpressed. They said, well, David had a sling. Well, of course he beat Goliath. So from their point of view, David wasn't the underdog. The person who has a sling is going to defeat the person who just has a spear, from their, as they saw it, because they were used to using slings and they thought of slings as the higher technology. But it's a higher technology used by someone who's sort of, smaller and less armored, and they seem like the underdog. So Carson's suggesting something similar, that ordinary people are in the position of David relative to Goliath, but the technology really is on their side. And so he's optimistic about the future of anarchism. He says, look, in the past, anarchist movements failed partly because the technology of the time favored economies of scale much more than it does today. And therefore, it was really hard to break away from the hierarchical and centralized monoliths of the time, both governmental and corporate. But new technology favors smaller, flatter, more networked forms of social organization. And Carson thinks that that is going to favor the anarchist movement. In fact, he thinks an anarchist revolution is happening right now. He thinks that you don't have to be an anarchist to be part of the anarchist revolution. Most of the people who are involved in it don't think of themselves as being anarchists or as promoting an anarchist revolution. But all the things people are doing on the internet, things people are doing with 3D printing and so forth, he thinks these are just ways in which people are creating a system where people are linked to each other rather than linked through bosses or politicians, and that this is going to continue, and anarchy can arise without anyone necessarily intending it. It can arise simply as this technology proceeds. Rulers and bosses become less and less relevant. They're less and less able to get what they want, and eventually they just become irrelevant. And so that's the future for business and for government that Carson sees.